Thank you. It is an incredible honor to be here as we open this new chapter of MPL Philippines. For years, the global stage has been dominated by the I witnessed firsthand the intensity of the superfans and the Lakas ng Pinas spirit. Watching those championship moments made me realize something. A legacy this great deserves a symbol that lasts forever. At Ferry, we believe champions should carry the glory with them everywhere they go. But first, we must pay tribute to the history that brought us here. Let's revisit the golden moments and the icons who have reigned supreme in this league. Seeing that history, that passion and the grind, it all leads to this. Championship after championship, the Philippines has proven its dominance, and we are here to finally put a ring on it. Today, I'm thrilled to officially announce Ferry is the official championship jury partner of MPL Philippines. To the players and the teams competing this season, the stakes have changed. From this moment on, you aren't just playing for a title. You are playing for a permanent mark of your history. Every season crowns a champion, but only the best will earn the right to wear the gold. I cannot wait to see who among you will be the first to claim it. The stage is set, the rings are waiting. Palaknak to!
Ano na gagawin ko neto? M7 champion na ako. Lah, andyan pala kayo?
Every era believes it will last forever. Prophecy is not fate. What if destiny can be fought? The future must evolve. Then we'll decide how. Fear gives prophecy its power. Every era ends, but legends. What comes next? It's going beyond.
Kong, ba't matawag ko? Sagutin mo. Balak na ito. Palag na to.
So do it for the low.
Palag na to!
Taking down my hair, got your eyes on me. You need it, you want it, but can you handle this? This lollipop is popping, you wanna give it a kiss.
Palag
Palag na to.
Palag na to.
I'm looking for car, TZ. Where's the goat?
Palag na to.
Are back on a collision course. This is the star match of the day, brought to you by Smart, starting with Team Liquid Philippines. A titan in the EXP lane, the Apex Predator, Sanford. The two-time world champion, the GOAT, Carl TZ! He's cold-blooded and calculated, the lone stallion, Sanji! Il Maestro, El Daddy, JP! Stepping up on the plate, making his MPL debut in the gold lane, Daiki! It is my honor to announce that they are the reigning champions of the world, Aurora Gaming Philippines! The most decorated EXP laner in history, Mr. Consistent Edward! All of the lights for the celebrity, Demon Kai! The wizard in the mid lane, US! shining down on us, Filipino! Packing heat in the gold lane, Domenkai! To ensure the integrity of the game, please welcome our marshals for the match, Chico, Miko, Joshua G, and JD. And our head referee is set. Leading charge for Team Liquid Philippines is Coach Snap, and the mastermind behind Aurora is Master the Basics.
Explosive way to start our season dahil unang araw pa lamang ay bakbakan agad ng dalawang kampiyon. Live from the MPL Arena, this is your very own Odin, and with me are two new fresh faces to join the league. MPL Arena, let's give it up for Denise and Thea! Hello, 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 MPL Superfans! I am Denise Baldasancho at grabe pala ang energy dito sa bago nating arena. Excited na akong makakwentuhan kayong lahat. Sa True Denise, hi everyone! I'm Thea Franco, ang magdadala ng aksyon at mga kwento sa inyo from the sidelines, starting with our epic rivalry. I'm so excited to share the stage with you girls. Indeed, a new venue, fresh faces, but same hunger for glory. Welcome to the 17th season of MPL Philippines. Palag na to!
Magandang hapon sa lahat ng sumusubaybay sa MPL Philippines Season 17. Panibagong simula at panibagong season naman para sa lahat ng mga manlalaro at sa inyo sa community. Umami pa rin kasama si Burrito at si Wolf. And for the first time ever, joined by our English desk.
Oh, and Renmar, hiwain natin mamaya. Is that right? Tama ba? Tama.
Let's go with that. That was a good attempt. That was a good attempt. And of course, this tournament is monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusement Board. To start off our season, the 17th season of MPL Philippines will be started by two titans sa loob ng ating liga, Team Liquid Philippines, crowned and reigning MPL local champions, pero ang kalaban nila ay ang ating world champions.
Alam mo, masasabi ko talaga na saktong-sakto yung tagline natin na palag na to. Kasi palag na palag kaagad. Debut match pa lang ng dalawang teams na to.
I have to say that walk-in alone, I love the intros. I love the video that we had. The celebrity treatment that we got to see from Aurora after seeing them compete in the international stage, winning the world championship. I can't wait to see what this has in store for us.
That's the only way you welcome world champions, with a red carpet.
Yeah, we got a red carpet entrance, but of course we also got some great news for all of us. Man, we have rings now for our league. We're going to get championship rings at the end of the season.
Wow, and whoever wins that championship for Season 17 will be the first Filipino team to ever get an MPL PH ring. And for me, that's insane.
Oh, parang nakita natin yung pagiging prestigious na pagiging champion. Alam naman natin yan kasi din lagi naman mga nagja-champion internationally. Pero this time locally, doon natin ma-prove na hindi lang basta yung prestige yung pagagawa, yung mismong, etched in history ka na eh.
And speaking of history, yung epic rivalry na ating tinitignan ngayon between Team Liquid Philippines and Aurora, nakalamang ang Aurora in the international scene. Kaya medyo dehado ang itsura ng kanilang match history.
Yeah. When I was looking at the rosters, of course, and seeing the discussions between the community, I think there's a lot of people, even on the Team Liquid side, leaning towards a little more for Aurora here. Not because they're not supporting Liquid anymore, pero it's the acknowledgement for the champion. It's the acknowledgement that they're going up against a roster that did not change at all during the off-season, and they have momentum riding on consistency.
And so much so para sa Team Liquid Philippines na nakita din natin na maraming naging changes sa off-season at pati na rin sa upcoming week 1 natin na mamaya ay pag-uusapan na rin. Pero again, looking at the history of this epic rivalry, 13-18 pala ang numero natin. Lamang ng 5 ang Aurora.
Parang hindi mo maiisip na Aurora pa pala yung lumalamang sa series, sa mga games matchup na whenever they meet against each other. But that just shows us how difficult it is to define kung sino yung mas lamang sa dalawang teams na to.
So 13 and 18, right?
Yeah.
I'd like to say I called siguro 80% of these matchups. In my head, lamang yung Liquid, pero Aurora pala.
Oo nga eh. Alam mo kung babalikan natin yung Season 16 na matchup na ito, napakaganda talaga. Alam ko hindi nga naka-isa ng serye ang Team Liquid against Aurora sa regular season and even dun sa upper bracket, di ba?
And again, isa sa mga talagang nagbigay ng pasabog para sa season na to ay ang ating mga imports. Looking at Aaron Shiki Burrito, ano ba yung naging journey niya sa 8 taon na meron siya dito sa loob ng ating liga?
Ben, hindi rin naging madali ang journey nito. 2 beses siya dumaan sa MDL Season 8 and Season 9. Pero ang maganda, pagpasok niya sa MPL, men, debut MPL pre, championship kagad.
Burrito, maraming salamat sa pag-summarize ng career ng isang tinatawag na untouchable. Simula pa lang nung kanyang unang championship win sa Brawl in Bandung, na humaling na ako kay Aaron Shiki. Promise, ako ang #1 hype man ni Aaron Shiki noong M6.
And napakaganda rin naman kasi ng performance niya. Siyempre, kinaklaro na rin natin. This is also posted sa page ng Team Liquid Philippines mismo na due to pending administrative requirements ay hindi po pwede maglaro si Aaron Shiki para sa ating week 1. Medyo malungkot si Leo doon.
Yeah, it's okay, Leo. But it's not just Leo. I myself was excited to see Aaron Shiki start off here on week 1. Hopefully, maybe down the line. But it's good to see that we get a good reminder of the journey that Aaron Shiki had.
Oo. And exciting kung makita man natin siya in the future. Pero sa ngayon ay si Taiki ang ating makikita. And exciting din ang future ng manlalaro na to. His debut game in Season 17. Pero speaking of the game, pag-usapan muna natin yung mga naging malaking changes papasok dito sa Season 17.
The biggest one, syempre, nasa upper left side, Marcel, the sole photographer na ngayon, ay available na. Pwede nang piliin at pwede nang iban. Pero, pansinin nyo yan na yung, siguro yung last time nakikita nyo may kulay. Itong hero na to, mababan na yan all throughout, especially because of how good it is. We have experienced how strong it will be, and I really doubt na mapipili siya in the first few games natin because of the bans. But of course, ang pinaka-interesting na pag-usapan din is the adjustment. I think the summary of this is, masaya ang mga mid-lane mages. We can expect Valentina to be picked up a lot, and of course, yung mga magugulat tayo like Valir as well as Veil, possible na makita din natin.
Yeah, and to help summarize what we could potentially see for the meta heading into week #1, thank you for the Seaball Asian Games qualifier tournament, because we got to see a snapshot there. If there are 3 teams I would like to thank for what we could potentially see in the meta, it's Alter Ego from Indonesia, it's Aurora Turkey, hello Harley, and of course Aurora as well for showing us that the tanky fighter junglers may spot pa rin sila sa meta ngayon. Pwede pa sila piliin, and that influences a lot of the picks. Hence why, throwback to the past, as you mentioned, Valentina, Eve, Farsa, sila pa rin ang magiging priority alongside potentially Valir in the mid lane.
And this is super exciting dahil bukod sa mga changes na nakita natin sa loob ng ating laro, ay may mga i-discuss din tayo ng mga changes naman na nangyari sa sistema mismo ng ating mga pagpili ng mga mapa. Dahil balita ko ay hindi na tayo random dito. May strategiya na involved sa pagpili nito.
Yeah, parang yung priority ngayon ng mga teams is mag-master ng mga maps. Dahil kung ikaw ay home team ngayon, pwede mo nang piliin kung ano yung mapa na paglalaro nyo for game #1. Ibig sabihin, hindi lang site ang pipiliin ng mga teams, but they also have a chance to choose kung ano yung mapa. And then, para sa game #2, yung away team naman ang pipili, pero hindi nila pwedeng piliin yung map na nalaro na. Now, if ever na pupunta tayo sa isang game #3, magkakaroon tayo ng randomizer for the 2 remaining maps, ensuring na hindi pare-parehas yung mga mapang paglalaro natin for 3 games.
At ibig sabihin nito ay hindi na tayo makakakita na lamang tayo ng randomizer kung umabot nga ba ito ng game Game 3. At para naman sa best of 5, Renmar, ano ba yung major difference na mangyayari dito?
Yeah, well, for games 1 to 3, pretty much the same as BO3. Tapos, pag-abot sa game number 4, yung map na hindi pa napili, yun yung magiging mapa for game number 4. Then game 5, we say hello to the randomizer that loves broken walls na completely random. I mean, it is completely random. It just seems like broken walls naging paboritong mapa.
That's true. And looking back sa ating mga last seasons, no, parang natikman naman na ata ng lahat ng mga teams yung mga bawat mapa natin na dynamic. And for best of 7 ay meron din tayong ruling na sa tingin ko ay, kung tama ang pagkakaintindi ko, ay extended version lang ata ito ng best of 5.
So imagine nyo yung best of 5, kung ano man yung nangyari dun sa best of 5. Pero pagdating na ng game number 6, kung sakaling umabot man sa game number 6, we will reset all of the maps. Tapos randomizer pa rin. Ganun yung mangyayari for the remaining 6 and 7 games kung sakali.
Oo. And yung mga dynamic maps po natin, of course, ay 4 pa rin naman yung pinagpipilian. Wala pa tayong yung mga nakita natin good during Golden Month. Hindi naman yun applied dito sa ating liga ngayon. So making sure 4 lamang ang ating pwedeng makita. And looking towards this upcoming game for Team Liquid Philippines and Aurora Gaming, hindi na natin mapagkakailaban na ang laki ng pressure na hawak ng isang manlalaro. Let's name that player. It's Daiki.
Yeah, Daiki, I think, is going to be the one, because of all the build-up that we've had in the preseason leading into this, you know, and I think for a lot of even the international viewers that would have been tuning in to this specific match, they're going to see Daiki play. And I think that's an important thing that we have to take into consideration when we watch TLPH.
Confirmed, Daiki will be playing. As much as it pains me, we will not see the untouchable in action. But this is a ray of hope. You remember Teddy Cutie from the qualifiers? Ang lakas-lakas ng Liquid nun. Sila yung nanalo nung SeaWorld qualifiers for Aichi Nagoya in the Asian Games later this year. So who's to say Daiki can step up to the plate to do exactly what Teddy Cutie did, maybe even better.
Yeah, and just to clarify yet again, and I know there are some viewers who are potentially asking, Daiki, Teddy Cutie, not the same person. So this is not going to be the same guy that you saw from the qualifiers. Daiki, different dude. Welcome to the MPL.
Wow, welcome to the MPL, Daiki. Ang kanyang katapat ay walang iba kundi ang newly reigned world champion na si Doming kahit sa loob ng Aurora Gaming. Napakalaki talaga ng pressure kay Daiki na mag-perform ngayong gabi.
Oo, napag-uusapan naman ito. Even sa social media, no, pinag-uusapan, sino ba ang may pinakamalakas na gold laner ngayon sa ating season, no? And isa sa mga usapin, itong wala iba kundi itong si Doming, kahit nabanggit mo nga, nakakakuha na ng championship. Hindi lang yan, even you din, no, nagkaroon na rin ng championship. And ang maganda dito, mainit pa tong team na to eh. Kumbaga, andun pa sila sa punto na kaka-world champ lang eh. So pwede nilang i-apply or gawin kung ano man yung mga application na ginawa nila ng M7.
Pwede nga ating sabihin na yung doubts, yung mga asterisks palagi kay Doming, kahit parang na-apply din sa lahat ng mga players dito eh. Parang for the lineup of Aurora, laging silang dinadoubt. Pero once na nagkaroon sila ng championship ng M7, doon natin malakas talaga sila.
Pero narinig na natin ang ating signal. Ang ating papalapit na epic rivalry ay kailangan ma-achieve ng mga teams na ito ang kanilang INFINIX keys to victory. Wolf, ano ba ang kailangan nating tutukan?
Ang tututukan nyo dito is yung strength ng isang team na dapat counterin ng kapila. So, for example, para sa Aurora, kailangan nilang manalo sa XP lane matchup. Draft-wise pa lang, they have to focus on that. So, ano yung big sabihin nito? Kailangan, when it comes to their hero counters, medyo mas lalamang dito ang hero para kay Edward para hindi makapwesto masyado itong si Sanford. And now, you also have to be fast-paced dun sa 4-1 play para makapagawa sila ng space for the golden. Yun naman para sa Team Liquid Philippines. Now, for Aurora, ito baliktad. Parang nagkabaliktad ng konti, pero para sa Aurora, kailangan nilang gawin is don't let Carl TZ farm or catch up when it comes to farm. Pag napanood nyo yung sa SeaWorld qualifier, si Carl TZ hindi makakuha ng first turtle pero bigla out of nowhere, same farm na siya dun sa kanyang katapat. So if you're Aurora, if you want to win the early game, kailangan bantay mo rin yung farm ni Carl TZ.
Yeah, okay. So just to clarify though, so we just switched it up a little bit in terms of the picks, in terms of the keys to victory. And with everything that you've said, it feels like it's gonna be an EXP lane focus here.
Oh, wow.
When we talk about Turtles 1 to 3, you're looking at how the EXP laners are handling the lane. Did the opposing mid laner go to your lane, gank you, and deliver a first death early? That's going to be an important question. And if you look at the EXP lane hero pool, yes, you can name them all in your head. CC, Uranus, Esme, all of that. it's a chess match of who gets the better matchup and who gets a more comfortable start in the first turtle.
And so far, for these teams, ay kung sino man ang makauna sa ating INFINIX keys to victory ay panigurado na mukhang makakakuha ng kanilang first win dito sa loob ng ating liga. Once again, yan ang ating The Howl hatid ng INFINIX. I'll play the rest with INFINIX GT30, featuring the GT trigger for lightning fast reactions and MLBB certified 120 FPS for ultra smooth control. Dominate the game with INFINIX GT30, the power behind every madlang gamer.
Yeah. Yung nasabi din ni Renmar about dun sa XP, lalo talagang nadagdagan yung parang thoughts ko dito kasi merong lagi sinasabi pag kalaban mo ang Team Liquid, which is yung first turtle. At syempre, ang first turtle ay defined siya kadalasan ng mga XP laners.
Yeah, there's so much influence in the EXP lane side because of how that also affects the jungle heading into the turtle. So going out of that, I mean, back to basics, look at the roam mid trio. How well are you going to handle taking control in the mid and how fast can you rotate consistently?
And this is so much fun. Anim tayong nag-uusap tungkol sa upcoming epic rivalry natin. Dalawang kampyon ang magbabangayan para buksan ang ating Season 17. And to think na parehas pang fresh from big victories ang dalawang ito. Tingnan natin kung sino nga ba talaga ang naglalagablab ngayong araw na ito. Maraming salamat sa ating English desk and of course sa ating mga analysts and play-by-plays. Para masigurado ang tournament integrity ay pumunta na tayo sa Smart 5G Ping Test.
Hello, mic check. Ay, ako yung guys, mic check. Ang lupit. Hey guys, welcome sa mga fans namin. Taka-fans ng Aurora, sobrang dami sa labas. Grabe. Grabe, new venue. Puno agad. Puno agad ya. Puno agad yan. Yan, salamat sa mga pumunta ngayon. Papakita namin kayo ng magandang laban. Yan, sila Iki pala lalaro. Solid. Analyst to gold lane. Aaron, wherever you are, I hope you're watching us and support us.
Guys, grabe yung Kite, yung red carpet no? Parang kami nasa Grammy Awards kanina Isa-isang lumalabas sa Isa-isang naglalakad sa red carpet. Kunin ko? Pati hindi pa ako kalbo dito. Hindi pa ako kalbo dito Ay, paano ba to? Nangangasim Nangangasim ako, nangangasim. Dubai chewy cookie o Ilocos Panada. Pandesal malunggay.
Our smart 5G ping test there, and I gotta say, welcome to the English broadcast here. We have gone our ways. It's us again, the We Bear Bros, and I have to say, man, Yue, the development there after hearing him say, "I'm a champion," on the world stage, he's cut his hair and he's way more, I feel like, confident now, guys.
Mans is lean and ready to win.
Yeah, there's a different air to him. Like, I've always seen you as sort of like that shy kid, very respectful.
Yeah.
Now, sometimes I see him going up to people and being the ones initiating, hello, hi. It's like he really got it out of his shell. And I feel like that, was encapsulated by him finally screaming on the world stage, I'm finally a champion.
You know what he reminds me of? A 5'6" Shaquille O'Neal.
Yes.
I can see that.
He's got that presence, that aura.
That's right.
And it all happened, I feel like, in such a short span of time. Speaking of aura, too, man, my boy Demon Kite. I've been saying it since he was my boy in Season 8.
Put respect on his name.
He's the celebrity.
Yeah.
He's from the Raider to the celebrity, man.
Yeah, I will back you up there. Naisu has been devoted
That's
to
right.
RSG, Demon Kite. He is one of the last few Raiders remaining going strong. He loves him.
Highs and lows. Joseph has followed.
I have followed
Demon Kite wherever he goes.
Yep. Him and Light as well. Light's my boy is too. But
I don't like your tone with that.
No, it's because Light had his journeys elsewhere and he's back, and I'd love to see it. But also, we got to go ahead and let you guys know, all our MPLPH super fans out there, our M7 champions are now officially immortalized at the Zero Block Open Court in West Rembo. And it's time for you to be a part of this historic tribute.
That's right, just head on to the mural and snap your best photo or video to honor the champs. Follow the mechanics for a chance to win a brand new INFINIX smartphone or exclusive power banks.
I love those power banks. Show your support to our legends, and you might just be our next big winner. So don't forget to check it out. If you guys missed the video, by the way, the mural is insane. I absolutely love it. I was so shocked when I saw the video.
Yeah, it means a lot for any Filipino figure to be immortalized in a basketball court.
Oh, for sure.
I am not making fun of that. That is legit. You end up on basketball court art, you're happy, you're a legend.
That's culture.
That's culture. This is also culture. The watch parties out there. Shout outs to the Cavalry who are in the community watch party in Sweet Tea by the Coffee Camp in Antipolo and in K-Go Korean Food House in Los Baños, Laguna.
Shout out to my Southies out there.
Yes,
Keep
sir.
supporting the defending champions as they take on Twisted Minds tomorrow. Don't miss a beat, as well to the Easties. I'm sorry to the folks in Antipolo who thought I did not care about them.
We care about everyone.
Yeah, we love you all. And we love the fact that we're opening it up with champion versus champion, reigning world champs and defending Philippines champions. Despite everything that Team Liquid has gone through heading into this season, you gotta put respect on the name. They are still the champions of the game locally.
And here's what's crazy, how the turns have tabled. Prior to M7, we were looking at Liquid, can they complete the Golden Road? And now here we are, on blue, they make the choice, we want to go to Flying Clouds, we want to play fast. They're the ones with the most changes, arguably, throughout the whole league.
Yeah.
Correct me if I'm wrong, they are the team with, even their coaching staff had this change.
Yeah, I was watching our good friend Midnight's video about that, and he shared his thoughts about how they are one of the teams that probably has the most impact in terms of coming into the season of changes to this lineup. Now, I know, and there's been a ton of discussion online, I've seen that too, where they're talking about, well, you still got the 4 guys there, you know? And I've seen all our media, what are they calling it? The Half Empire? What are we calling it?
I forgot it.
It's something along
it's
that
in my mind.
lines.
But I will echo that sentiment again.
It's Liquid now.
If Liquid wins this, man, it's a testament to their quality of that 4.
The system.
Of the system. Of JP, of Sanji, Sanford, and Carl TZ. If they win this game to open up the season against Aurora,
that's a big statement.
That means Daiki is in really good hands and Liquid is in good hands.
That's going to be, I feel like a precedent already if they start off by winning the series against the defending world champions and reminding everybody that once we saw the regular season last season, in Season 16, Aurora was as dominant as ever. And then, you know, they went through the playoffs and everything else, and I feel like they have just had this own kind of training arc for themselves up to where they are now. So this is, it's almost weird saying like, yeah, Aurora is that team to beat here for TLPH. And looking at this for Liquid, especially, look at the bands they're going through.
Yeah, Marcel, Aurora, if they're going to be giving that a big question, I mean, the big talk behind the scenes is Marcel is busted as a hero. So is Aurora really going to allow TLPH to bust with Marcel?
Oh!
They will!
So this is just an auto pick, right? It has to be. Oh, it's not.
Okay.
I played a couple of games with Leomord against Marcel, never again.
Yeah, this is the other side of the coin. So in terms of the priority, in a non-Marcel world, it is Leomord first. If he is open, you pick him up. That's why earlier I said in the panel, thank you Alter Ego for showing us the way.
So yeah, for the people that missed that, why is that? Why is that the case?
He's just so easy to scale with. It's like having a tankier, scarier Hayabusa with you. Hayabusa wants either that level 2, level 4 gang. Leomord, once he gets Barbiel up, you do not want to fight him in Turtle 1. Because if you give him a kill or 2, and that will snowball like crazy.
He's got a little baby Appraiser's Wrath in that momentum.
Yeah.
It's so good. Even late game, you just charge it up. Retribution, you're good. Grok and Zushin. Something's never changed. With this Grok pick by Aurora, I think they're just straight up saying this is a non-Marcel game. Let's shake hands, Coach Snap.
Yeah. Of course, Marcel, now you put him in the roam, and as terrifying as he is conceptually, one of the counters always for in the in-game, what's called the support-style roamers, the Estises, the Angelus of the world, it's tanks like Grok. It's mid laners like Juicin who will bully you in the center of the map, so those are great picks by Aurora. For TLPH, they have to match that aggression in the center of the map. They need to be able to trade it out with their mid lane pick as well. So if they want rotational speed, just go ahead and pick up Farsa, or you go for Eve. They're going to be focusing on the box instead. They're looking at the main objective team fights.
So is this what we were talking about when it was the keys to victory, about the Liquid 5 box? This is the play style they're going for.
And the heart of most boxes is the mid laner.
Yeah.
They are the core until the cores are ready. And the cores are ready, what, within 7 minutes. Carl TZ can go ham with this. Sanji on his Eve is a threat, is a force of nature.
And I like that because across from, that's UA as well with the Jushin, right? You could swip those heroes around and it'd be the same story. And for all our mid laners out there, myself included as a retired mid laner, I was hoping that we'd see some shake up in the mid lane with all those, you know, you saw the buffs for the patches, but no. it's still pretty much the same heroes in the mid lane.
It's a farce, Joseph. All right, the patch notes are what? Of biblical proportions. But truth be told, it's but a headline. They literally just soft relaunched all of the mid laners.
Yeah.
Nothing changed.
Yeah. That's the only. I mean, yeah, even Khalid going up in priority is not a big change from what we saw in the M7 World Championship. He did show up a lot more during that phase. Now with Aurora picking up Claude, they're going to be going in the play of, okay, are we going to be the ones banning out carry? Because that's the matchup to go to, Claude carry. And don't be surprised if we're still going to be leaning towards the potential options of fighters in the gold lane. That is still possible, especially with what Liquid has showed up with the Leomord in the jungle. However, that's a very risky play up against a lineup that has a Claude. Because if Team Liquid Philippines doesn't win fast and that Aurora Claude gets to scale up, no way Liquid's going to be coming back from that.
Dominkite has been playing Claude for a majority of his career. I can throw back to us, what, early 2023?
Yeah, I know what days
Makati
you're
City,
talking about. Yep.
Shooting Gallery Studios, Paldoming. That's where he farmed out of his mind, up by 5,000, 6,000 gold on a Claude in a season wherein people swore Minani Evos would go nowhere.
Yeah, and I think that alone is why, you know, you see how dominant Doming has been in a lot of his matchups, and he kind of just falls back on this pick. The Claude is something that works so well in the current meta too, and like you mentioned, Redmar, it's all about like that scaling potential with this. Now, consideration that this is a flying cloud map too, depending how that's played, we have seen that help alleviate some of the pressure where if teams find themselves falling behind, Flying Clouds does technically play a part in helping them stay into the game.
They can go again.
Go again.
Now, considering they're up against Liquid, they do ban the carry. Are Aurora going to take away the... Okay, Yuzhong actually was kind of gone during the Asian Games qualifiers. But with Claude here, the Yuzhong will mess that up in the team fight. One Petrifier Blazing Duet is gone. So is Aurora going to pick it up, or they're willing to give that? Because with us putting importance in the EXP lane pick during the panel, that's one of the main trades they're going for. They haven't picked up their EXP laners yet. They want to see what the other picks first.
Exactly. Not just because it doesn't come up early doesn't mean it's not important. It's that much more important that they want to make sure it's a winning matchup. That's what we're going here. Imagine the pressure on the shoulders of the young Fi Alvarado. This is the new head coach of the Seaball team going to Japan later this year. He's facing off against former content creator turned head coach, Master the Basics.
He's still a content creator in a way, right? I mean,
he does.
He watches streams.
Comes up with a couple videos every few days here.
Yeah.
Arla seems to be the closer. Oh, even Snap knows what's up.
Yeah.
I'm thinking of the pool here potentially for Aurora in the jungle. They might have run out unless they want to go for an aggressive option, but they have Claude, so they need something that can help hold down the line. Liquid has the potential here to go crazy with their lineup. Yes, there's a Grok and Juicin on the other side, but that's what you get when you have Khalid. You have so much info, so much aggression. So Aurora are going to be going for the Lapu Lapu. Let's see if Liquid are going to go static and they go for the Esme Lapu matchup in lane. Esme is still open. That is going to be the more stable approach, and then they'll just go for a carry for Daiki. Whether or not that's going to be a Granger or something else is now the next question.
You can just hear the crowd react too. Once that Lapu Lapu is picked in for Edward, Mr. Consistent. And we already highlighted that too, just how important the XP lane is and has been actually for a while now. It's been one of those staples where it's just like the XP lane matchup, but then you get these two phenomenal XP laners duking it out. It's almost sometimes, I'm sure there's a bunch of people that just want to have that one camera set up an XP lane to see how Sanford and Edward move around this map here. So this is crucial pickups for Liquid. What are they going to go for? An Alice? What's the last pick? The Moskov.
All right. This is the guy that I frequently forget, because actually in like our own little tier list, Moskov compared to other gold laners, he's a tier below them. Not that he's a bad pick, it's just that usually you'd want to go for the big damage, faster scaling. Moskov is that guy that needs the space. The good thing is Liquid actually built that lineup for him. They have so many space creators in the first four that they went for that Daiki can just chill, farm, and then join in the fight when he needs to with the Spear of Destruction.
If it does go sideways for Count Easy, at the 11th hour, Daiki can come in and say, boss, I got it.
Yeah. That's going to be a good one.
What's a celebrity going to play, though?
That's what I'm wondering, because the Fredrin's gone, the Boxer's gone. Does he opt for utility, or is he actually going to go and match this pace from the Leomord?
I need a little more damage.
Oh.
Yeah, I need damage.
Whoa! Is that
Balmond.
damage? How about the purest kind?
Yeah.
I've been spamming a good fair amount of Balmond. I'd say more than a dozen games since the season reset.
Yeah.
And I feel good when I play Balmond.
Well, they needed damage, they needed a closer, they needed a finisher.
All of the above.
All of the above.
And this guy can go toe-to-toe.
Yeah.
Ballman can go toe-to-toe with a Leomord.
And it was during Season 9 when they started rolling out, shout out to SDZYZ,
Yeah.
with the changes then, the meta that changed the game, the tanky fighter junglers, Balmond was one of the first few to show up in that role. And Demon Kite excelled with that, hence why he became a champion then. Theoretically, it all works out. I'm leaning a little bit more Liquid, but if Liquid are not careful and Bauman gets to rack up some kills, they could get snowballed here. The thing is, it's a very specific condition.
I don't know if I was expecting a Ballman in the first pick, but I'm here to see it, man. Ladies and gentlemen, we're jumping into MPL Philippines Season 17, the first match to kick off the season, and it's none other than the epic rivalry between two teams so familiar with each other that we can't wait to see this one break out. Let's jump into the land of Dawn here.
Okay, so one of the telltale signs to see if this game is going to be hella slow is how, if there is going to be the second minion wave in the mid lane, little skirmish that shows up. Usually after the first buff, one of these junglers or both of them will just show up, trade it out, and then they're going to go back to their rotation, see if they can't get the kill. But yeah, it looks like it's going to be Kaltizi staying around here. He wants to get that Lethal Wander. He'll get it without a problem. Sanji and JP forcing Light and Yue back means that we're probably not going to see anything big unless, oh, they will continue the invade.
JP jumps on the Light. Light at a third of his health. Looking to save the range here for Demon Kite, just to secure his orange. This is one of the good things you get with a Balmond, just the speed. You can match that Leomord.
Yeah, that's what I was just kind of thinking here is your potential to stay up to pace was the main question when we got through that draft. We saw that Leomord first pick on the blue side. And Ballman being one of those heroes maybe pops up more and more, but especially I think because of the fact that the Fredrin was taken out and that's, you know, one of the go-to picks of Demon Kite, a Ballman is going to be an interesting thing in this whole kind of game one, really, and how it goes up against the first Turtles here in just a bit, but it's oh, hold on.
So fast, look! He's already level 4!
That's his own pace, man.
Yeah. And I think that's why Team Liquid Philippines wanted to invade and just get that green cap. They wanted to delay this. And now it is around the 4th minion wave. Here comes Demon Cap. Okay, they forced out the flicker from Sanji. He won't have that for the first turtle. This could be a relatively easy one for Aurora if Sanford cannot get to level 4.
Light trying to get that level 4 too, but Turtle being up, he's probably not going to have it, but you already know that Light with this, oh, Demon Kite?
Uh-oh, Daiki, fresh, off from the MDO.
Oh!
Bringing out those recalls, Yue got a face full of damage coming in from JP on him. Demon Kite spinning around, Throne of Ruin catches Bowman. Demon Kite in the back line, down goes Sanji, Edward finds him, DK holding on, the GOAT finds him. That's a 1-for-1 trade, one aside. In comes the Spear of Misery. And Devastation coming in! Kaltizi finds another! JP traded out for Carl holding on. Yue finds him, slams him down. 40, the Apex Predator, the only one left standing.
Welcome to Season 17! It was so important for the Alice to hit level 4, and since he was, him and Kaltizi, Sanford and Carl, decided to chase after Demon Kite. Now, Sanji unfortunately got caught out by Aurora, who saw the misposition by the mid lane, decided to bounce on him. That could have gone so well for Aurora, but of course, the killing spree on Kaltizi kept him alive and got him 3.
Oh, here we go. Set it up again for this first turtle. They just want to duke it out.
They jump on a 2, and that's just way too much damage. Call can't even call BL. JP falls. Sanji with the tip of that. Oh, catches him. Down he falls. And now 40, the only one left. Light, Edward, and US circling like sharks. Oh, 40's holding on. He's just delaying the inevitable.
He's just going to delay it here. He does get back to the mid lane, but man, forget the objective, the turtle. The new objective is just to get the bodies.
I am seeing shades of Aurora that learned so much from fighting Alter Ego. The continuous fighting, the fearlessness of just calling, go for the hero, go for the bodies instead. Let's not play the 50-50. We can dive them. Great call so far by Aurora, and Liquid, though, still have a chance to take it back.
4 minutes in and not a single turtle taken.
Yeah.
And they're still holding on to it. They're trying. Liquid here blitzes it. And that's a score for Carl.
Okay, they'll take that turtle down finally, but still, I think Aurora generally happy with what they were able to go ahead and accomplish. You see this, Edward is 5-1-1, man.
He
pretty much is locked and loaded there. And so Sanford's going to have to adjust his playstyle. I mean, he hasn't gone down either, and this is an Alice that we've seen many, many times. Just go ahead and set things up with that Throne of Ruin, but Edward is going to potentially be a problem here for Liquid to deal with.
Yeah, he has 400 gold more than Kite right now, who Daiki, credits to him, that man is doing really good in the gold lane. He is handling Kite, but can they find a way to stop Kite from getting farm later on? Because that's always the thing with Aurora, with everything happening in the map. Even if Kite at one point gets a 1k gold lead, it won't take long to suddenly see that he's 2k gold lead above the opposing gold laner.
Yeah, and I think that's why that Moskov was kind of picked up, just to go ahead and deal with that potential that, you know, Kite is going to be double laning, farming up. Oh, hold on.
Good call. JP jumps on a 3. Carl Teasy staying his blade, and they're just controlling the river here.
Yeah, defensive maneuver there from JP. He's going to be fine. But going back to it, I think that's a great point, Renmar. They've got to be able to deal with Kite. Oh, might be here.
On in, forcing a defensive blazing duet. And he keeps himself alive, and Azur's back. I'm a world champ, baby.
And that's the acknowledgement of Liquid. That's the receipt. They know that Kite cannot just be left alone to farm up. That even though Daiki is doing well handling him, you still have to find ways to deliver the pressure. So in terms of the gold lead, it is a slight advantage, very slight for Daiki.
Edward and Carl and Edward, both have popped their ults. You way to respond. I think Carl knows what's up. Second and final turtle spawning in 10.
That's tough to deal with, man. You got that large sword there to try to catch a horse. And Carl Teasy, we know that he likes to do this. Even if he falls behind, like you mentioned before, he's able to go ahead and kind of catch back up in all the ways he finds across the map. And with this next objective coming up, you can see placement's already here for both teams. Both gold laners still up, but look at Edward's positioning. He's going to try to cut off the entry point here.
And now Sanford holds down. Edward just goes back, resets. Turtle slightly edged over to Liquid. In comes Daniel, Light comes in, misses it, and Carl secures one more time, 100% for the Cavalry. Down goes Edward. Liquid get everything that they want, pushing Light and UF back. Carl does the same, taking down the Celebrity, and Light gets a shield just in time to survive.
Oh, and the spear is thrown, but they still want to go for more.
SOD coming in, does not click it just yet. RWM the answer, UF figures out. Kite comes in, walks. The old-fashioned way, the slam! Sanji punished! Down goes Light in the back line. JP with the flicker, Yue wants to take him down. Yue with a slam! Carl comes Carl Teasy! Kite with a fade-away blazing duet. Down goes Yue, Carl finds another, in comes Kite, looking for the lethal counter. Misses it with the dash, and into purple, Carl Teasy steals it on the way out.
Welcome to the epic rivalry here in Game 1.
Someone tell Carl Teasy that that's not a Lancelot. That's a Leomord, sir. How are you dashing in and out of there as if you are, that you have thorn roses with you? My goodness, Carl.
A knight.
That's true, a knight is a knight.
A knight is a knight. Oh yeah, is Lancelot a knight? Yeah. He is also not. Okay, all right.
I think so.
He's a royal knight. He's a prince.
Yeah, no, okay. With everything that happened, look again, we go back to the gold lane. The 4 versus 1 box with Team Liquid Philippines pushing the aggression. Daiki still deathless, only 1 assist, and still is getting farmed. He pushed the lane first. Kite had to join the rest of Aurora in the center of the map. And hey, there's a Bauman back for you. He gets picked for the first time since then. Echo Carl Teasy picked it up in season 11. It's been 6 seasons.
I wonder if that was a thing. I wonder if it was like a discussion of the draft. It's like, hey, Kite, just go with the Bowman, man. You know, Carl Teasy's the last person to play it. But I think, nonetheless, it still serves its purpose. I know he's 0-3 right now. It's not looking too good KDA-wise, but that doesn't really matter here for Kite specifically because he wanted to go ahead and contest with that Leomord pick in this lineup, but what's really difficult is if they miss those major initiations, which was mainly coming from Light to set up with that the Grok here, and if he's not able to land it, a lot of your plan from Aurora kind of falls apart, and then mind you, majority of these fights, you haven't had Kite yet for this, right? And that's going to be the trajectory for when we get to this later portion of the game, we start fighting for these Lords, is how much of impact will that Claw now have in these fights? Because Daiki, you can say the same about him, man. He's been farming up, doing his thing, and he hasn't really had to worry about too much.
Yeah. So next big loss for Aurora means inner turrets, that's the second turrets in the lane, are going to be going down if they lose this Lord, and the lead will get stretched out to 5, maybe even 6,000 gold, and Liquid will just be able to coast to try and finish it by Lord 2, Lord 3 if Aurora still finds a way to hold on. So this is a must-win for Aurora, or if they are going to lose it, they cannot lose more than three heroes in the fight.
If they were to lose it, they have to trade like 3 or 4 heroes.
Yes, exactly.
And that's the ideal. That's the only way Aurora can survive. Yue gets his Sky Piercer, so this is a good start.
Yeah.
This is going to start to hurt and get some knocks up. JP gets knocked up. 40 man-to-man defense against Edward. Lord slightly over to Aurora's favor. In comes Yue. Offensive use of the Crimson Being. A big hit from the Brock. Life times 2. Insanji and JP falls. SOD coming in. Daiki trying to fly Demon Guy. No retribution for Aurora.
And that's what I was talking about. There's a double for you. Daiki on the run. Tome Kite.
Daiki. I don't know if you want this. The recall in between the duel. They send back the 2 remaining members of Liquid. For Carl, he says we can do this.
Oh, Carl.
He's going. In comes another Phantom Seed. But Light, UM, Dominkite refuse to stand down.
Yeah, they're just going to try to hold it here. But the problem is Carl TZ, let's see if he'll be able to regen enough health by the time Demon Kite gets back. See, but the answer to that is going to be yes. So they slow down yet again. Aurora knew that they needed to push the issue. They did. They found the miscalculation by Liquid, punished that, got some kills, and now it's an even game. It's a 2K lead, but this is actually an even game.
There they go. They find themselves once again for the objective, setting things up. Both teams getting into position. Carl T's will go ahead and hold this. Dominkite now picking up his corrosion scythe, so it is going to be a reset. They look to want to take out at least the tier 1 turret in the mid for Aurora to have a bit of space to work with, but they do fight. They've got control of the Lord now, half health on this. There they go.
Down to an 8, the answer from the back. A big knockup from the Lord, canceling Light's engagement. And a blinking the one at the back. Down goes JP, Carl easy. The sharpest retribution in the game. Takes the Lord. Down goes Edward. This goes sideways for the Northern Lights.
And all of that thrown just for Daddy JP to go down.
It's a good trade. Edward Light fall. Team Liquid Philippines gets the Lord. You got to give a credit to Liquid. In this game alone, they've already answered the doubts. I know it's just the start of the season. Aurora, they had a great idea with this bomb, and it just seems like the practice isn't quite there yet in terms of actually being able to show what this lineup can do. Is it because Liquid denied them the opportunities? It looks like that's actually the case. In this sequence, I didn't even notice Carl got the Lord until you called it out. He was just riding through there underneath his own team's real-world manipulation. He was safe, Restream, then he just rode away with Barbiel.
Here's the thing, game's not over yet. We don't know if Aurora or Liquid wins, but the latter seems more evident. I don't think it's the problem with the balance. I think it's just Liquid.
Yep.
Yeah. Again, we mentioned this pre-game. Their system just works so well. This is the Liquid Stampede. This is the trademark. Aurora gave them too many cracks to come through.
Yeah, now at this point, they're going to have to hold on the best they can. I mean, you look at this 4,000 behind, and I think when you kind of have to look at where can Aurora turn this in their favor, a lot of these fights, like I said, are on the shoulders of Light to get that setup like we saw from earlier, that setup. And if it goes down, I feel like they're almost trying to pick up the pieces here to win the team fight.
Yeah, roughly 3,500 gold lead for the Leomord of Carl TZ. That's not something that you want to see. Their lineup falling behind and you have a BAM on jungle. They go in, but they miscalculate.
Uh-oh, Raging Sandstorm misses the mark. In comes a big tech charge coming in from Light, and he's very low. Might bite it down, he goes. Carl TZ gets the kill in the back line. JP gets punished by Edward, and now Edward caught between 3 members, and now Carl TZ might take down Demon Kite. JC says no. Daiki finds Mr. Consistent as he tries to exit. 2 for 1 the trade. Liquid still wins.
Daiki, impressive positioning. Aurora committed in trying to take down that Moskov, but he made the most out of the flickers and all his dashes.
Oh my lord, Yue gets slain underneath his own base.
Man.
The Stampede is reckoning. The base still left standing. Carl TZ at death's door, still alive. No waves for Liquid.
And there you go. On the defense, I don't think they're going to be able to do much else. It is going to be a reset, though, for TL. I don't think Light wants to actually force anything here. They're just going to clear this out. But, man, this is in control now for TLPH.
We are just seeing, once again, how Alter Ego, how teams who play the Leomord in M7 excelled with this pick. It's inevitable that if you have a Leomord who had a fantastic early to mid game, and if he continues to get kills and you leave him open, it's gonna be a rough time to try and crawl back through that. Before that sequence, Carl already got to build up his Malefic Roar. That's a huge damage boost that will melt even Edward, who at one point was like the main guy that Carl TZ looked at and said, why can't I take you down? But with that Malefic Roar up, he doesn't care anymore. He's able to. And again, going back to Daiki, he's getting protected really well by Liquid, and he himself is playing individually great.
Dominicai commits the blazing duet early, pushes back 2 and 3, and now Sanford finds Dominicai and punishes him. The Apex Predator finds his prey. Down goes Carl, down goes Daiki. TK finds 2. RWM the answer trying to quell Rora's forward assault. Now Sanford looking to take him down. Live sucking these 3 and 4 members. JP looking to assist the Apex Predator, and now they're gonna take down 40. Can he gleam on out of here? 40 hold it on. The lethal counter ends him.
It was such a good attempt from Sanford to set things up with the positioning on the Alice. But the fighting potential from Aurora wins the team fight.
It was a bait. That is one of the plays that you can do as a Claude. Initiate first, burn your blazing duet, make the other team think that they can initiate and win, but the rest of the team is holding strong and ready to clap back. It was scary when Sanford went in, but Aurora handled the counter well, light with a tech charge, but I think that was more predictive than anything.
Oh no, there's the SOD! Dominicai secures it underneath all that! Daiki finds Yue, and Daiki throwing these spears away. Dominicai dashes out. Aurora just want to be happy with the Lord that they finally got. Light with the flicker back. Dominicai's got Daiki on him. And they cannot finish what they started. Yue is the only price they pay.
So much was used there, but they had to. They'll go ahead, reset, get full health, defend and clear this out, but that was so close for Aurora.
There's a lot of chaos, there's a lot of fighting, but you see the method and the thinking behind everything that has happened so far, the back and forth. Again, the M7 World Championship showed us the importance of not being afraid to trade, going for the heroes, going for the kills. Yes, the objectives are there, but at the same time, getting hero kills allows you to get objectives. And by the way, great little freeze on the Lord up top. But just a quick little delay for Light, which allows Aurora to dictate the tempo a little bit better with this push.
That's where they have to. At this point, mind you, they were down nearly 6,000 gold earlier on. That last team fight alone really allowed Aurora to get some more control into this game. Yes, they might have lost the base turret early on, but they're in a good position to now get to the base of TLPH. It looks like they're going to start things up. They should be able to clear out the Lord pretty well as it does go down now here on the top side. But Aurora will clear out the tier 2 in the mid, potentially this bottom, and that might be all they get off that Lord play.
Yeah, Aurora, for a majority of this game, has lost the map. It's just evident of their draft. It's not a very wave management-centric lineup. So after that big fight win, this is the best that they could do. A big Lord take could mean equalizing the map. And at this point, the only real advantage Liquid has is that penetration mid.
Yeah.
So Aurora are ramping up to actually gaining control of this game.
And this is something that we acknowledged also during the draft. Liquid, they were able to take the condition that we mainly stated for them, control it, but they couldn't find the big win to try and end it. Yes, they got the tower down in mid, but then after that, Aurora got the clap back, and Dominicai got a little bit more farm, got a little bit more time, and now they're at this point where they don't even need to use Dominicai as the main source of damage. As we mentioned earlier, this play was started because Dominicai came in as the first initiation.
Yeah.
He baited out abilities from Liquid. They roped Liquid into taking that fight, roped Sanford into finding an excellent Throne of Ruin, but then they were able to counter it because now they are at this point where this is the comfort of their lineup, late game.
And folks, just as a little reminder, these are trained professionals, world champions at that. Do not try this at home. Do not be the Claude that Dominicai was and be the initiator. He did this with his team's blessing, and it was a, I assume, planned play.
Yeah, I was going to say, we've seen Dominicai do that so many times that I almost feel like they might not even call it. It's just Dominicai's like, I'm going to go do this. He comes back, team knows how to respond. You saw that too when that fight broke out, that 2 chastised pauldrons were picked up for Demon Kite and I believe Edward. So that kind of helps deal with even some of the scaling that we see with the Moskov usually at this portion of the game.
Great zoning.
Where now that can help him. Here it is. This Lord is going to be a crucial one.
Dons, JP getting bursted here. forced to use a flicker and a raging sandstorm defensively. Carl Easy holding that Y brush. What's he gonna do with this light? Susses him out. JP comes back. Quick sand guard keeps him hopped up. In comes Yue with a forward Crimson Beacon. Sanford trying to stop the forward movement. And here comes Barbiel called in by Carl. Lot of damage, blazing the wet. Down goes Daichi. Edward finds him, and now one more JP gets immortality bomb.
Oh my God.
Gets found out. Dominic falls first. And now Demon Knight holding on. He's got JP and Sanford on him. Carl Easy still alive. Yue pops him. Immortality down. Daiki versus Edward. Edward versus Daiki. Carl Easy gets it out. SOD by Daiki. Yue takes down Carl. Yue gets taken out by JP. Massive trades.
Welcome to the MPL Philippines, Daiki. What a move!
Demon Knight spinning to win it. And he gets some spellback. 40 chasing him down. Run!
They're going down to the base.
Oh no.
It's just Light.
It's just Light defending against Daiki and JP. Down goes DK.
Freeze.
Light can't do this. Light can't. He's hoping for a miracle. Pulls away the minions. Pulls away 2 members. Dominic comes back in 7. Could he do it? Can he?
4 seconds on Dominic. They're trying to clear it out. Light bought so much time.
He pulled it.
My God.
Got through.
The base. There's a card. He goes in with a blazing duet. No minions. No minions.
One week.
Still in the
1 week.
And I think that's it. Liquid stampedes through, taking game 1.
That is just game 1. We've missed you. Welcome back to MPL Philippines, the home of champions. Daiki, I'm gonna say it now. He deserves an MVP nod. Carl Easy had a fantastic KDA, but Daiki, my God, what a performance!
I know you guys can't see me right now, but I'm clapping for Daiki because, again, I think a lot of people wanted to know exactly how Daiki would perform. Well, if that's not your answer, I don't know what else is, because, my goodness, dude, it's not too often that we see the Mozgov pop up, right? And we all talked about how good Claude is for Dominkite. Well, it was that last kind of team fight breakout where we got to see, well, I wish we got to see more of it, the mechanics, the technical mechanics of Daiki in that fight with Edward, landing the spear and then following through to be there for the team. There was so much, and mind you, that all fight broke out, JP using his flicker and his Raging Sandstorm before the fight even broke out.
What I really appreciate here about Daiki's performance is you saw how well he was maximizing the cooldown reduction of his blink ability with every basic attack that he was using. He'd blink, he'd immediately be looking for someone to basic attack, even if it's not a person, even if it's one of the creeps, just so that he can get that extra ticking reduced. Then he'll use it either to gap close or create more space. He's really good at creating space for himself, and that is well deserved, brother. Oh, he's buff, he's ripped. What the hell?
He's lean.
He's lean.
You know,
everybody on Liquid is pretty jacked.
You know what I saw?
What'd you see?
This is rarely the case, but it seemed like it was the Mozgov babysitting the rest of Liquid.
He's like, okay, thank you for the space creation, but nah, you guys aren't taking care of me. I'm taking care of you.
It's not, hey, Daiki, you okay over there? We're fighting. It's like, Daiki, should I join, guys? You need me? Should I come in?
Yeah. I think, again, they were playing around that box that they could set up.
1 death. That's all he had. 1 single death in this game. And which is why you saw all of the efforts of Aurora, the big wins that they were getting, couldn't turn into a massive one where they are starting to push into the base a lot because Daiki kept staying alive. And the one time Daiki died, it was during a point where, okay, sure, but we don't really get what we want, a lot of it. You see, in the late game, they're committing so many plays to try and take down this Mozgov. They commit a lot of resources. Aurora, team fought very well, but Daiki just played better, man.
I think you said this really well earlier, Renmar. You're like, the idea here is, okay, we've got Carl Teasy on the Leo Mord, causing havoc, causing chaos. And then once that's kind of expended, then you have Daiki to worry about. And that last team fight was a big part of that, because Carl Teasy was doing crazy things in the backline when the team was split up, and then Daiki was doing his own. And once that, once Carl Teasy's moment was done, it was for Daiki to come in, step in, and this was that fight I'm talking about where he landed that spear, goes in for this fight. You have so many things breaking off here. This was a great attempt, by the way, by Light. Yeah. This is about as good as it could get on trying to delay this and defend this the best you can. And what a last shot there, too, with the Spear of Destruction to even capitalize on that kill. But it was just it was phenomenal how fast it switched for TLPH in that last team fight with which should have been I would say a fight for Aurora to take, especially after getting JP to use such crucial abilities and his balance spell, the Flicker.
Yeah. Now, with everything that's happened here for Aurora in the late game, you can't help but feel frustrated for them. They played this so well. You gotta give it to them. Some misses here and there with initiations, not only through line, but of course JP as well on the other side, the 7 deaths. But I think what you can look at as the lineup of Team Liquid Philippines is, okay, you take it out of the concept of 4 for 1 or 1 for 4. Liquid seems to have learned a little bit of something also from Alter Ego, wherein you have 2 options with great individual ceilings that, if, as mentioned earlier by Naisu, if the Kamatese is not popping off, you can rely on the Moskov. If Moskov is not popping off, you can rely on the Leomord. But if both are popping off, then what the heck do you do?
Yazuki Arfi, Carl TZ, Daiki.
I see.
And that lesson came in at a very costly manner.
Yeah.
Their slot in M7.
Yeah.
That could have been, I mean, 90% of the world thought Liquid would run through Alter Ego, but hey, AE taught Liquid, and now Liquid is putting that lesson out on display. Like, this is a scar. We know. And Daiki wasn't even part of the team yet. Like, Daiki, again, I think that's the headline of this whole shindig right now. Daiki pressed load game on the Epic rivalry and said, this is familiar.
Yeah, I got this.
I'm good.
Because Daiki shines for TLPH on his first MPL Philippines game, and I think for anyone that has their debut game in the Philippines, at least for me, from what I can recall, this is probably one of the best performances that we've seen in a debut MPL game.
Yeah. Mans is a graduate of the academy, and I love it. Welcome.
That's true. Welcome, welcome, man. And also, everybody else, you're also welcome, because to dominate the Land of Dawn, you need a connection that can never let you down. From scouting rotations to tracking the pros, stay online and in the zone.
Power up with a Smart Powerall 99. Get 10 gigs of data for MLBB and your favorite apps, plus unlimited Facebook calls and texts. Share every GG moment with Smart, the simply reliable partner of the MPL.
That's probably what Taiki did. He probably did that. That's how he studied the rotations and
Tis
everything else.
the connection we use here in the stadium.
That's true.
Was he just whispering to himself with every basic attack, 5G, 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 5G?
Hey, like you said, I think this also proves that point of that trajectory from the academy to now being here in the MPL Philippines, the most difficult stage in the world, really, and I hope that we get to see more of this. I know we have another game ahead of us, but this was phenomenal to see from Daiki, and I'm just glad to see this against who, arguably, when we had our whole 6-man panel here, we were talking about, too, how dominant Domeng has been in the league, and he's probably, still is, I would still say, he's probably the best gold laner right now for everyone to beat, and that's what happens when you're sitting at the top as a world champion, man. Yeah. You're going to have to deal with all of that. But before we move on to Game 2, we do have, I believe, a special interview with one of our new hosts. Again, if you guys missed it earlier, we've got some new hosts with us. We're going to be thrown over with Denise for our new interview.
Hindi lang MPL players ang nagniningning dito sa Victoria Sports Tower. We have our very own star, Janine Berdine.
Grabe yung star.
Yes.
Hello, Denise. Hi, guys. Mga super fans. Hello po.
You are a star, Janine. Maraming salamat. You got to visit the first day of the season 17. Ano ba yung nilook forward mo for our first matches of this season?
Well, sobrang crazy lang first of all kasi yung the past few years, parang nanonood lang kami sa YouTube, tapos pinapanood lang namin yung mga matches, tapos ngayon nakita ko na talaga yung gusto nagta-tournament, and wild to be able to witness and meet the players, so it's really cool. It's so cool to be a part of this, and all the super fans are just, you know, like parang rallying for their teams, their favorite teams, so it's really fun. I love ML personally.
Personally, I'm so happy to see MPL stars and our OPM stars collide. And I've heard Hanabi fan ka raw.
Yes, dark system na si Hanabi, pero no. Hindi lang kami maroon.
Okay, so paano nagsimula tong kwento mo of being a marksman? Hanabi.
Well, wala. I mean, kasi nag-ML ako, tas so parang other games kasi parang medyo same yung playstyle niya. So, dun ako na-hook talaga. And ano ako I just like Hanabi. I just love her. And her skins are cool. So.
Like, do you somehow resonate with Hanabi?
No, she's just really cool to play. Like her skills are really easy to use. So it's like my kind of play style. I'm more like erratic, and I just go wherever on the map. So she's helpful in that kind of play style. Parang ganun. I play casually, guys. I'm not a pro.
Okay, you play casually with friends.
With friends, yeah. A lot of my musician friends too. We play a lot during gigs. This one. Naglalaro lang kami pag nasa backstage.
Yeah, a lot of musicians, no? MPL fans, ML fans, ML players. Yeah, well, since nandito ka na sa Victoria Sports Tower, watching MPL Season 17, may mga dapat pa ba kaming abangan? Kitchenin Berdine?
Well, maybe may something kaming niluluto na MPL. So abangan niyo po yan. I'm very excited! So, thank you so much to all the super fans who support Mobile Legends and MPL.
Yeah, she's cooking. She's cooking something. Well, you sent a short message. Do you want to say more to our MPL fans for this season? Ano bang dapat nilang abangan?
Well, abangan natin yung mga laban kasi grabe, alam ko everyone's excited and there's a lot of like new things to expect. So, yun lang guys. Buku MPL, laban, Pilipinas, tulag na to.
I hope you guys felt that excitement from our very own Janine Berdine. But for the meantime, let's turn it over back to you guys.
There you go. Thank you so much, Denise. And that is Janine Berdine. She is a... Yeah. I saw that too. That just seems to be a default
you think we didn't see?
Yeah.
But we did.
I can't do it, man. I mean,
you just did.
I did, but Redmar, you got to do it now.
There you go. He had the horns for that. There was some flair.
For those that don't, she is a recording artist.
Yeah, for Universal Music Group.
And she's cooking something up. That's what she said. So what does that mean? I think she's. I don't know if I heard correctly here in the arena. If she meant for MPL Philippines
or about
it. We could more MPL themed tracks.
Yeah. Can I
a
just
new
say,
theme song?
I don't know. I love our music, by the way.
Oh yeah, I mean like the loading screen, all of the rock heavy stuff. Oh, is that what you meant?
That's what I meant.
Okay.
I thought you were talking about something else.
Oh, okay.
We're talking about the same thing.
Yeah.
It's been 2 months.
Music.
So give us time.
Anyway, game 2 is ahead of us. I think this is one though where we go the distance, guys. Like epic rivalry. We saw the breakdown of all their previous matches that they've had. I think this is one of the cases where. I don't know. Do we want to say that the Ballman was the problem?
No.
It wasn't the problem.
It was a problem in the sense that it couldn't do what it wanted to do in the early to the mid game. But we saw Aurora got to extend the game. Actually, what I liked about that game number 1 is it's for those who love to gather magic. Both decks got to do what they want to do.
They did the thing.
They did the thing that their lineup wants to do and wants to shine doing.
So who was the commander?
Oh, well, I mean, the commander from... I mean, that's the thing. Liquid had 2 commanders, as we were talking about. It had the Leomord and the Moscow.
They got partners.
Yeah, they got partners. For Aurora, it was here playing through the Gunslinger and the Claude.
Yeah.
And how well that gets set up by the pieces surrounding it.
Yeah, I think that's why I'm kind of surprised with exactly how that last maybe 2-3 minutes of the game 1 went. Just because it seemed like, especially in some of the team fights, Aurora had the ability to control a lot of things, especially when they were able to go ahead and utilize the ultimates from Light, for example, set things up with the tech charge. We did get word too, map 2 is going to be expanding rivers.
As chosen by Aurora.
Yes. For those that might have missed it, when we were having our panel, we have the home team gets to select the first map in the best of 3, and then our second game is picked by
the away team. So here's my 2 cents about the map choice and the situation Aurora finds them in now because it's match point, yeah? Aurora very clearly are putting their foot down saying, yeah, we are still a doming kite-centric team and we want expanding rivers because we want him to get the doming double. We want him to farm up as fast as possible, rotate the mid, and then get the hand over Daiki. But here's the thing. We don't know much about Daiki, but what we do know is he's really good.
I like how in 2020 to 2022, it's RG Boy.
RG Boy.
Official title, government given. 23 to 24, of course, he went through RRQ Kaito, 2 seasons in MDL Philippines, and then that's what we called back to. He came from the academy of Team Liquid.
I just want to say, I think a lot of people are RG boys during those years right there.
We were all, actually, that's true. We were all forced to be RG boys.
But he got the illegal designation.
That's true. That's
Prior
true.
to that, in 2018 to 2020, again, this is pre-pandemic,
Yep.
he was studying. And here's the thing, what was he studying? Was he studying how to be a really good gold player? Come on! It's got to take more than a decade or approaching a decade to be slotted in with 4 of the greatest in the game.
It makes sense. It's a 2-year course and then a 2-year practicum.
There you go.
Yeah, that's true.
And then he did his internship in the MDF.
Yeah. And then now he got hired full time.
Hey, if that's not success as a career, I don't know what is.
So he's been studying since 2018.
Yeah.
He's like, what, just a couple years off from a full MD.
Yeah, basically.
Yeah.
Daiki MD.
Maybe he should, yeah. He's going to... We'll see how he performs the rest of the season, all right? Even the rest of this series
Because I swear, the way he performed in the game was clinical.
It was clinical.
He's a doctor of marksmanship.
Yeah.
He's got an official degree.
Mr. PhD.
And here's the
He's
thing.
an MD and a PhD. It's both practical and philosophical.
Here's the thing. We have to see how he faces off against Dominkite in the clearly Dominkite chosen map.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because what if the Moscow was good, but hey, if the Sora comes through, if the CC comes through, what if it's great?
And this is why I'm looking now to see if Aurora are also going to decide to go to the blue side here. They do have the decision now, or if they're going to stay on the red and recalibrate their banning a little bit. So what I like about, let's go real quick back to TLPH. So for, oh, have I been saying TLID this whole time? I just realized.
No,
No, you haven't. You haven't. Yeah, yeah.
So for TLPH, it's, I think the effect of the Baksha getting banned out actually messed up Aurora's plans a good amount. It's not rare that we see a team ban a Baksha away from Aurora. Put that in the hands of Demon Kite, that is scary. But also we've seen that's a great option for JP. So after that first Baksha ban, what did Aurora immediately reply with? They banned out the Hilda. The Hilda wouldn't have been in effect in the eventual draft that we saw. It ended up just becoming take away some great pieces, see how that changes the picture. Now the picture does change. Aurora decides to go on the blue side. They're still banning out the Hilda.
Again?
So they're leaving out the possibilities that maybe they are gonna be seeing assassins in the hands of Demon Kai, putting it up there so that they don't have to worry about the Hilda anymore. But I feel like that could actually be something else.
Like instead of the Hilda.
Yeah, instead of the Hilda. I'm fine with them still committing bans on the Fredrin. Oh, actually, no, Fredrin could be good for them as a first pick if the Leomord is not open.
Yep.
Or a Sora also would be okay. So with them picking out Eve ban, despite them finding Sanji a good amount, they still might just end up picking a lineup that wants to focus on taking control of the mid fast. Because there are games, like Liquid wins game number 1. Game number 2, they just get stopped on over because the opposing team drafted a very aggressive lineup and then they take control early, fast game, let's go to game number 3. That happened a lot in last season.
It did. I'm wondering if also we still see the same trend here with Marcel. Again, the general consensus was that he was going to be banned out, like perma-banned out. Like Wolf said, he's like, this is probably the only time you're going to see him when we showed the graphic earlier on.
Patch notes.
Yeah, like right now, he's still going to be open. Sora goes banned out. There you go. Fredrin, I think that was a Fredrin. Yeah, Fredrin is banned out.
Baksha open, Leomord open, Marcel open.
Marcel? Is he French? I don't know.
No, he's English.
He's English? Oh, yeah.
Is his camera French?
No.
No, okay.
Clamar is whatever his descendants is.
Yeah. All right, let's see what Aurora decides to do.
Yeah. Actually, yeah, that's a tough choice here for Aurora if they're going to go, as you mentioned, the Baksha or the Leomord. One's the more aggressive. Actually, they're both aggressive options, but with different flavors.
The Zoo's open too. Look at this. The man who plays the Zoo the most is still here.
And I also do have to correct myself. I posed Sora as a first pick. That's actually not much of an option anymore because of the presence of a Valentina EXP lane option.
It's a thing.
Yeah, that's a thing now. So don't be surprised if Valentina shows up in the EXP lane later on in the season. So Aurora, as we mentioned, they are going to be focusing towards priority in the mid. They want the bully. And this is actually one of my favorite picks in mid against a lineup that wants to be aggressive. Zetian is an anti-bully in the mid lane.
Door
that
stop.
little next knockback. And actually, that's a great term for it. It's a door stopper
It's a
for
door
aggression.
stopper.
Yeah.
This is the only hero that makes me almost tilt if I would tilt it.
Yeah.
Because there's just something about her range, right? Her range, her poke, her ultimate's great.
I tilted more with Marcel, maybe because new.
Okay, well, yeah. So I'm saying it from the idea that most of my games, Marcel's not even part of it.
Yeah. But you're right. She's like a sexier Valir.
Yeah. Yes.
I might disagree with that. I think Valir's... No, I'm kidding. Okay, so Aurora do decide to go for the Baxia. Team Liquid Philippines, with them picking the Zetian and the Kali together. Aurora, I would not like to see them go for something damage aggressive. I want to see slow, front to back team fights. Deliberate.
Again, very still Dominkite-centric here.
Exactly, still very Dominkite-centric. Because if they went for the aggression, there's a huge risk when you're going up against a Zetian and a Kali in the center of the map. Yeah, you're stopped, and you waste so much abilities trying to take them down together.
Yeah, I think also the fact that you got Baxia now in the hands of Demonkite here, that kind of helps solidify the game plan a little bit more. I mean, even so, Edward on the Lapu Lapu the previous game, he had a hell of a start, man. At one point,
the first 5 minutes, dude.
5-1 or something like that. But then you saw how much difficulty Edward even had towards the later portion of the game. And now here's a glue getting picked up for Sanford.
There is no room for Aurora to pick a hero that just shuts down the glue. So 40 gets a free go here. This is his go again ticket. He could just start jumping on targets.
We saw his performance back in the M7 World Championship too with this hero.
And through the years.
And through the years, yeah. But now, more notably, I feel like people just kind of default to thinking of Patrick Star.
It's him or Flap when you mention glue, right? First pick, it's him or Flap.
Ooh. You know, thinking about this glue now, though, I feel like I'm kind of struggling for Aurora, because, look, if they put the Baxia in the jungle, the glue's going to be a problem. If they shift it, they put light on a Baxia roam and then they put something more damage focused on the jungle. Let's say there's no other magic damage option and Aurora decides to go for something like a Suyo, something a little bit more mobile.
You're solving the wrong problem.
You're solving the wrong problem. You get dived on again, and then if you try to dive, you still might get punished. So I'm not saying glue instantly won the draft here for Team Liquid Philippines, but you do have to acknowledge this made Aurora's second phase so much harder to draft.
Yeah. I think that's why, you know, you kind of have the slower second phase of these bans coming out too. You can see the carry being taken out here too, because again, that's also the question. Not only the potential to go ahead and swerve the Baxia if that comes through, but gold lane again. What is going to pop in the gold lane here? You already have that carry being taken out. Are we going to see potentially...
They make a different decision on Red 4. Aurora's still on the back foot.
I'm thinking of other marksmen as well. If Obsidian shows up, the problem is if Glue and Kali decide to pack blade armors, then what happens? You're going to struggle with that.
Yeah. Oh, interesting. Leomore being banned out here.
What does Kyle play?
I mean, with all of that, it can go...
Now there's the Claude.
They steal it away!
Oh, my.
So they're saying, hey...
What if they just swap?
Dominkite, swap, or, again, the Harith, which is kind of a dangerous pick.
Wasn't it? Yeah, it was Dominkite that had the winningest Harith last season, right?
Yeah. Him, or like even if they were kind of losing for a majority of Season 16, Shizu.
Oh yeah, that's right, Shizu.
In action later on this weekend, Can't wait to see the new AP Brent, but back to the action here.
I think Aurora will just have to settle for Baxia jungle, that it might not be the easiest time. They can still make it work. I'm not completely shutting down the possibility. They might try to see if they can
where they can here.
Let me see now if there's any avenue for Carl Teasy to go for a flank somewhere at level 4. Dominic is stretched out, but he will back out in just a bit, knowing that there's a chance Carl Teasy might be in his side of the jungle. He will not hit level 4 just yet. So if ever there is going to be a flank, it might be somewhere in the center of the map after he gets the purple buff. See if they can bring Yue down low so that they don't have that much of a problem getting turtle number 1.
Yeah, turtle situation in game 1 was
it was pretty crazy.
Interesting. I was going to use the word interesting. But this time, maybe we go for something more traditional, something more orthodox. That could have been the issue with Aurora, is because the game was so weird to begin with.
Yeah. Oh, mid lane, Light taking quite a bit of pokes, but he even holds on to the flicker, so he knows he's going to be fine. He'll go reset. Turtle's going to be up here in a couple seconds. Both junglers have that level 4 available. A little bit of a lead for Carl Teasy as he took the camp up top earlier on in Aurora's jungle.
Almost a full bar.
Yeah, and this gives him a bit of space to work with, but you still got to respect the Baksha in this first turtle. So he's going to go for a kill?
Carl Teasy does not pull the trigger on the shadow kill. Wall put up.
Oh, good
There's
block.
of course, the Phoenix put up by Sanji, so they know where everyone is, but that's just going to be it.
A couple ultimates expended here. Heal up for JP. Fight for this turtle. It's half health.
Now 8. Who's going to get it? Retribution still online for both, and it's Demon Kite. Utility jungler reigns supreme. The grab, and the mount by Sanford. Not much of a follow-up here, as Demon Kite put down to a massive tech charge. Coming in, Edward takes down Carl, first blood.
Yep, that's what we were talking about. In terms of the potential of Aurora to get big wins early on, they get the turtle. Carl Teasy stood his ground, but eventually got taken out. Light able to get that massive tech charge in with the wall. This is going to be tough going here for Liquid now, as Aurora can continue this aggression. They're handling the trade in the center really well. The majority of the game so far has been Aurora getting mid-priority, and that forces Team Liquid Philippines to get creative.
Right now, too, fighting in this side of the jungle.
DK committing! Grab Theft Orange, but no, Carl secures! They take down JP though, and now Demon Kite hiding in the brush. Daiki unable to get the kill, and Daiki falls! Demon Kite claims him, and Demon Kite gets taken down by the turret. A little too close there.
Okay, little pressure here on this side of the purple buff of Carl Teasy. Doesn't have retribution, but they are going to go ahead and force Edward out of here. So buff secured. Oh, they're going to bring him back. Okay, good use of the flicker there to not get Brock back to Carl Teasy. Meanwhile, up top, I have to say, man, Light has been on point ever since he hit level 4, and he's been able to make plays on this Grok here, which technically he eventually was able to do in the last game, but this is much better start for him.
Joseph, this is why he held on to the flicker after the sequence in mid. He said, I'm going to need this post-turtle. I'm going to hold on.
Yeah, and again, we're seeing here the comfort for Aurora. Across the board, they got picks that they have excelled with, won world championships with, wrecked streaks with, and so good. That was a Skypiercer pickup by Yue.
Very different timing.
A 4-minute Skypiercer compared to what? The 14, 15-minute Skypiercer earlier?
You know what that means. The game's going better.
Yeah, that's them saying, oh, we know we got this. We're going to game 3.
They catch Sanji, forcing the Fury out of him, but Dominic Kite will claim him. Again, as predicted, this will be a Dominic Kite-centric game. Rivers put him where he needed to be.
Yeah, and so far, Aurora looking like they could end this before 15 minutes as well. Daiki getting protected by the other members of Liquid.
Carl forced to use a shadow kill, and he gets taken down here. Dominic Kite finds him. JP a little too far to protect the GOAT, and now Demon Kite jumps onto the Khalid, and he flickers on out of there.
This is what I'm talking about with this lineup, man. Expanding Rivers for this lineup from Aurora is like having a flying cloud everywhere.
Yeah, I mean, we set it up, we got the predictive as a table, and now Liquid are just trying to grasp at straws at this point.
Patrick, he can't hold out, cannot stop 4 members of Aurora from taking away that orange.
Okay, turret goes down. 3,000 gold lead right now for Aurora, under the 6-minute mark, setting themselves up and for a very good position to take the next objective here. Already 2 turtles in their side, so they're going for the 3 for 3. And if we look at for TLPH on how they can go ahead and adjust themselves, they find themselves in almost a similar position that Aurora was in the previous game, right? You're waiting for Daiki to go ahead and come online on this Claude, and you're dealing with them forcing these fights.
Oh my lord, another flicker tech charge! Carl Teasy can't even react! He's snuffed out!
I'm telling you, man.
It's perfect. It's Aurora playing a very comfortable and familiar lineup that nothing is going wrong for them. And Liquid is just them feeling the wrath of giving this kind of lineup to Aurora. They should not have given this kind of lineup at any point.
And that's why I would argue the fact that, you know, talking about Claude scaling up, it would have been better if, yes, you have a Hayabusa, but you are naturally shut down at this point, 0-3.
Yeah.
You're going to have to play massive catch-up, which then also paints the picture of how difficult it is to actually contest for these objectives and why you're on such the back foot. They're going to lose another turret down bot.
Oh.
You can see how Edward's not even really worried about Daiki or anything unless Carl TZ forces a play here.
Shadow kill on Edward alone. Pop in the bravest fighter just for a little more shields. JP, the backup. UN light response just to buy time for DK to get that turtle and steal away the purple maybe even. And this is a three-man coalition from Aurora pushing forth up top. 5K help.
Well, they know that orange is up. Here comes Demon Kite. They're going to force him off the buff.
And now DK jumps on, compromising JP. No orange buff for Liquid.
Oh man, Carl. I think he's going to be able to get away, but they're just going to force this tier 2 down.
Uh-oh, another tech charge, knocking up 3. Carl is down. JP is out of the picture as well.
Damn.
But Daiki finds light. A little bit of retribution for Liquid.
Oh no, Sanford. Okay, he flickers. I'm going to reiterate it again. Carl TZ has been shut down in game 2.
Yeah, that's what we were saying earlier. When you're a Hayabusa going up against this kind of lineup, you have to find this miraculous level 2 to 4 pick-off somehow in the center. But with Aurora knowing what they're playing with, they have the Baksha and then the juice in. They know that they can take risks and not get to the point where it'll be easy for Carl TZ to sweep up, get a kill, and then build through that. And all the times where Liquid tried to find an opening for Carl through a flank, it's just been answered immediately by Aurora to the point where even if they find it now, they're not going to get a kill. And if ever, it's a bad trade.
This is Edward and Light drawing a line between Liquid and the door out. Another tech charge. Carl TZ falls to it, gets a stack on him. And now underneath the Zaman Force, Sanford has his hands on
everything.
It's over.
It's so tough, man.
Even under a turret.
Even under a turret, that's what I'm saying. Carl TZ has nowhere to go. I mean, think about it. That was just about everything you could do. Quad shadows, he even popped the shadow kill. But you're forced in this position, and now they're looking to take down the Holy Shield, Holy Defense now on this bottom turret of TLPH's base.
Shadow kill once more. Edward, a sliver of health. Little sense of desperation there.
He wanted it. If he could have gotten at least something on the board, then that is a small step, a super small step in a long journey for TLPH right now, as this Lord is going to go ahead and be quickly secured now for Aurora to go ahead and get ready to march towards the base of TLPH.
They need to somehow drag this game out long enough that maybe after 5 more times of that, then they'll finally get a big win.
Yeah.
But with how it's looking right now, again, Aurora knew their conditions all throughout this game. They ticked it. They stopped Team Liquid Philippines from getting their conditions in the early, leading to this point. It's going to be a miracle if Liquid somehow extends this long enough to get that 5th big play to get that turnaround.
I think Light is 2 for 2 on big ticket tech charges.
I think even more.
Oh no, Carl TZ, a sneaky play, an orange buff steal is not going to go unpunished. He gets caught by another tech charge. Well, I'll be damned. A desperation move quelled by UN Light.
Oh man, just when you thought, okay, you at least got something, like a little bit of XP, a little bit of gold, and a buff, it gets stopped in its tracks.
Boy, that's Bow Wow.
That's not allowed.
That's not for you. That is Demon Kite's buff.
This is a completely different game than what we saw in game 1.
Yeah. I mean, it's funny how we were able to even call it as a predictive point, where it might happen in game number 2 where Liquid just get stomped after a really close and tight game number 1. Again, it happens so much to them that at this point, they gotta see why.
Fighting on a turret.
Big push here by Aurora. Liquid holding on. Turret gonna get taken down here. US scores. The Zaman Force putting Sanford in danger. He's doing his best to keep Dominic Knight away from all of the powerfuls. Edward finds him. Daiki with the blazing duet gets the cleared away. JP is down. Bravest fighter by Edward, wailing away. Another Zaman Force holding onto the cart. I think Aurora have to slow it down. 10K up. They need another wave.
Oh, they can't end it here, but they do have a wave coming in on top.
40! Fury of the Phoenix.
Big
stopping
Fury.
Aurora. Down goes Riot. Can Daiki capitalize? 4 against 2. Liquid's last stand. Down goes Demon Kite. Aurora have to slow it down even more. Liquid still breathing.
Still a massive gold lead here, though, for Aurora. If Daiki gets this is going to be big if he gets it.
Oh, no. The Doctor gets hard. And now the Doctor is out.
Holy moly.
Okay, Edward finally goes down, but man, what a quick switch that was. Now JP on the hunt. This could be a very small window for TLPH to grab what they need to. But nonetheless, Aurora was in control there. They just couldn't quite end the game because of the way the waves were coming in up top on that top side of the base.
Yeah, okay. So earlier I said 5. Let's say that was 2.
Yeah.
That
Okay,
counts as 2.
that's 2. All right, so 3
more.
3 more. Clock sticking here. But that was a huge heat check by Dominic. It's like, all right, welcome to the MPL. Let me show you who I am. Bang! With his signature Harris just blasting Daiki. Daiki was around like half health.
I was going to say, he got blasted.
Yeah,
man.
it was a dash, it was a basic attack, and then he's gone.
That was the force, by the way.
It was the force.
Actually, no, he didn't even drop. Well, technically, he didn't drop the Zaman force.
He did it. He just
Single
dashed.
vision, I think. That was all he did, man.
Single vision straight to the face.
Right now, Lord's up. Still complete control for Aurora, though. With this kind of lead, you're not really going to be in a position to do much except fight in your base if you're TLPH with this one. So with that being said, they've still got the 2 base turrets up. They've allowed themselves to go ahead and get a little bit of extra farm, but a main thing I'm wondering is if they're still capable of dealing with all that Aurora can throw at them. And that's not just Light. Light's been on point. I mean, look at him. 14 assists for this game. He's been everywhere. Whoa, okay, as I say it, he misses that tech charge.
Little jump scare in March.
Yeah. Keep him on their toes, basically.
Yeah, I think he was also trying to measure whether or not he was going to commit the flicker, because that would have landed on the tower, if I'm not mistaken.
And they're all too far off to follow through.
Yeah. So, you know what, Light? Thank you for not committing that flicker. That would have been bad for your team and good for Team Liquid Philippines.
That's how far ahead they are. He can afford to do that.
I was going to say, look out, he's got the tech charge again. So, like, there's no hurt to throw it out there because this Lord is coming up slowly up top. So they delay these waves to go ahead and deal with this push in for that mid turret. Half health on this. TLPH on the defense.
Here we go. Lord inside the base. Wave escorted in mid. In comes JP. Fury the Phoenix. Looking for an engage. Domikite falls. Carl Daisy finds him. Wow. This has gone sideways for Aurora. Their main damage source no longer on the board. Daiki with a blazing duet. Pushing back the rest of Aurora. Edward goes down. The chef cooked him.
What happened to Dominikai? How did he get caught like that?
Fury of the Phoenix. Oh, one simple, I think a very unfortunate time, because at that point, Dominic actually committed a dash. He was like, uh-oh, I'm dashless. Uh-oh, I'm stunned.
And he's got a flicker, right?
Yeah, man's got no purifying.
Yeah, I think it was just way too fast for it to happen. That at that point, he just got taken out immediately. That's 3, folks.
He got rocked.
He got rocked out, and wow, Liquid. Good read on the situation. Fortunate for them as well that the Fury of the Phoenix from Sanji landed at the perfect time.
And this is the thing you said earlier, Redmar. They needed to buy a lot of time. So far, I'd say they bought about half of that time they needed.
Yeah.
But again, also that got them another 3,000 gold in their pockets with TLPH. They were down about 7,000 earlier on, and you're taking a look at the items where things are falling into place now. Carl Teasy, mind you, shut down pretty much the entire of the game up until this point. Now he's a bit of a threat. He also picked up the Sea Halberd to go ahead and help deal with some of that sustainability that comes with Aurora. You see now Winter Crown picked up for Dominikai too. Yeah. He's like, I'm not going to let that happen again.
Not again.
At this point, that's a support Hayabusa. Your job, bring them down low. Daiki, finish them off.
No, I think Carl Teasy's job is really just to finish off Dominikai.
Yeah.
Or Sea Halberd is for the shields that the Harriet gets when he dashes.
Yeah, and of course, all of the region as well. Spell Vamp on the side of Aurora. Sea Halberd will help with decreasing that. And I think at this point, with Yue with 0, does he have around 40 or 50 stacks on the Sky Piercer?
He should have, I think,
3 or 4.
4.
Because he got his Sky Piercer after
he had one kill, I think.
After kill or two. Okay.
They had a really good opening.
Yeah. Which is, again, the great opening that they had. TLPH has responded pretty well, holding on, because again, this was a game that almost ended. It's just they had a great defense to be able to stay in this game, buy themselves this much time, and kind of catch up here on the disparity between the amount of damage they could dish out, but also take. And look, for the first time, they're actually getting in position for this Lord. Are they going to go for it, though?
They want to dance Lord here at an 1/8 of its health. And in comes the tech charge. No one home. JP very low.
Phoenix.
Fury of the Phoenix. In comes the rest of Liquid. Sanji very late to it.
Wow.
Daiki gets taken out by Edward out of the fight. And now in comes Blazing the Wet from the flank here. And Dominic pops him. And now it's Carl DG's turn to fall. 2 out of Liquid. And now JP gonna follow through. Triple kite for Doming Kite. And now a maniac served up a Sanji fall. Sanji says, nah, not me.
Yeah, I'm not giving you number 5. I'm not giving you the Savage.
It's just Sanji versus all of Aurora here. What can he do?
I think it's over. There's a wave in mid after this turret falls. And now they're on the base. Demon Kite gets taken down. Sanji just delaying the inevitable. We're going to game 3.
As expected. Somehow it's a pattern. Liquid wins game number 1 in a very, how would I say this, Showtime-like fashion.
Yes, sir.
Great back and forth. And then somehow they get stomped in game number 2.
Ain't no Showtime without a star. Demon Kite says the celebrity ain't done.
Yeah. He ain't done, man.
My Baksha's been doing this since 2021.
That's true.
Dominic Knight had a terrific game, and he will most likely go down as the MVP of this game. But I want to say that last sequence, Edward was a quiet MVP there. Daiki showed up, and the moment Daiki got close enough, it was an instant land shaker to the face of the Claude.
Yeah.
That bought Aurora the time that they needed to bring down the other members of Liquid low, because Daiki had to go out and then re-engage. By the time he Blazing Duetted, the members of Liquid were already going back. That was a great stop by Edward.
And I think he was already less than half health, or he was like at half
Less than half
health
already,
when he decided to go in. And it was a great response from Aurora in that last team fight to go ahead and get that signal of, oh, here's Daiki, here's his entry. And then they took care of him. And like you said, that Edward has been able to do this so much on the Lapu Lapu, and that's again why this hero keeps going into the hands of Mr. Consistent, because he's so damn consistent on these kind of heroes with that kind of job. Again, Carl TZ did not really get to play in game 2. It was only down to that last portion of the game where he was going to be somewhat of a threat, and the only threat was either cleaning up a kill or utilizing the Sea Halberd that he had, but they didn't get the opportunity to really do that. And again, playing into this Claude that we see with a lot of compositions, if Daiki wasn't able to go ahead and pop off the way we usually see with the Blazing Duet and everything else, it's unfortunate. Fury of the Phoenix is great, by the way. It's a great ultimate, but even then, when that's expended and then, you know, you use your first skill, especially with the, who am I thinking of? Fury of the Phoenix. Zetian. You lose a lot of that firepower when you don't have the Blazing Duet and the Fury of the Phoenix.
Yeah, which is why it was so important how Aurora handled this early game with Carl TZ having 7 deaths by 14 minutes in. They did not allow the Hayabusa to find any opening to get a flank, to get a kill, and then slowly snowball from that, build advantages. Aurora completely shut down the river. Liquid could not pass through. Liquid couldn't get kills. Aurora takes control majority of the game.
And they were already playing with a suffering economy.
Oh,
And all of these amazing performances by all of the above are made possible by Light, the backbone of the Northern Lights in game number 2.
Yeah, I got blinded by the KDA of Dominic Knight, but come on, 19 assists. Yeah, you
He
gotta
started
give it to
the
Light.
game, that's
He
why.
started it. It was him. It was. I feel like there was a lot of communication going on between the mid trio, between him, you, and Demon Kite, because they really locked down the river.
He missed tech charge once.
Maybe one, just one time.
The eyeballing doesn't count. He did that on purpose.
Oh, yeah.
That's literally eyeballing a tech charge. Like, yeah, no, I'm not gonna do that.
This is like a limit test to see where you guys, how you will react.
Oh,
you
it
know?
goes that far. All right.
Yeah. I think again, like Light, he tried to do this. I would say in game 1, he didn't have that strong of a start on the Grok. But this time, you can see just how much of an impact his tech charges, his setups, the walls, this combination that we saw earlier on too, just allow so much vision, but also crowd control and setup potential with Aurora's lineup like this. And again, that's why they picked Expanding Rivers. You know, for our viewers out there, again, this is a map. Expanding Rivers is a map that Aurora picked with this specific lineup in mind, and they played it pretty near perfection, I'd say, for especially the first to mid, or the early to the mid game of this game.
It's just really great execution overall. You can't deny the perfection that Aurora played for majority of the game. Near the end, I still strongly believe Domikai should not have gotten caught like that in the mid lane.
Yeah.
And of course, the other little sequences where Team Liquid Philippines were able to get a kill here and there. But ultimately, this was close to perfection for Aurora with a lineup they're very comfortable with. Hopefully we don't sound like a broken record, but at that point it's undeniable. You have to keep acknowledging it because that's exactly what happened here. Liquid Philippines, this is the bed that they decided to build. Sure, let's try to go with it. The moment KarlTzy got shut down with 2 kills, that was it. The comeback, especially with a Zetian. I don't remember if I made this point early on, but coming back with a Zetian is actually really hard. Zetian relies on you actually getting a strong early to mid.
She's not a +1. She's usually more of a opponent -1 or at 0. So the comeback was definitely going to come off of Daiki, maybe off of Sanford on a good mount. But yeah, the rest of Liquid just weren't allowed to play.
Yeah, and I think, you know, I asked you guys this question earlier, was the Ballman the issue in game 1? But I think if you look at game 2, I think the Hayabusa being shut down was a big problem with game 2. It was one of those situations where, again, you do have some pretty decent damage, you know, especially having the Zetian there, but if your Hayabusa shut down, and you mentioned this earlier, Redmar too, like early on, if you're not able to capitalize on some of that early pressure that comes with Hayabusa, and then you're left sitting at 1 point, 0-7.
Yeah.
You're in a very tough position to be in.
And it's a stroke of genius how Aurora played this 4-1, right? It's clearly a Doming Kite-centric, Harith core lineup. KarlTzy ran out of targets.
Yeah.
If this was like a double core, maybe you could bear down on the other core.
Yeah.
But here was only just 1 target. You kill that guy, you're good. He never did. Well, once. And then after that, never did.
Yeah, this is also a very greedy lineup for Liquid. The fact that you are playing with a Claude, and then your condition, again, similar to Aurora game number 1. For Liquid game number 2, it's very thin. It's, can the Hayabusa stay alive and get kills? Again, the lowdown for the Hayabusa is you have these conditions. Level 2 to 4, you're getting either 1 or 2 ganks.
Yep.
Once you hit level 4, if you haven't gotten a gank yet, your shadow kill will commit to you winning either the turtle or the going back to the laning phase right after the first turtle. None of that happened.
Yeah, so that's why I'm saying, like, in a position, it's almost like, man, it feels like that was the biggest, and it's crazy to say that because that's the GOAT, you know, but it's like, it's the hero, the way the hero works in the lineup as well. And we've all seen it before, like, some of the best players out there, they get shut down in the jungle on a hero like that. Against a Baksha, by the way, too. It's really difficult to find yourself in a winning position here because, you know, this is the thing, epic rivalry for a reason. We have seen this so much. Light ties the series, though, with this one, so it makes me kind of wonder how game 3 is going to go.
Yeah, my final say for game number 2 real quick is that Hayabusa wasn't the problem, Light was the problem.
Light was the problem.
He was way too good.
So what do we...
The Grok may have to go.
Ban it.
Something's got to give. Something tells me commit one of the blue bands to Grok, so that means the Fred might open. Or the Quinn.
Yeah. Like, going back to the bans of Liquid game number 2, they banned out the Freya. By the way, Freya, we've gotten used to seeing her in the gold lane. She's also actually a very strong EXP lane option now as well. They banned out the Guinevere, Fredrin. I think between all of these, maybe I'm just a Guinevere hater. Like, okay, I don't want to put Burrito under the bus and say he's a Guinevere hater, but we're both Guinevere skeptics.
Burrito is
watching.
Yeah.
Sorry, Rayash.
She's got a lot of wins now, by the way.
She does.
She's running through MDL.
But it's the pick that if you miss your spatial migration, you don't get that initial knockup, what happens after that, right? So if anything, maybe Liquid would be willing to open up the Guinevere.
Well, for all our super fans out there, did you know men are 5 times more prone to dandruff? Don't let flakes ruin your focus.
Power up with Clear, man. Its triple cooling power gives you 100% dandruff-free hair for that ultimate fresh feeling. Supercharge with Clear.
Yeah. And considering that majority of our viewership is Southeast Asian, it feels great being in a tropical area. All
with
that
the cooling
coolness.
effect.
Yeah, the cooling effect, game changer.
That's true. Are we picking someone out here? Show us the cooldown effect.
All right.
It looks like are we? Show us the cooldown effect. Okay,
this young man looks like a young James Panks.
Dude, yeah, I was trying to think. Why does he look like a player?
Okay, he's gonna show us the cooldown effect.
Oh wow! They gave
There
him
we
two.
go.
They gave him 2 bottles.
That's 2.
There we go. Congratulations, young James Banks.
I feel like that guy's a juggler.
I was gonna say, did he just do a pose?
Yeah, he did. He
did
the shush.
The shush.
The shush.
Definitely a jungler. What's his sweater say? Something Eagles.
Rolling Hills Eagles.
Rolling Hills Eagles.
Oh!
There you go.
Yo!
That
Barangay
sounds so
Rolling
familiar.
Hills?
Yeah, my man's a neighbor. I'm not from there. Don't dox me.
You just doxed yourself.
No.
JK, he doesn't live there.
I don't live there.
You just went.
That's my guy.
I don't live there.
Hey, that's fine. You know what? Again, Redmar, you're safe.
Thank you.
I'm gonna keep you safe.
Well,
I'll stand
why
in
does
front
that
of.
sound more threatening?
No.
I don't feel secure.
You should.
How are you gonna keep me safe, bro?
I'm gonna be like Light, man. I'm gonna be the Grok.
Oh, but what if they ban the Grok? I really think Liquid has to ban the Grok, and I'm with you.
But not.
With the consequence of maybe Guinevere running through this game, let the Gwyn through.
Let
Ban
the Gwyn
Grok.
through, ban the Grok. And what the heck, man? What about Marcel?
Yeah, that's true. He's still snubbed. I thought at this point we'd see him blacked out. No, with the first and only time we've seen him so far
He's
is
just
during
out.
the graphic.
He's just out.
Just there.
So maybe in Game 3. Because I think a lot of our viewers out there, too, wanted to see eventually the Marcel in the hands of the pro players here.
Yeah.
So I almost want to say, you know, I know we have 3 matches tomorrow and everything else, and we have 2 on Sunday. I think this week we'll actually get to see him played.
One Marcel.
One at least once.
Satu Marcel.
Because doesn't he work the best in Rome?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
I don't think he works anywhere else. Truth be told.
Unless you're a little
I
crazy.
mean, okay, considering the type of roamers that we have in this matchup, Light, JP, I don't see them as like
Marcel
dudes.
They're not Marcellians?
Not Marcellians to me. Wait, oh my god, he's Marcel, and then his camera is just his name backwards.
Clamar, yeah.
Yes.
But it's an actual person's soul in that camera.
You know what, Clemar? I feel like his camera is Filipino.
Why?
Clemar is a very Filipino-sounding name.
Is it?
All right,
I've never met anybody named Clamar.
Bro, imagine the soda eatery billboards that you pass by in the highways. Claymore Eatery. Come on.
Okay, I get
That's
it.
a very Filipino
All right,
name.
yes, the banners that are on all the shops out
Yeah,
there.
exactly.
Yeah, okay, I get it.
Or Claymore's, what do you call it? Vulcanizing shop.
Yes, okay. All right, I'd love to see it, but also take a look at these stats right here. This is for our boy, Dominicai, from Season 16 and then M7, of course. You're looking at M7, look at these stats here.
Okay, despite not winning Season 16, he is still de facto #1.
Yeah.
Across the board.
And right now he started by being the winningest Harith in Season 17 so far.
Yeah, he still
it's only
is.
one game, but, you know,
100%.
winningest.
It's so on brand for him at this point. Now, at this point, it's like when you're going up against Aurora, it's a question of, are you really going to try to give them their comforts? Liquid, I mean, you saw the idea between the Kalian and the Zetien.
Yeah.
And then the Hayabusa was just, I feel like them going, I can do that. In Tagalog, it's kaya yan.
Kaya ko yan.
Or I can do it.
Palag na to.
Palag na to.
Palag na
Exactly.
to.
But it didn't palag, bro.
It didn't palag, yeah.
It didn't.
By the way, just for a little reminder for our viewers too, how does Map 3's map choice come
It's
into play?
random for the remaining 2. So it
So
could
either
be
Broken Walls or
Dangerous Grass.
Dangerous Grass.
DG.
And then it's random. I wonder, well, so will we see the randomizer with just 2 maps? Kind of miss the I kind of miss the.
Yeah. Who'd you see? Ding, ding, ding,
At this
ding,
point,
ding,
it's a
ding.
coin flip.
That's true.
We should get an animation of a coin flipping and it's just a map graphic.
Oh, yeah. You have sound effects included.
Yeah, we have a new soundboard here. It's on my side.
It's on your side? Everything is on your side, man.
Uh-huh.
Okay, so wait. We're
There you
seeing
go.
it.
This is a recap.
What is Game 3?
And it's random.
Dangerous Grass.
Yeah, it says it right there. Randomized map.
All the more, Aurora has to ban Hilda.
Yeah, Aurora needs to ban Hilda, Liquid needs to ban Grok.
Yeah, nothing has changed for Aurora, I'd say.
I think this is going to be another, funny enough, another colleague game for JP.
Yeah.
One thing that they do show up sometimes with on Dangerous Grass as a, hey, we're Liquid. We're only one of the few teams that can do this is JP actually backs out a Jawhead roam in Dangerous Grass.
Yes.
So
Jawhead roam.
That is a possibility. And that did show up also during the Asian Games qualifiers.
The qualifiers.
Did you say Jawhead?
Jawhead.
Oh, Cho, but Cho too.
No, just Jawhead.
Oh, okay.
The Jawhead roam.
Yeah, he just meant
but if it
dive.
comes down to it, like it, like show.
Yeah, that too. Yeah. Great and dangerous grass.
Yep. And again, we're expecting the Grok to get banned out.
I think it should be. It
Because of
has
how-
to be. I would be
because of
so
how
surprised.
Dirty.
Yeah.
He did Liquid in game 2.
There's no way. Let's go ahead and see this. So jumping to the draft here, game 3, as you mentioned, there it is. The box is going to be banned out. You already have that Hilda from Aurora being banned out towards TLPH. The Freya, of course.
So you think it's Baksha, Freya,
Baksha, Freya,
or do
Grok.
they go Grok first?
Not with the Valentina open.
I mean, Valentina hasn't even been banned out. You know, or picked up yet. We know how
that's true.
strong it can be.
Yeah.
The Sora has been banned out a lot, right? I mean,
Yeah.
for the past 2 games. Wait, past 2 games? Yeah, past 2
The
games.
clouds are ever shifting.
There.
His
And
heart
now even in the
remains
first.
steadfast.
Still no Sora for this one.
So now Joseph expect all the more Valentina should not show up.
Valentina should not show up, yeah.
First
value
pick,
in me?
Liquid. Leomord,
You should.
still a very good choice. Can't go wrong. You don't have to go up against a Baksha. You don't have to go up against a Fred. If they want the mid lane prio and they don't want to allow you to do that again, they can go for surprise Juice in first pick.
Watch
It's
them
either
go
Juice in or Leomord for
I
me.
was going to say watch him go Leomord.
I have an inkling that they'll just let the Grok through again.
And just try to deal with it.
Yep, the way they did in game 1.
And yeah, and if ever they go pick Juice in first, at least they don't have to worry about Juice and Grok together.
Yeah.
And I think that was also one of the biggest problems, that they had to go up against that specific pairing.
It's got to be one of the most deadly pairings.
It was oppressive.
Yeah, and then that early Skypiercer build up, because of the way the nature of the game went.
4 minutes.
Yeah, UA was going building stacks pretty quickly there. So this last ban, let's see what it's going to be from
Among
Aurora.
the planes
It's going to be the
exists
Eve.
the equilibrium,
Eve is banned
which
out.
I
Now,
was
do we
made
see the
for.
Leomord locked in here, or just the Jushin picked up?
by
They'll
my
take
wish,
that. They get the utility
guided
control.
by lantern's
They're willing
light.
to go ahead and trade here.
So at least they dismantle the duo.
Yeah.
They can give Aurora, you know, the world at this point.
There was this weird tendency that I've been seeing. Sometimes you'd see a Gatot come in first 2. That's like a throwaway pick to just like, we need someone in the center of the map to hold on. Great with trading, great
Just
control.
You don't want to commit to the Grok duo anymore.
Yeah. But I am still leaning towards just pick up the Grok instead, and then just see if you can try to replicate something like that with a different pick instead.
Okay. Well, let's see what this is going to be. They're taking their time here.
Valor and royalty.
Going to go ahead. They do grab.
Yeah.
All right. Makes sense.
Oh, wow.
Makes sense. You get yourself the Leomord. Now you got the Grok. It's worked for you.
That's a double front hook. They hold on to the Grok and they steal away Khaldezi Leomord.
So I wonder, yeah, what do we see what do we see Carl Dizzy pick up this time? Because they also did the 2 bans on the utility junglers, right?
And it will soon be
So they'll take the Lapu Lapu.
They steal it away.
I remember the old
chose
theory
me to
before
vanquish
was,
the
shadows
okay,
that
we go through the
plague this
Suyo.
world.
I thought he was going to consider a Lucas, but then the Valentina still open. It would have been bad.
Yeah, no, in that case, the Valentina is just on you.
Yeah.
It's not even a laning situation thing anymore.
It's literally I am you. Thank you for giving me the... Oh my, I'm blanking out of the ultimate of the Lucas. Unleash Beast.
Unleash Beast, yeah. Unleash Beast.
So they get the mobility. They know that they're going to be physical damage focused. If Aurora shows up with another magic damage dealer here, though, then it's going to be really tough for the Suyo. Usually one of the conditions for the Suyo is you know you're going only up against one magic damage source.
That's why even blue 2-3, it's too soon for a Suyo sometimes.
Yeah.
What do you take here then? Like your mid lane? Do you go Farsa? Do you go? Oh, they'll pick up an Arlot, which was banned out in game 1. Game 1 or game 2?
One.
Game 1. Yeah. It was that last ban.
It was blue 5 ban.
Yeah.
Also very impressive here. Arlot, Grok, Leomord together.
A lot of crowd control.
Dashes. Even though there's that old interaction, actually in recent memory, Arlot actually does well more against the Phoveus. Before it was instantly Phoveus beat Arlot lane, boo-hoo. Now it's Arlot doesn't care about Phoveus really. So they might, I mean that is if ever we're gonna see a crazy flex with the Lapu Lapu already there, they don't need to worry about that. I'm really just trying to think of the mid lane here.
Yeah, gold lane too. Gold lane because it's going to be narrowed down a little bit here for Dominkite as well as Daiki. You got Harith being banned out. You already had that Freya. We could just potentially see a Claude, like probably, maybe Dominkite grabbing the Claude on that red 4.
Yeah. Thought her a Granger, but I think the Granger might have a hard time if ever Krautese does get access to constant dive. So I'm just think of it in the team fight perspective. Aurora, you know what they want to do. There's a lot of dive, which means that opens up for a mid and gold lane that are a little bit more artillery. Barca, Granger, like the really true backliners.
rises when I give the word.
Oh, there's a Khalid ban. Narrowing down some
got
of
him
those
lined up in my
options.
sights.
Red 4 and 5 has to be magic damage.
Yeah.
If Aurora really want to punish that early Suyo.
Okay.
That's why they think of the the Kimmy would have been fantastic.
Yeah.
Because they could have gone for the Kimmy and Granger tandem. Would have been clear-cut, great lineup for Aurora. So with TLPH blocking that, I'm still leaning towards artillery.
Yeah, Kimmy Granger's a classic.
Yeah. Unless... What if they bring out the
got
Lunox?
dismantled.
Yeah.
Lunox where?
Lunox mid. And then you
Lunox
go for
mid
gold.
for Aurora?
So yeah, if Liquid ever decides to try and dive Brilliance, and then now you're risking yourself of just getting melted by the Shadow Assault.
I guess.
Which we have seen as a response to the dive center lineups. But yeah, as we expected, they lean towards the Farsa. And most like I am still leaning towards a Granger, or maybe even it's Dominkite's turn to play the Moskov, depending on the matchup in the gold.
Yeah, so just the Claude going to the hands of Daiki.
Yeah.
Again, I feel like even so, though, he's still going to have to be very careful of the positioning because of just how much it can be thrown at him from Aurora. I'm talking about the Leo Moore light again on this, one of his best heroes, the Grok, and now you throw an Arlot into the mix too. Yeah. It's going to be really crucial for Daiki's positioning.
If I'm Liquid, steal the Moskov paired with a Gatot. You get Gatot Jushin in mid, you get the Gatot Moskov against the Farsa. Oh, they go carry. Okay.
The only thing that makes the carry a little dangerous is the fact that it's mid-range into the Farsa's burst.
Yeah. You're gonna hope you can get that Malefic gun.
Yeah, get in there before you're taken out.
Yeah. Which is tough because if you got caught, I feel like into that Feathered Airstrike or even into any of the crowd control that can be thrown at you between the Arlot and the Grok is going to be very tough to deal with if you're the carry.
Yeah. Time came that the Gatot Kacha came through.
Oh, here we go again.
Needs to be said that re-engage is so important for Liquid. Leslie gets picked.
Yep.
A debut for what I'd say.
When was the last time Leslie was picked?
Not just 2026, but even
2025.
A majority of 2025.
It was, I hope I'm remembering correctly, but there was a draft where it showed up in Asian games. I'm going to revisit that, so give me a moment.
This weekend, but that's outside of
MPL.
The traditional MLBB Esports calendar.
Yeah.
Aurora Hunters.
Aurora Hunters.
Yeah.
And look how perfect it is. It's Aurora Gaming PH who takes it out.
Yeah. Ooh.
What was it up against? What was the Leslie up against?
Actually, Aurora Hunters played it against Team Liquid Philippines. It lost, but it was up against a Lapu-Lapu, a Gatot, a Claude, Farsa, and a Frederick.
Okay, so it was up against a Claude matchup.
12 out of 5 the same heroes?
Yeah.
I'd love to see it. Leslie was not on my bingo card for game 3, day 1 here. But I love to see the changes happening in the gold lane. So Leslie comes into play in game 3. Welcome to the Land of Dawn. Final game for this epic rivalry between TLPH and Aurora.
Yeah, I mean, we all know how much of a menace Leslie is going up against her in our ranked games. Even though you know how or what you want to do to avoid making the most out of the kit of the Leslie, proccing those 2 really strong enhanced true damage basic attacks, it just hurts. And if it's a really good Leslie player, there's only so much that you can do. That's why you get the 2 roamers now in the gold lane to start.
Yeah, she's also relatively immobile.
Yeah.
Kind of telegraph where she wants to be, where she has to be even with the Master of Camouflage. Daiki put down to 1/10 of his health, forcing an early revitalize from JP.
So everybody probably watching this at some point has played against a Leslie. And you know how difficult that lane is in the gold lane to be able to, and again, like Renmar mentioned, that's why you got the roams there. So I'm really looking at how Daiki's going to be able to go ahead and transition on this carry who's already, like we mentioned,
it's not an easy lane to begin with.
The lane itself is not in your favor, but then even the team fights, like the disadvantage that you have with the range, of course.
Where do I go?
Is, and that's the difficult part here. So Domekite, on the other hand, is literally just going to continue to scale up and then just be taking people down, you know, a quarter of their health to half their health. Unless this, he flickers out.
That is a charged Queller to the face of Domekite. All right. Safe to say, Carl Teasy knows what he's up against. Again, it helps that the CBO qualifiers saw a Liquid matchup against the Leslie just a few days ago.
Yeah. So maybe I wonder if that's Liquid now feeding Daiki information. No, do this. Okay, no, we gotta do this. We already went up against it and won.
Okay, with this, they're going to transition now up to the objective. Turtles up. Positioning right now for Aurora to go ahead and take advantage of. This is also the fact that they have a feathered airstrike on their side. Light not level 4 yet, but still that wall is going to be tough to deal with, that rampart. They're going to fight for this half health on the turtle, though.
Feathered airstrike coming in from Yue, able to put up enough of a defense to take down JP. Carl Teasy gets in there, takes the Lord. Demon Kite gets quelled here. And now Carl Teasy just wailing away in immortality form. Edward in trouble! Katon gets taken down by Carl Teasy.
Now this is the problem for Aurora. Because of the two roamers going into the gold lane to support their gold laners, that left the Suyo and the Leomore to farm up. That could have gone either way.
Yeah.
But again, Carl Teasy will continue to be aggressive because he only has to worry about the Farsa. The rest of the high damage of Aurora comes from physical, something that, of course, Suyo still has defense against.
Yeah, Suyo still, again, the mobility of this hero is really what shines for a lot of the team compositions that play with it. And like I was saying before that turtle broke out, one of the main things that was missing there was having that tech charge available on the Grok. So they lose out to the turtle. They're not too far behind at all, right? They're still in a pretty good even position on both sides, but I would say even so, for Daiki at least, he's in a little bit more fighting position to deal with Domekite. He's just, again, got to play this lane correctly and farm up the way he needs to. Now, on that note, with Light being level 4 now, you can expect him to go ahead and try to set things up potentially. JP more so is on this kind of like, I'm going to babysit the lane if I have to. If I've got to go ahead and jump in or get that unbreakable taunt off, then that's great. I'm more of a peeler right now for this because TLPH's lineup has to scale up.
Yeah. So it's tough for Domekite to be aggressive knowing that JP could show up at any time. And at the same time, Daiki is now in an even better position to be aggressive. Yes, ultimately the bigger chunks of damage comes out from Domekite. If Domekite's not careful, he's not going to be able to maximize the passive. Meaning that after chunking down the carry low, the carry pops up ultimate, has to flicker to dash forward, and Domekite can just get burned down.
I miss this.
Yeah.
The younger Uchiha, just a much faster farmer than Leomord.
How much ahead he is right now, too. So
2
Turtle's
levels.
up 2 levels. That's a big advantage right now against Demon Kite to deal with. Again, space crucial here. Daiki can get spotted out by Domekite on that extra brush here with this dangerous grass map. So still taking their time with it, though, just because they know they have to watch out for the initiation.
Crimson Beacon by Sanji, the answer. Pattern Steed from Demon Kite. Down goes Light, the answer. Better airstrike. And still Liquid put their foot down. Domekite taking down Sanford. And Carl Teasy once again 2 for 2 on that turtle. Now Edward flickering on back. Carl Teasy comes through. Katon once more. Down goes Edward. Carl Teasy calling the shots. Domekite takes down Yue. And now attempting Grand Theft Purple. Demon Kite still has a retribution. Oh, that's the momentum plus the retribution secures his own.
Yeah. Demon Kite gets his own buff. Liquid. Great handling of the fights. Carl Teasy, you see the gears turning in his head of timing the entry. And it was also a good thing that Liquid was the one that initiated that because Light was in a perfect position to surprise.
Demon Kite 2v1 gets punished. Sanford, huge.
Big pickup there. That's what they needed. I think still, if you look at this, you're going to have to kind of deal with Domekite sitting on 2 kills now with the Leslie. And it'll be interesting to see what build path he goes here, too, especially for this, going against this kind of composition that TLPH has. But, yeah, right now they've got good early control, almost 2,000 up, kind of just taking their time with the way they approach some of these fights, and just Carl Teasy farming out of his mind on the Suyo. Oh, here's the focus.
Whoa! AOG, even underneath tier 1, you were saying, Joseph.
Hey, he doesn't have a flicker, but he's able to just kind of get out with the camo. So now he's got the support here. He's gonna spot out Sanji.
Ultimate snipe.
Yeah, they just want to hold this down.
Feathered airstrike, pushing back Daiki, who wanted to take down that turret. Aurora able to save parts of the map.
Okay, good folks. Oh, look at the damage coming out of that, Leslie. I know for a lot of people that might not seem like a lot, but that's a good, healthy chunk. Daichi now focusing on the turret.
Oh, they're doing their best, their darndest to stop the push. Because again, Dominic needs the space. He needs this turret to stay.
Yeah. And good thing Light showed up at that time because they knew that Yue already used a feathered airstrike.
Yeah.
Team Liquid could have just dove under the tower and take down potentially Yue and Dominkite, or just force out the flickers and get the tower. But with Light showing up, there was a risk that they could have gotten countered tech charge.
Whoa, Edward with a vengeance, another one. The answer, Crimson Beacon by Sanji, and down goes Daichi. Dominkite pops him, headshot.
And he used the flicker too, so imagine how much pressure he dealt with, protecting that tier 1 turret. Ends up getting a 3rd kill now for Dominkite. Fighting for this turtle. Look at the damage on Sanford. Just a couple pokes. They're going to go in with a charge.
Phantom Seed from a Demon Kite here. Helping serve up a kill to Yue. Called easy 3 for 3. Who's going to stop the goat? JP gets the spell that off of that, but Edward finishes him off. Aurora, despite the turtle getting taken away from them, win the trade.
Oh, he's got to be
the
careful.
Leslie. Dominkite. Almost point blank.
Oh, Edward
taking down Carl.
Was that a miss?
Not gonna happen. Edward a little too deep. There was nowhere for him to go unless the flicker's up, though.
Yeah, I think they were trying to look for the trade. Edward probably accepted that he was gonna get taken out. That's why he tried to go for the predictive final slash. But Karteezy got the sidestep it just in time, man. That was actually a great call by Edward to final slash there, not where Karteezy was going.
Crimson Beacon up, putting Dominkite right underneath Sanford's blade. The shutdown.
Oh, that's exactly what they needed. Finally getting that shutdown on Dominkite will make something happen here too. And I still have to point out the fact that Dominkite is so far behind in terms of Karteezy. Even in that levels, it's really not the best position to be in, but he can rely on the team to kind of help him stay into this game.
Karteezy is in Shippuden, while Dominkite's still a Genin.
I don't know the ranks, I'm sorry.
Same. But
Genin
I know
is like
what
episode 1, bro.
Yeah.
Shinobi? All right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Ninja.
I'll go for that.
We know who the Naruto fan is here.
Not me.
Hey, the thing is you kind of forget because you haven't seen Suyo too much in the previous seasons, just how fast he can farm up. And when you have this kind of lead, look at this, and even his itemization, the way he's building in, it's that finesse on the Suyo that works so well. The ability to farm up, but then kind of maneuver in and out of these team fights and find the right amount of damage on the right target.
The earliest I've seen Suyo actually be in demand was in the SEA Games in Thailand. And now he's a real threat, it seems like.
Ooh. Well, Sanford would try to commit the flicker, but okay, so Karteezy was way too far there at that time. Would have been too risky. So now with a 4 level gap still, he's at 14 now. Karteezy, Dominkite still at 10. The crazy thing is they're fine. US deathless, his damage hurts. Dominkite, it hurts, and he debuts to Leslie once again after using her back in MPL Philippines Season 13 playoffs with Menana Evos. I completely forgot about that. Oh, that was the one where they picked the Leslie after the Yujong was picked.
Big oof.
Oh yeah, that was I remember that moment. Fight for the lore though, less than half, quarter of the health here.
Quick dodge and a blitz. Karteezy secures the turtle. Phantom Steed coming in, looking to punish whoever's on Dominkite in the back line, but it's too much, too little. Sanji takes down Edward, and even underneath their purple, in comes JP. Dominkite takes out Sanford, and Daiki finds revenge on Dominkite. Sanji gets a double. The chef finds 2.
And that's unfortunate. He didn't have the flicker anymore, and he gets caught by the AOG. So Aurora on the defense with 2 members, Dominkite and Light, to defend this bit of a push here to get these holy defensive down before that Lord makes its way down bot.
That's a rough thing about Aurora's Leslie pick. It worked out against them because that left Karteezy free to farm. Because of JP going down to the gold lane, that also called Light down to the gold lane. Meaning that because of the speed between the two, Karteezy will just end up clearing the jungle way faster than Dominkite.
Unintentional dead lane for Aurora.
Yeah, there was no disruption from Aurora's side to try and stop Karteezy from getting farm. And there was nothing stopping Karteezy from getting those turtles. He had to work for it, yes,
but all three went there. And I think Aurora was banking on them winning the turtle fights.
Feather Dare strike! They're trying to stop this penetration attempt from Liquid down bottom. JP very low, revitalized, keeps him alive. In comes Edward, final slash, displaces him, but JP is still up. Dominkite ends him, but a little too forward. Dominkite falls, so does Light, and Dominkite. Edward traded out for US down, and it's a wipeout. Stampede complete. Liquid have wiped out the M7 World Champions.
And like that, they're going to go into end of the series here with Game 3 under their belt. What a welcome for Daiki and TLPH.
Welcome to the home of champions, where even world champions crumble to the reigning champions of the Philippines. What an opener for Season 17.
Daiki, welcome to the Cavalry, a successful debut for their MDL Academy graduate. We were expecting to see Aaron Shiki today, but man, count me entertained, count me a fan of Daiki.
I'm a fan of Daiki. What do we? I know we'll have to workshop this a bit, but Daiki, just from I can't believe it. From studying to an RG boy, to now getting a victory through his time in the MDL, but now here for MPL Philippines, winning against the world champions.
Bro, Liquid is rich. They have potentially, if we're gonna follow the community talks, 3 options in the gold lane now. They got Aaron Shiki, now Daiki popped up, and now there's even talks that maybe even there are Liquid fans going, hey, is there a way for us to somehow get Teddy Cutie in after his performance?
That
in
is a
games?
deep roster.
They have so many options, and now Aurora get a harsh reality check that even back home, thank you for the glory that you brought to the country, but man, trying to win the title in the Philippines is tough.
I guess that is just a depiction of how competitive this season's going to be. I know it's a little bit early, it's only one match, but it's an epic rivalry, and that's something we always see and say here throughout our seasons of the MPL Philippines, the best league in the world right now, and you can just see it. This was a series that started on a very fast-paced note, and then through the series, we also see both teams go into some comfort. Both teams try something. I mean, it has been Aurora throughout the series, that brought out the Ballman, brought out the Leslie, and it was just unfortunate that, like you guys mentioned, the Leslie ended up almost being maybe too much of a thorn in their own side in a way.
Yeah, again, it changed the overall rotation, which unknowingly actually helped Carl TZ.
Yeah.
That every time the turtles pop up, he was comfortable, he got the farm. Aurora banked way too hard on winning turtle fights.
A good third of the map was Mum, and Liquid was happy to throw a party everywhere else.
Yeah.
And that's what, again, kind of shut the casket on Aurora's Game 3 chances here.
Yeah. Gotta credit it. Both lineups, though, I wasn't able to say it in the middle of the game, but because of the damage profiles, the sheer amount of burst both of them have, it could have gone either way. This is a testament to what we mentioned earlier. Credit to the 4 horsemen of Team Liquid Philippines.
Yeah.
Sanford, Carl, Sanji, JP. Pair them up with anyone and they are gonna excel. The fact that they played this game number 3 so well, their rotations, the blocks, the right times when they would be the ones to initiate, Liquid have a bright future.
Well, I can't wait to hear from Team Liquid. They're going to be on stage with our hosts. Let's go ahead and throw over there for their winning interview.
The Cavalry, it's now time to make some noise for Team Liquid Philippines! Maganda ang simula ng laban para sa Cavalry at ngayon may bago tayong kasama sa kanilang lineup. Daiki, welcome to TLPH and of course, debut mo rin dito sa MPL Philippines. Magandang naging sabak nyo, world champions agad ang inyong katapat at nung game 1, nag-MVP ka pa. Anong nararamdaman mo ngayon?
Okay lang.
Wala, okay lang. So sobrang prepared ka ba for this? Kasi nakita naman natin yung statement ng inyong team na parang biglaan ka rin napasabak ngayon. Ano ba yung preparations mo going into this match? One-day scream. Grabe, napakalakas naman ng one-day scream. At merong binubulong si Coach, parang may gusto ko daw i-shout out. Ayan, gusto nilang i-shoutout muna si Aaron Shiki. Moving forward, yeah, Odin, you were talking about preparations. Guys, let's give it up for Sanji. Sanji. Sabi niya, bakit ako? Na, similar question kay Daiki. Ano lang yung naging preparasyon niyo dito going against our M7 champions?
Maikling panahon lang po talaga yung na-practice namin kasi nagkaroon kami ng Asian Games Quali tsaka Combine. So nag-practice kami kay Daiki ng isang araw lang talaga.
Grabe yan. Tiktikan talaga ang naging mga araw ng TLPH before we started a new season. Ano ba yung mga changes na pinagdaanan nyo going through this new season, Coach? Dahil bago ka rin sa kanilang team. Coach Snap, everybody.
Yeah.
Bago sa TLPH, Coach.
Welcome, Coach.
Naging mahirap ba for you na mabuo yung chemistry with the team?
Honestly, sa totoo lang, mahirap yun na. Sa una, pinabigyan yung trust. Time goes by. Nagawa din yung mga bagong system from experience.
And speaking of bagong sistema, Coach, meron tayong bagong patch and new map rules. What do you think of that?
Masaya.
Masaya. Paano ba yung mga big changes na kailangan yung i-adjust within the team dahil dun sa bagong patch?
Siguro sa bagong hero. Gusto namin ilabas kanina sana. Pero, yun. Baka bukas or next week pa.
Mukhang aabangan natin kung kailan lalabas si Marcel. I believe hindi pa siya natin pwedeng gamitin, pero mukhang excited lahat ng teams makita yon sa loob ng battlefield.
Yeah. Carl TZ, ito naman, no? Kanina, naging dikdikan yung second match. Kamustahin ko lang, no? Paano yung naging buwelta nyo para manalo kayo against Aurora?
In-adjust lang po namin yung drafting namin kasi tingin ko medyo nagkamali kami sa drafting ng game 2 kaya sobrang nalugi talaga kami.
Very crucial lang naging
Yes, and they acknowledge kung ano yung kailangan nila adjust and thankfully for them nanalo sila ng game 3. But right now, bago tayo bumalik sa ating casters, live natin i-reveal kung sino ba ang ating match MVP. Let's take a look at the screen. Go. And that is Carl TZ, the GOAT.
The one, the only.
Carl TZ, our GOAT. Siyempre, alam natin na sobrang naging busy ang inyong mga araw coming here into this match. At siyempre, galing din tayo sa World Championship na hindi natin inasahan yung resulta. Bakit ganito kalakas ang start ngayon ng TLPH?
Tingin ko po kaya ganito yung start siguro dahil nag-freestyle lang kami, bahala na sa ginagawa namin kasi wala naman talaga kami practice and nag-work.
And I think na-enjoy nila ang kanilang first day of the new season. Yeah. Once again, give it up for your match winner, Team Liquid Philippines. You may now take your bow. They are going off the stage with one match win. Denise, alam mo, napakagandang start ito, lalo na for the Cavalry. They are rejoicing right now for the win of TLPH.
I think, Odin, it's just very rightful para sa ating unang laro ng ating bagong season. Very intense game. Pinakaba tayo kanina ng Aurora at ng Team Liquid.
At mukhang kinabahan din ang ating mga audience. And to break down what happened in that match, balik na muna tayo sa mga casters. Casters, palag na to.
Thank you so much, Odin, Denise, and of course, congratulations to Team Liquid Philippines for getting the first win here of Season 17 already. And of course, the MVP for Game 3 was Sanji, and that was the MVP of the match.
Yeah.
The
So,
GOAT.
It was the GOAT all around, but in Game 3,
Sanji.
It was a chef.
The dictation of the tempo in the center. Again, Wolf and I were also talking about it during the interview. Both casts agreed Light should not have rotated down to the gold lane. He should have helped keep the pressure in the center so that Carl TZ cannot farm comfortably because then it unlocks the Suyo and the Juicin combination in the turtle fights. Sanji positioned himself very well. He went for a Sky Piercer after the Glowing Wand. He went for the Crystal first, then he went Glowing Wand, then he went Sky Piercer. But then at that point, with him getting to 5 kills, I believe that's just 2 stacks.
that just adds even more so to the burst damage profile of Liquid when you have the, of course, the evil queller of the Suyo that got the farm up and has a 4-level gap between the Leomord, killer.
Yeah.
Daiki on the carry, killer damage as well. Even Sanford, killer damage as well. Burst profile.
And it's funny because we didn't even really get to see the damage technically from the carry yet because of just how quickly this game went in favor of TLPH. It was there though in that last whole team fight when Light jumped forward with the tech charge. He was melted. He was shredded through, and that's what the carry was there for.
Yeah.
Again, this is the quickest game of the series. We had a 20-minute game in game 1. We had about a 17-ish, almost a 17-minute game in game 2, and then we have almost a 12-minute game in game 3. This was very dominant and quick for TLPH.
This is as fast as it gets between equally skilled teams.
Yeah.
And I'd like to hear more from Liquid because Faldeezy said it best. We were just freestyling it.
They didn't practice it?
Honestly, did not get much practice anyways.
Yeah.
So what more if they actually had something prepared?
And I think that is the epitome of what a lot of the Cavalry and their biggest fans and themselves have said included, when people are wondering just how much of an impact this would have on Team Liquid coming into the season, it's still those 4 guys, like those same 4 guys that have accomplished so much, especially the back-to-back championships here in MPL Philippines. I mean, and I think this also says volumes for Daiki to be able to go ahead and fit into that role of the gold laner and make things work. And again, I think if we would have had a longer game in Game 3, you would actually see Daiki be able to really make this carry work, even though we talked about in the draft how there are some of those disadvantages, but just because of the nature of the game, the scaling that we saw from TLPH's lineup, and it's still the same 4 guys playing at the highest level here, whether they had all that practice time or not, it's still the Liquid Stampede we saw in Game 3.
Even if they did win and take home the bag anyways, I think this is still Liquid finding their footing. This is not prime Liquid just yet.
Yeah.
But I might have to hold my tongue and say they were struggling because they were having fun.
Yeah, it was stated by Carl Tizzi himself in the interview. That was a mindset that they went into this game, this entire matchup, is that we really literally only had 1 practice with Daiki, guys. Let's just go out there, do our thing, and have fun. And it worked out.
I'd love to hear what we can get from their comms. Let's go ahead and throw it over to the mic check for Team Liquid.
Walang makaalis ah. Walang flicker, no? Tara, G. G, magsabay ka kayo sa Leslie Report. Walang flicker. Tara, G. Go natin to, G. Flicker ako, G, ha? Walang flicker. Walang second skill. Tara, G.
Mag-isa.
Kaya patayan. Dito. Diba eh?
Pre, pupulis lang talaga ako, pre, ha? Expect niya ko talaga wala ako sa clash. Ako na bahala sa sarili ko.
Okay, boy. Problema ka mo. Flicker Leslie, Flicker Leslie. Hindi matama yung parso. Yeah, boy ako. Flicker Leslie, pre. Leslie ka, Leslie, pre. Kompo ko. Wala flicker.
Patay. Kaya pa ako.
Kaya mo, G. Kaya patay. Nice, Ford. Ako bahala sa Leslie.
Nice, Ford.
Patigilin mo lang, Ford. Second ka?
Hindi ka binagsakan lang.
Bigay. Boy ako, kalma. Repeat. Buhay.
Walang challenge, walang bigal. Tara, walang bigal.
Sa akin. Wala kasama, Grak. Leslie, walang flicker. End the ball. End the ball.
There you have it. That's our INFINIX mic check there for the victory of Team Liquid Philippines. Still sounds pretty much the same. I know you can see Daiki's camera there. He's pretty locked in.
Yeah, that was a lot of Daiki. There's a lot of Daiki calls from the side of Liquid calling him on over. And yeah, it's the same, but at the same time, I feel like it was a bit more methodical from Liquid this time with their calls. It's like they didn't want to overwhelm Daiki. There were clear instructions. It was like, Daiki, now, use, burst.
But I'd like to think Daiki was also locked in. He knows because I only heard 1 word from him throughout that whole sequence is, it's on me. Like the light, the grok was on me.
Yeah.
And then everything else was just like him going with the flow.
Yeah.
You know, speaking about the flow out there, Sip's got the flow. Sip's purified water is filtered through volcanic rocks for a crisp, clean taste that quenches like no other. Quench that thirst. Take a sip. You take a sip, Leo. There it is. That's volcanic rocks. That's not volcanic rocks. It's filtered through volcanic rocks. You get what I'm saying?
I can taste it.
He can taste it. You see the Max? 5D on the stage? That's clever engineering, keeping these teams locked in. No distractions, just pure performance. Brought to you by TT Racing Philippines. We have your back.
Literally. I love these chairs.
This is actually probably the most comfy iteration.
Yeah, my butt has never felt this comfy in MPL, man.
It hugs me well.
Yeah. TT Racing.
And I would like to say, as the three Weeb Air Bros here, they're very spacious. So if you guys want to know, if you've ever wanted to get a TT Racing chair, just so you know, we're rather large dudes, and I'm very comfortable in this.
I'm not going anywhere. Like, this is...
You're safe. See, it's all about safety, man.
I live here now. This is my house. This specific chair, not this arena.
You know what? I'd love to one day get, like, custom chairs.
Oh,
you know?
I wouldn't mind just a chair.
Yeah.
Like, because there's so
TT
many
Racing,
collabs.
please respond.
Yeah, because there's so many cool collabs. Why can't they collab with the Weeb Air Bros?
Yeah, three of us.
You know,
we get one of each.
This our next.
Welcome to M17 new venue tower and start the season matchup between TLPH and of course TLPH draw. And that shows that epicness, that heated game shows season, but instead it will be a historical milestone because earlier during the of Fairy officially announced that they will be the first ever official jewelry partner of MPLPH for Season 17. So this means that the champions won't just be getting medals and trophies this season. They will be getting the first ever golden rings. And you know, this partnership merges esports culture with identity, using jewelry to symbolize their achievement and their legacy. And this collaboration is rooted in storytelling, where every piece of that jewelry represents the deep emotional pride of pro players in the MPLPH league. And you know, these rings carry the gold. It will be heavy because it will carry their hard work and their pride and their journey. And the day doesn't end there, because as we go along, we'll see the matchup of Twisted Minds and Onic Philippines. So sit tight, maybe get some snacks as we got on to this break.
Lupit ang laban natin, Womi pa rin kasama si Burrito and si Wolf. At ngayon makakasama din natin, walang iba kundi ang English panel.
And it's us, once again, the We Bear Bros here for the English panel. We'll be dividing it up later on. It's me, Leo, Renmar. But right now, it's all of us.
Tama.
Tayo.
Hindi siya mali.
Hindi siya mali. Napakadami natin dito at nakita na rin natin kanina yung mga pwedeng interaction na ngayon lang magiging posible.
Yeah. Kailangan ko lang sabihin, since we're all together, ngayon, We Bear Bros na rin kayo.
Yes.
Ay, maraming
Well,
salamat.
thank you
so much.
It is a honor na mapunta sa ganitong klaseng lugar na We Bear Bros na rin kami. At dahil nga nagkaroon tayo ng mukhang mutual na palitan, nagkaroon din tayo ng isang plot twist na may golden trade. Ito yung tipong off-season na sobrang ingay talaga.
Oo, sobra. Dumagundong lahat eh. Social media and all. Sino ba naman mag-aakala na si Kelra ay tutungo sa Indonesia, di ba?
Sobrang tagal kong in denial dyan. Hindi ako makapaniwala na ang isang Filipino player ay pupunta doon sa Indonesia tapos mapapalitan ng Indonesian player mismo.
And this is the first import for the MPL Philippines. I mean, everyone was looking forward to seeing Aaron Cheeky, but we didn't get to see him. But we will see Severo play today.
And I think, as Wolf said it, matagal niyang inisip kung pwede ba talaga to. And balita ko, matagal kasing niluto to. So this is a decision that the Onic franchise made, not just for the Philippines, but also Indonesia side. So this is a big, super fam din ba yun? Basta, this is a super fam-made decision.
Severo. Ang ganda na lang sinabi niya, yun na lang sasabihin ko eh. I mean, yun lang country ko.
At this point, Severo is indeed the first playing import mula sa Indonesia patungo dito sa ating liga. At kung pasabog man ang nakita natin mula sa Onic Philippines. Ito kay Severo na ngay nakatutok ang camera sa kanya. Bisitahin natin ang huling 8 taon niya papunta kung nasaan siya ngayon.
Yeah, started apparently sa Onic Miracle. So this is different from Onic Prodigy. May amateur team. Madami kasi yung mismo Onic franchise.
Yeah.
Then eventually no 2025, doon na siya napunta dun sa MPL Indonesia as a substitute for CW kung saan actually instrumental siya dun sa mga championship na nakuha ng Onic doon.
Yeah, and we also have to say, before winning those championships with Onic in MPL ID, kung di ako nagkakamali, he also has a couple of championships in more local tournaments in Indonesia themselves. Pero yung tournament na yun, parang kung may MDL level, I don't want to say the level below MDL, but it's like, yung grassroots talaga. Yung grassroots community team talaga from big orgs competing in that tournament.
Yep, and ang laking shoes ang kailangang suotin ni sapatos ni Severo dito dahil ang papalitan niya ay walang iba kundi ang gold standard na si Kelra, for the longest time touted as one of the best, or if not the best gold laner dito sa Pilipinas.
Yeah, fortunately para kay Severo, nagkaroon siya ng maraming oras. Katulad nga ng nasabi ng English panel natin is ito yung pinag-isipan at niluto pa ng Superfam. And I think that this training started late into December, pero syempre right after nung nakita natin na M7 mula sa Onic. So they had the time to actually do this.
Yeah, and para sa akin, isa sa mga favorite qualities ko ni Severo is he's a very dependable gold laner. He seems like that type. I wouldn't see him as the I'm the guy type of gold laner, pero you can count on him to give a good performance.
Well, before we continue with Severo, balikan muna natin ang kwento ni Kelra. Pumunta tayo sa video na ito.
Ayun, masaya ako dito sa Indonesia ngayon and sobrang excited din ako matry yung scene dito sa MPL Indonesia. Pero syempre, hindi pa rin mawawala sa akin yung nami-miss ko yung PH and yung MPL PH tas mga teammate ko doon. Pero so far, sobrang masaya naman ako dito kasi para sa akin halos same lang naman yung Onic PH saka Onic Indonesia kasi pares lang, parang pamilya, masaya. Kumaga, since nandito rin dati si Coach Sheb and si Kyrie, feeling ko na na rin nila yung culture na dapat pamilya, hindi parang mag-tropa lang, gano'n, magkatrabaho. Kasi sa Pinas, gano'n kami. And yun, so masaya naman ako dito and excited ma-try yung scene dito. Ma-advise ko lang kay Severo, siguro kailangan niyang, kung sakali mang dumating yung point na siyempre, as a player or as a team, hindi mawawala yung matatalo ka or matatalo isang beses, dalawang beses. Kumbaga, pag dumating man sa point na natalo or natatalo, wag siyang madadown and mas mahalin niya yung pressure and yakapin niya yung pressure na mga sinasabi ng tao kasi hindi mo maiiwasan na maraming masasabi sa mga tao eh. Kumbaga, kailangan mong yakapin yung pressure na yon and kailangan hindi mo siya madala sa loob ng game and wag mong kakalimutan na mas enjoy yung nasa Pinas ka and mag-try ng bagong habit and bagong routine. Guys, sa mga MPL PH fans dyan, next week na pala yung MPL next week nga pala mag-start yung MPL Indonesia. Huwag niyo kalimutan supportahan ng Onic Indonesia. So, supportahan niyo kami sa mga darating namin laban and I hope na maging okay ang journey naming dalawa ng Onic at dalawang Onic.
I'm really happy hearing from Kelra, but why does it feel like I just received a well-wishing from my ex? It's like, I miss you, I'm thinking about you. Kumusta ka dyan? Masaya na ako dito? Sana masaya ka rin. Parang
alam mo yung vibe na OFW.
May konting kiliti pa yun na parang namimiss ko naman kayo paminsan-minsan. Okay, but jokes aside, that was a very heartfelt video coming in from Kelra. And I'd like to focus on the point na talagang ayaw niyang ma-down si Savero.
Gusto ko nga, yun yung biggest takeaway ko from that video. Nagbigay siya ng magandang advice kasi imposibleng hindi ka matatalo once or even twice na magkasunod. Pero katulad nga ng ating paborito na expression, wag ka ma-down.
And that advice came from his own personal experience. Like you can really see that. I think the amount of progress that Kelra himself have made is amazing.
At ito na nga ang ating signal para tignan kung ano nga ba ang mga kailangan gawin ng parehas na kupunan sa ating INFINIX Keys to Victory. Wolf and Denmark, kamusta ba ito?
Ang napapansin ko dito sa Onic para matalo sila ng Twisted Minds is they have to focus on what happened during sa Cebol qualifiers wherein pwede nilang i-force na ma-deprioritize yung hero ni King Kong. So ibig sabihin, pwedeng hindi perfect yung makuwang hero ni King Kong kung ibaba nila yung mga priorities tapos ipupush nila dun sa mga pangit na heroes dito si King Kong. And also, if they protect their jungle in the early stages, kasi mahilig mag-invade itong tropa natin mula sa Onic, they will have a better shot in the early stages. Yan ang keys to victory para sa Twisted Minds. Now for Onic, basta hindi sila manalo dun sa mid-duo matchup, dun pa lang sa draft, ang laking bagay na nun. And also, they can leverage their strength in force team fights. Diba, napanood natin dun sa Cebol qualifiers. Kahit lugi ang Onic, tinatry pa rin nila mag-force ng team fight at dun sila nananalo.
Yeah, if you're Onic going to this matchup, you have to expect Twisted Minds are looking at MP the King and going, King go wild. Do whatever you want. So if they lose the mid-duo matchup in the draft alone, how are you going to do that? You're going to make it so much harder for yourself to try and stop MP the King. Build King Kong to stop MP the King.
Yeah. And King Kong and MP the King are the two people na kailangan talaga nating panoorin dito. Nakita natin sa pinakauna nating serye kung gaano ka-importante yung mga retribution for their teams. And that was a clash of the titans na nakita natin, kampiyon labang sa kampiyon. And this time around, our super rookies from last season are facing a former champion with new blood mula sa ibang bansa.
There was a time na ito yung nagturo sa kanila, di ba? Sila yung mga students ng Onic mismo. But we also have to mention na iba rin yung timpla kasi sorry kung i-spoil natin yung mga viewers, pero nakita ko si Ryota ang potential, di ba? So may ganun pa. And then there's also Savero.
Nabuhayan ang Ryota Army.
Siguro magiging instrumental to para sa communication issue, no? Na laging bino-brought up, no? Lalo na may import tayo. Remember si Brusco ay marunong din namang magbahasa Indo. Andyan si Ryota na marunong din magbahasa Indo and Savero. Let's see kung papaano to. Kasi ako na-excite na ako. No?
This is truly a historic match. Not just for MPL Philippines, but also for international MPL, considering that this is the first time ever in MPL history na may maglalarong Indonesian sa ating local league. Let's give a warm welcome para dito kay Savero. No? Para naman sa mga, sigurado kasi may mga bashers na, di ba? Paglaruin nyo naman muna.
Pakita muna natin kung paano siya magpakitang gilas, basically.
And that has been an amazing time na makita natin kung ano mga posibleng mangyari. Sa ngayon i-welcome na natin ang ating mga manlalaro. I-welcome na ang Twisted Minds and Onic Philippines.
Rookies no more. They have returned to shatter the status quo. Please welcome Twisted Minds! Let's give him a warm welcome dari Indonesia. Selamat datang di Filipina. Impor pertama Severo dan Onic Philippines. Please welcome our marshals for this matchup, Chico, Miko, Joshua G, and JD. And our head referee is set. Please welcome to the arena as well our coaches for this matchup. For Onic Philippines is Coach Hayes. For Twisted Minds is Coach Bonchan. MPL Arena, make some noise for Twisted Minds and Onic Philippines!
And here we go. I can't wait to see this one break out in front of us. That was a hell of an intro there, Redmar.
Thank you.
And yes, I cannot wait to see Severo play like we saw here. For this lineup, we got to take it through first. Opposing Severo and the Onic Philippines, it's Twisted Minds.
It's a damn shame we didn't get much of a moment on our big panel to talk about Twisted Minds. Yes, folks, you are not deceived by your eyes. Owl has come home. A former import playing for both Cambodia, Malaysia, and China. This is a national athlete who won the SEA Games in Vietnam in 2022 and has gone as far as third place in the M5 World Championships. He is known to play amazing fighters in the gold lane, and that's what they're going to need to go up against the Super Fam.
And of course, we gotta put eyes on Severo. Welcome to the Philippines.
Van Clayton.
I saw a little bit of Severo's reaction, and I saw Onic Philippines backstage. They were really hyping the young man up. You could see the nerves in him, but Onic, the super fan that they are, did everything they can to tell him, you're gonna be fine, you're gonna be great. The vibes are there. Severo just has to do.
This is, you guys got to remember, import in MPL Indonesia, right? Kyrie went over there, here on the other side, right? So I think that's something to say. The pressure is going to be there, but I feel like that culture that we even saw Kelra mention, that Onic as a whole, whether that's the Philippines arm or the Indonesian arm, they create this culture of family. And I think this is still a iteration of that, and who knows exactly how we'll see this version of Onic Philippines play. But I am excited just like you guys, and I think even with Ryota coming back in into this mix, it's seasons because I feel like he's. But before we get to the match, we're gonna throw it to our smart ping.
Minds. MPL Season 17 eh. Boy. Ano lang ako dito, tayo. Yari kay Kaloy. Shoutout nga ngayon na dyan. Shoutout kay Mama Nation. Uy! Di pa ako tumulong. Nanginginig talaga yung buhay. Good luck sa amin. Ay, good luck sa Onic kasi nagagalit na si Kaloy. Let's go, let's go, let's go! Hello, Filipina fans. Sonics Philippine. Thank you for welcoming me, guys. Keep support me, guys. This is my first game. Filipino fans. Tingin ako, pre. Tingin. Sakin. Mahal ko ka.
You got it. Some words there from some test. Last season, it was always singing. It was a singing ping test.
Yeah.
Our players.
Yeah. You know, despite that being a really sweet message from Severo, the moment Al showed up on screen, or when we see Al, it's like, bro, that's who you're up against, man. Al is really good. He impressed during the wildcards of the M7 World Championship.
He was gold lane Sora.
Yeah, he was gold lane Sora, and he impressed also during his stint in China. This is going to be a tough first task for Severo, and not just Severo, for Onic Philippines. Considering that the team they're up against, actually the community are looking at Twisted Minds and going, hey, we see the vision. There is a bright future there in front of us.
In my own personal power rankings, I actually put Twisted Minds slightly ahead of Onic Philippines.
Oh, you did?
Given how I think this will be more of a rebuilding season for Onic, because if you remember, in season 16, there was a time where Twisted Minds were actually ahead of the Super Fam.
Oh, yeah.
For a majority of season 16,
yeah.
Twisted Minds were doing much better than the Super Fam.
I think they started their regular season
with a win streak.
With a win streak, yeah.
Yeah. I think for almost like half the season 16, Twisted Minds was like on top, and then eventually there was that dip. They still did make it to the playoffs, and then come the playoffs, I think that was just like the apex of, well, I mean, it's our first season, it's 4 of us, 1 vet. It's expected that come the playoffs, maybe we're just not quite ready for this yet. And that's not to hate on Twisted Minds. I mean, you can only expect so much from a young team making their debut as talented as they are, which is why I'm so excited to see them for their next full season. Finally, Coach Bonjan, Coach Eson as well, with all the learnings that they have, with the pedigree of this coaching staff, how hungry MP the King gets every season to get to the top, the peak of MPL Philippines. I am looking forward to seeing how Twisted Minds has grown.
We'll see how they draft here. They are going over to the blue side. They went with the Flying Cloud selection for the game 1.
That is exactly what the winner of the first series today did.
Is that gonna, yeah,
Flying Clouds blue side.
I wonder if we're gonna see a trend
there. Is that
there.
the winning combo? FC, BS.
Yeah. And then what was the second one? Yeah, Expanding Rivers.
Yeah.
ER.
And then blue side still.
All right, so they go out.
No.
A little bit of different bands than what we saw in the previous series.
I smell like this might be a Marcel game.
It's got to be. I said it. We've got to see the Marcel come
Spell
through.
it out with the Valentina band.
Yeah.
Blue too.
I am a daughter of Northern Band.
Okay, there's the Freya. This has to be a first. Blue side pick, Marcel.
Is it Marcellable? With the layer mode still open? Are they willing to? I want to see it.
The planes exist.
That does not sound like Eve behind me, but it did.
I think that's an anti-synergy if you go Eve Marcel.
Yeah.
So I may have to.
Yeah, it doesn't stop the projectiles. The projectiles will still go through.
So you can just swipe away into the same spot. Is that true? Is that how that
No,
works?
but they can't get damaged because the only ones that can damage the people in the circle is Marcel himself. They take no damage from anything.
Projectiles will resume after golden hour.
No. They just go. They still just go through.
Exactly. So you can only swipe or poke once.
Yeah, you're essentially waiting for it to go away.
Definitely an anti-synergy then.
Yeah.
NVM.
Yeah.
BRB.
Oh, what? What was the first one?
NVM.
NVM.
Never mind.
Never mind. Okay, there's the Kalea being picked up in the Yuzhong. Already very different in this game 1 draft than what we saw in the last series.
Kalea got snubbed.
Yeah.
Completely. In
I mean,
game
they
1.
basically want to take it away from Kaloya.
Kaloya, yes,
Kaloya was the Kalea player last
absolute
season.
truth.
Yeah.
So you take that away. You've got a great setup potential over here already for Brusco, who also loves to play the Kalea.
That's 2 national athletes next to each other.
You're right. Sean, excuse me, not Sean. Kaloy did get honors with Liquid in Thailand, right?
That's right.
Yeah. As a sub-roamer, sub out with JP.
2 gold medalists!
If I'm Twisted, I think they can lean on just picking up their roamer now and then play for matchups in the second phase. They can go ahead and pick up Gatot alongside this Claude. Maybe high loss if they're feeling like they just want to be a little bit more static, but then that will really mean Onic will control the center of the map and Twisted Minds might be a little bit too defensive. There's someone who I haven't seen in a while. They go for the Phobius, and right away Onic go ahead and pick up the Harley, one of the heroes that we mentioned in the pre-show panel to start off the day.
4 unique picks in the first half of the draft alone.
That's
compared to all of the 3 games played in the first series tonight.
Yep. And the Harley going in the hands of King Kong, like going back to the Kings, the keys to victory, the Kings to victory. Is this going to be one of them for Onic here?
There's a king on the other side too.
There is a king on the other side.
Yeah, there's two of them. For Harley here, honestly, looking at the Claude and the Eve, I'm scared for Twisted Minds. I think Onic PH drafted the first phase very well. They can be aggressive. How Lansu will handle the EXP lane to try and control Ryota from being able to rotate and have his presence felt, that's going to be one of the things I'm going to be looking out for. But if it becomes one of these games where Onic are controlling and Twisted Minds are just trying to survive to set up for this Claude, it's not going to go well for Twisted.
I love this Kalia pick from Onic, just to roll it back while we're waiting for these bans.
Yeah.
Brusco played a mean Kalia in her opening days being available for competitive play. In Mobile Masters, where Savero made his debut, they were on opposite sides of the field.
And now, they're teammates.
And he's playing the same hero a year later.
Yeah. It's, you know, I love that. I love that about the storylines of where we are. Yeah. Where we are in the competitive scene for MLBB.
So rich.
And that's why I think the fact that we have our first import here in the MPL Philippines is also, like Womi said earlier on our panel, this is a historic moment. Because again, just the stories between these players alone on Onic, it's pretty crazy to think about how far they've come, where they are now, and I think at the same time, how do you pick a gold laner for Savero in this kind of first three pick for Onic already?
Moskov.
Yeah, Moskov. We saw the Moskov Claude trade, the relationship of that matchup. Honestly, if I'm Onic, this might be a little bit gila, a little bit crazy. Give him an old favorite. I hate to see it in this current metagame, but if he's comfortable with it, give him an Arathel. You already have the good strong damage coming in from the Yuzong and Harley like to burst. Yeah. I know it's a crazy idea, but you also need to make it easy for him to run away from the Phobias. If ever they get trapped within the real world manipulation, for him to just jump out with a heavy crossbow and then be able to find a good flank angle.
Yeah, them's the heroes. Arathel, Harith, 1-1. But the Phobius kind of blocks out that last pick.
So YSS, we're seeing most likely this
there
is
he is. Oh my god, here he is!
Finally!
A Leo Mord with the Marcel.
Joseph, I'm sorry to derail your previous question, but Yi Sun-shin is safe, and it's the opposite completely of what we're seeing now. This is...
That works out. That works out. You get Marcel to just keep getting vision.
And twist.
Yeah.
My mind is twisted.
Yeah, I wonder if Onic Philippines expected this. Maybe could that be one of the reasons why they decided to pick up YSS 4? And then the Harley they also picked up at 3? I mean, I know how strong the Harley is with a burst because the Eve is there. But I wonder if there was a line of thinking where they was like, you know, maybe the Harley could also come in as a potential way to threat the Marcel. Burn him down real quick, force him to use his own
from outside. Because when the Marcel's about to die, the response is the golden hour. But
what's Savero playing?
Savero is playing the YSS. That's what I was saying earlier before the Marcel was picked.
Oh, yeah,
we're seeing the YSS
Harley.
go. Yeah.
Oh, it's the
That's
YSS
why I was saying YSS is going in the gold, which can work.
Wait, no. There was another swerve at the time, mid lane Harley.
Yeah.
Because we did not see the Zetian just yet, but...
Whoa! Onic has got some fresh ideas for us. Honestly, I'm just looking forward to seeing how this is going to play out. There's a lot of X factors I'm not familiar with, so let's see if I can just explain it as it goes.
Is this Kevin Reyes' contributions? Is the comeback king joining Onic with his stint fresh from Geekfam ID, introducing these Gila concepts? Look at this!
Like, when are you going to see this lineup?
I've never seen Hayes do anything like this.
Gold lane Yeesh. Oh my god.
This was a thing for like 2 weeks last year.
Yeah.
Up against the claw. Yeah, there was like a little bit of time.
There was a little bit.
Yeah. Just a little bit of gold lane YSS when we were still trying to see, is it fighters? Can we actually pull out some crazier picks in the gold lane?
Like a fling.
Yeah.
Fling or not, we're going to go ahead and go into this one. Land of Dawn here between this historic match right now. Savero alongside the Super Fam Onic Philippines versus Twisted Minds, and Al against him. Let's see how this plays out. Yeah, it's been a while since we've seen the YSS in the gold lane.
Gentlemen, note the aggressive use of Purify.
Yeah, and he also started by taking the Beetle up top. So that's his first thing. Before the waves came out, he went straight for the Beetle. Huh. Interesting. Oh wait, no, he didn't. Okay, he just went there. He just hasn't spawned yet. Okay.
Checked it.
All right, I was just losing it a bit.
All right, King Kong and Brusco bearing down on the small camp away from MP the King. They successfully get it, but look, MP is just self-sustaining. He's like, all right, I'll do it myself. I'll take yours in return.
Oh wait, oh no, Severo might get the gank here.
Kaloy coming in, gets a good freeze on both Brusco and Prince. He's fine.
Okay, for those that might not know, and why we spent so much time today alone from last series until now talking about Marcel. If you haven't played it against him yet, just for those that don't know, Marcel is he's basically overpowered. Like, he's so strong. And then we talked about too how the Leomord was great against him, but now you have it on the same team. Is this still a massive threat against Onic, or does this lineup, this draft, kind of alleviate some of that strength that Marcel has?
Yeah, and it's one of those scenarios where the gears in my head are trying to turn as fast as they can right now. There's so many unfamiliar pieces together that I'm thinking about. So I think we'll see a little bit more of it as it goes on.
It's 4D chess. There's a nice freeze onto Brusco. The passive on Kaloy coming through as well. The tracking shot, upping his movement speed to, again, effectively track targets. Now he jumps into Ryota and Brusco. There's MP the King with a Venom Steed slashing through Brusco. Didn't even get the heal, using that flicker defensively. And now Ryota pushing back 3 members of Twisted Minds. Sean checking in, holding on to the RWM.
Yeah, MP the King brought low, but I don't think Onic can go straight for the turtle. Have to go through the purple buff first. Let's see if after this purple buff they'll go there and where MP the King will go. After this green camp, is he going to try to position for turtle, or will they just give that up and go to their own purple buff instead?
Yeah, so
purple it is.
Yeah, purple taken. No deaths there. But so this is one of the things that Marcel does, and he doesn't have the ultimate yet. He doesn't have that golden hour just yet, but still a threat with being able to go ahead and snap some of these people. But King Kong secures the turtle. They'll keep it clean and calm right now. First objective secured.
Uh-oh, Owl catches a face full of Mountain Shocker. Had to get on out of there. Did not need to use the Purify, but a close call across the map. Onic are getting what they want.
Yeah, it seems like in the trades, the moment Severo lands the Mountain Shocker and the stun first, that's already going to be an advantage for him, making it hard for Owl to decide whether or not he's going to be committing it. So after he took all of that damage from Severo, he decided to BMI out instead. So let's see if Severo's going to keep using his ultimate just in lane to try and keep forcing Owl back.
Could. I mean, right now he's got a little bit of an advantage, as you can see there with the gold in the gold lane. Across from his 200 gold ahead, went to the rush with that Hunter Strike too.
Which in hindsight is still very strong out of the gold lane. Name another gold laner who has an ult that affects the map entirely on a single press. Even SOD doesn't do that. You have to aim SOD. And you have to do something with it. Oh, there it is, another Mount Shocker. King Kong drops the deadly magics. Owl bites it underneath tier 1. First blood
Clean,
for the super fam.
Clean gank from those two. That could not have gone any better. And it seems like because of Owl prioritizing the Warrior Boots first, that's him acknowledging that in lane to lane, it's better for the YSS. He will have the damage advantage. Severo decided to go for pure damage item. Owl immediately thought, this is going to hurt. I have to go defensive first.
And that's going to hurt too, because that's a whole lot of extra gold now in the hands of Severo, even though he was already a couple hundred gold ahead. And like you guys were mentioning, having that Mountain Shocker also secures you that move, that play with the Deadly Magic with the Harley to set things up.
Dynamic Slam finds him. Golden Hour, the answer. Kaloy moving around, trying to cancel Brusco's initiation. It's successful, but still, Twisted Minds on the back, but Sean forced to flicker out.
Defensive Golden Hour, and yeah, you see the moment it goes up and there are members of both teams outside of the Golden Hour, they're essentially just waiting.
Yeah, that's kind of what it is. It's a waiting game when it's used. And second turtle up, control right now for Onic. Let's see if Twisted does.
Here we go, Black Dragon form plus the Phantom Steed. Big trade in the Turtle Pit. Lansu steals it away with an Infernal Pursuit. And just like that, Turtle 2 goes over to Twisted.
All right, Twisted somehow ends up securing that. Lansu gets that, but you can still see that if they go full force in the face of Onic, it's more so of they need to be able to go ahead and scale up. And a part of that is that Phovius being tanky enough. They've got plenty of damage early on to be able to utilize this and wait for Owl to eventually come online here on this Claude here. But what I'm seeing from Onic too, the way they approach the fights is just like we've seen so much times before, Kalea can set things up. If you don't have that, you actually have quite a bit of good, these like mini crowd controls that you can use with the Fury, the Phoenix, even Ryota when he has the Petrify available, or that setup potential with the Furious Dive.
It's interesting to see the hero design of oh, sorry, I'm blanking. Marcel, there you go.
Marcel.
Thank you. He's not really built like the archetype in-your-face type attack, but because of his kit, because of frame moment and tracking shot, he is encouraged to just go up right in front of whoever he's up against, try to get those immobilizers and crowd control up, and then make the most out of all of the crowd control abilities that you have.
And he can. We've seen it a couple of times. The only problem is Twisted Minds can never really truly say no. All they're doing is saying not yet to Onic. What's the power spike we're looking for? Is it an owl? Is there another possible power spike?
I mean, with the presence of the Leomord, that's a given. I think they're also looking towards when the Eve will have enough damage that Onic will really have to respect. Because so far it's been Onic like initiating.
Yeah.
But then if they're not careful with their initiation and they get trapped in the mix-up of a well-timed, maybe one skill after the other, real-world manipulation and then golden hour, setting all that up, or the other way around, then Onyx's dive-focused lineup is going to start feeling the counterpunch of the Twisted Mind playstyle. It's old-school Bonchan S-on.
Yeah, I think that's why now for this last turtle of the game, you're going to see them set things up. Now, there's no Purify that was taken out earlier on for Koloy, so I don't think he's going to be able to jump in this one. So that's one thing that Brusco is doing. He knows that any Kalea player that going against this knows there's going to be two Purifies. They go.
Tsunami Slam on the one. Black Dragon form.
Wow.
Golden Hour stopping Prince and Brusco cold in the tracks. Severo pushes the turret. And just like that, it's all Latsu. He finds King Kong. The beast has been slain. And the Super Fab will find retribution. Down goes Lansu. The Riot Army goes wild.
That was either unfortunate timing or the best timing because of the enhanced basic attack from Lansu's Phobias. Locked in on King Kong's Harley at the right time so that when he got the hat trick away, Lansu was already locked in and homed in on him like a missile.
Yeah, and also when that fight broke out, they're able to go ahead and capitalize on something. That's what Twisted Minds did really well, especially last season. Sometimes they might be losing that fight or that skirmish, but they're usually getting something else across the map. And you see that as they take that tier 1 down, keeps them from getting too out of hands in terms of the gold lead. But it is going to be Severo that knocks down the tier 1 turret now down bot, and you can see the itemization coming into play. King Kong's now got a Divine Glaive with the Genius Wand. So he's going to work pretty good synergistically with Super Prince now at this portion of the game where they're just looking to burst someone down. If they can lock someone down, survive that golden hour setup, and then get one themselves, they get the advantage in terms of numbers.
Yeah, but on the other side, you also see the threat of what the Twisted Minds combo could potentially have. The ceiling, it's quite obvious. I didn't expect that they'd use that to actually stop the reinforcements coming in after the initial setup. That bought time, which led to King Kong going down. So again, it's pretty much the same thing. Onic just needs to be careful of their timing and dive because it's easy for Twisted Minds' composition to split them up at the worst possible time, then punish.
It seems like if we see it more often, it'll be confirmed, but they're using Golden Hour to reposition and reassess the battlefield. It's like, all right, Golden Hour now, you got 2 seconds. All right, this is where they are. Do that. And that's how they won that last engagement.
That's interesting, too. Lights, camera, action. He's 130th hero pick in the MPL Philippines. Yeah, Marcel. That's Clemar.
Clemar.
That's Clemar.
Santos.
It's a magical camera with a person's soul in it.
Yeah. Dare I say, you could call Clemara a faceless void.
Yes.
Cameras don't have faces, you're right.
Yes, you're right. They don't. The Lord's got one. Lansu, though, he gets poked down a lot. Again, this is the amount of damage that even King Kong can do, so it's going to be a fight for the space around the Lord.
Oh.
Where's he going to go here?
I'm thinking, okay, so even if during the objective team fights, because of Traceless, Severo's positioning in the dance is as if he is a jungle himself. Maybe they're using him as a little bit of a bait tactic, wherein they see the YSS and then Traceless.
Kaloy compromising Brusco's position in that river brush, and they re-engage. It's come to the point where the game is so tight that despite Onic having, you know, a small advantage on the map and a 1K gold lead, Twisted Minds movements are just as lethal.
Yeah. This is all going well for Onic, but at the same time, Twisted Minds have kept the game close. Al did suffer that one death, just a level behind Severo, so it's not a massive gap.
Yeah.
Less than 1,000 behind?
Less than 1,000. He's on the way to Trinity. Once that golden staff locks in, then it is going to start looking a little bit more different for Onic.
About 1,000 and change, I take that back.
Yeah.
He's just on his way to the Swift Trinity.
Yeah, so once he gets there, he's going to be in a good position to actually fight this. And I think that's why Twisted is just kind of delaying this out if they can.
Yeah. We're also waiting for the third item of Sean because he went Bloodwing second. So typical Eve approach, he decided to go for sustainability, which makes a lot of sense because of the threat of the Harley of King Kong. Who, by the way, I like his positioning so far.
Kaloi took a little too much heat there.
Yeah.
Down to a third.
And that just goes to show how good the damage profile of Onic is. Even up against the Roamer. I know he's not, again, a traditional tank, and he does build defensive items, but that hurts. And that is a telltale sign for Twisted Minds that they're gonna need to pull the trigger eventually. They cannot keep stretching this out.
Oh, King Kong, okay, he's gonna check that out. That's one thing that's interesting about Marcel too, right? He doesn't get HP, basically, from the HP items.
No benefits.
No benefits from it. You saw him pick up a Guardian Helm. That's just going to help him heal back up at least when he does get poked down.
Putting himself in danger.
He kind of has to, though,
he'll
right?
sit out for like 3 seconds. I can do. Go again.
Like this? Okay.
Go again. Even Brusco's getting tired of this. Like, stop! Come on, stop!
Oh, less than half health on this Lord.
All right, this is the dance. Lord gets reset.
Yeah, it gets reset. There's so much pressure from Onyx
Whoa,
lineup.
whoa! Brusco pulls the trigger. Finds Sean. That's the golden hour, the reposition, the fury of the Phoenix. Sean goes down, Black Dragon form from Ryota. That's the Mount Shocker from Severo. Does not get the finishing job, but MP finds Brusco. Severo falls, and now Ryota in the middle of 3. Make that 4, Kaloi's still here. Ryota goes down, Ow gets him. Lansu got the deadly magic on him, but he's got a lot of HP. He's fine. Twisted Minds reposition to the Lord.
What a fight for Twisted Minds. I thought it was going to go way worse than it did for them. But Onic wasn't able to win that fight, and now Lord goes to Twisted.
Yeah, I was actually thinking about it earlier. If Twisted Minds are going to change their approach wherein once something has initiated, they will hold off. Maybe then they'll use the golden moment, hold a little bit, allow Onic to go deep into the engage, and then that's when they pop their big abilities. You see it happen. Once Onic decides to go for full dive, but Twisted Minds have it premeditated where we still have some ultimates, we still have some abilities to punish this dive, then we can turn it around. So Twisted Minds' long game con has worked out for them. Now it's Onic in the back foot with a lineup that doesn't want to be playing from behind in terms of map control.
Yeah, it's interesting too because of the fact that like this is such a low kill game from especially what we saw in the previous series, but it's the technicalities that are coming through here with this composition. I mean, even in a sense, Golden out, freezing the Lord, keeping him there too, goes in for his charge, but that's part of the play here. Also notice that something that has to be dealt with if you are Twist and you're using that Golden Hour.
Yeah.
You saw from Super Prince the timing with the Fury of the Phoenix, that little bit of a stun that is there with the Fury of Phoenix can be timed well to deal at least with the Golden Hour in a way.
Yeah, and I like how Kaloi used the Golden Hour on that Lord because that actually meant that the dive will push through that charge. Because if he did not commit that, then Onic would have taken down the Lord before the damage from the charge connected.
So there would have been a chunk of HP that the turret would have saved.
Yeah, exactly. So that's why he uses ultimate to make sure that the charge will eventually just go through.
These are mechanics that prior was not in the game before Marcel.
Yeah, Marcel has changed he's changed the game, literally.
It's been a great year for the French. Well, it's not really French, it's just the name.
Yeah, just the easy English. Owl also just picked up his Wind of Nature, so he's going to have that defensiveness here for him. Look at this. This is what I was talking about. There's the Fury of the Phoenix. Bit of a stun there, but still, surprisingly, because of the way this lineup works for Onic, once that was used up, you lose a lot of the firepower, and Severo going down. Lansu does a great job at sticking to the right targets here.
Yeah, and it was also the defensive Blazing Duet from Owl. So Onic decided to go commit on that Claude. Once a Blazing Duet popped up, they were like, wait, this hurts more than it's supposed to be. Oh no, we're split up. Oh, Severo was left alone. Lansu was just eating up the back line. So Onic need to watch their positioning, and they need to double down again on the idea that they built this lineup so Severo's comfortable across the map and during team fights.
My God. And the only way that they can stop Lansu is if they kill him. And he's building full defense. And his kit is procced by 4 heroes. Oh my God, Kaloi is about to get bursted down! I'm not sure that worked that way, Kaloy, but you survived anyways.
He tried it.
Yeah, he tried it. He can combat.
Yeah.
And he but I think he tried the go.
Yeah.
Like a winter crown.
All right. Well,
oh, that could be how it works.
yeah. Just for some reason.
They're really... Because again, to just go for movies or even the Leomord is alive. Yeah, let's say I would quick, but what happened?
Oh, Fury of the Phoenix, he purifies it, King Kong.
Loy ang binurst. Pero this time wala na ata siyang patakas. At mabibigyan na siya dito ni King Kong. Kaya papasok na rin si Brusco. Reroll manipulation na gamit. 4v5 ang magiging laban sa meron sa gilid. Napana na si Brusco. Kung yung immortality niya. Ngayon si Rota yung pinupuntahan ni MP the King. Kaya mag-sustain. Si Brusco na. Atoy para sa Onic.
Out ng Twisted Minds.
Yan, nakakatakot na para sa... But, owl,
Classic fighter MD, pero Lansu!
Ayun na gumamit ng Fury of the Phoenix. Lansu kagad ang kanilang binurst. Kaya lang makaka-atras ang Onic PH pero yung Lord ay nasecure na ng Twisted Minds.
At walang unti-unti na atang napupunta sa pabor ng Twisted Minds ang larong ito.
Talagang nasa kanila lang ang pabor, masasabi ko. Because of the scaling of their heroes. And nakita din natin si Sean na nagiging problema malaki para sa side ng Onic Philippines. Ang ginagawa ni Sean para siyang taga-protekta na eh. Parang dahil hindi siya nag-go ng Onic Philippines because King Kong decides to pop the Deadly Magic onto Kaloy. Parang libre yung game para sa kanya. Kahit nga itong si Riota, hindi natin nakikita na sinusubsob din itong si Sean. Kaya naman, kapag tinatry ng Onic na lumapit, Nova pa lang, enough na para matumbay yung mga heroes ng Onic.
Oo, and para bang kanina pa talagang si Kalo yung nagiging choice ng Onic Philippines dito. And pakiramdam ko, no, ito na ata yung active na decision talaga ng Onic Philippines sa pilaya na ang playmaker on the side of Twisted Minds. Golden Hour is available. Hindi na pipigilan yung Lord at this time around. One inhibitor turret na ang nawawala.
Okay, naghahanap si Kaloy na magiging target niya. Lord ay burst na rin ang mabilisan dito ng Onic. And gusto ko lang sabihin, no, yung decision ni King Kong na laging i-burst itong si Kaloy ay maganda naman. Kaya lang pa rin, with the Sky Guardian helmet, parang wala eh, tatambay lang dito si Kaloy, tapos babalik eh. Hindi na niya kailangan mag-recall pa uwi eh.
I agree.
Di ba?
And kung sakaling ganun na nga yung mga options na natitira, Wolf, ano ba yung play, I would say, anong play na maganda para kay King Kong at this point?
Hanapin niya si Sean, siguro.
Talaga,
or
no?
maybe kay MP the King na underrated din pero nakakuha ng mga pick-offs eh.
Oo nga. I mean, at this point, hindi pa talaga bumabagsak si MP the King. Ang tanging defensive item sa pagkakaalam ko ay Queen's Wings na hawak niya ngayon. And apart from that, of course, a Brute Force Breastplate as well. Pero mukhang hindi na naman magti-teamfight ang dalawang kupunan na to. Maghihintay na naman ata tayo ng ating pangatlong Lord ng larong ito. The last two Lords ay napunta sa kamay ng Twisted Minds. Pero in terms of Turtles ay nakalamang ang Onic Philippines. Pero mukhang maganda ang pwesto ng side ng Onic ha. Naghahanap sila ng potential na pick-off.
Binabagalan lang eh kung titingnan mo, no. And yung wave naman, minamanage sila pa unti-unti. Atoy R pala, meron na rin siyang chastise, no. So kahit papano ay may konting pansagot doon kay Owl. Pero ang kailangan mag-ingat dito, ako medyo kinakabahan ako kay King Kong. Laging sobrang lalim niya and lagi siyang nakikita dito ng Twisted. Kasi isang huli lang ng Dark Wave, pre. May paglalagyan to eh. Diba?
Di madaling mabuhay kung ikaw ay isang Harley. And so far, Twisted Minds putting themselves up top, planting yung mga heroes nila dito sa mga possible entry points. para makapag-set up ng slow push dun sa may taas magiging maganda. Kapag nahuli nga lang sila dito ng Onic, na nandun sila, pwedeng i-burst yung Lord. But seems like that's not gonna be the case. After nilang mag-set up ng makapal na wave dun sa may top lane, aatras muna sila at pa-prioritize itong Lord.
Ako, si Lanzo ata magiging target dito ni King Kong, pero mukhang hindi na naman makakuha ng kill off to the Deadly Magic. But as you said, Burrito, mabilis lang naman ang cooldown ng ultimate na ito at nagpadala na rin ng Onic ng kanilang first import sa top lane.
Ini-import sa taas.
Ini-import sa taas.
Ay, yun nga lang
naspatan.
Naspatan, nahuli ng CCTV. Yung mga poke na nakitira dito kay King Kong, pag wala siya napapatay, hindi pabor sa ang mapa para sa kanila. Kasi nangyari, di ba, pag uwi ni Lanzo, may flying clouds eh. So, balik lang din sila. Kaya papansin mo, kahit 60% HP, umuwi talaga si Lanzo eh.
Oo, sulit na sulit yung uwi kasi mayroon namang expressway pabalik ng laban. And again, ang pumili ng ating mapa dito ay Twisted Minds dahil sila nga ang home team. Mamaya sa ating game number 2, chance naman ng Onic Philippines na pumili ng mapa na hindi pa nalalaro. And of course, yung kanilang side. At kung umabot tayo ng game 3, randomizer na sa huling dalawang hindi nalalaro. Yan ang ating bagong rules sa loob ng mapa. Pero mukhang itutuloy na nga dito ng Twisted Minds ang Lord na ito.
Okay, may soft reset sila na gagawin. Papahawakan pa rin kay Aul. Iniispatan siya ni Kaloy. Pero mapapaatas! Uy, Flicker! Flicker burn na rin dito ni Lanzu. Pagkakataon ba ng Onic, nagpo-flow pa ng wave sa ibabang bahagi itong si King Kong. Pero bibitawan na muna nila yung Lord.
Wow! Imagine mo na burn mo na yung flicker ng Phobius pero disiplina pa rin para sa Onic Philippines. Hahawakan na ito ni Savero Kaloy!
Uy! Fury of the Phoenix, gamit Purify para kay Kaloy. Naku, pagkakataon na ng Onic PH na madaliin itong Lord na to.
Wow! When you see yung mga teams na maglalaro din specific series, Twisted Minds versus Onic, ang expectation mo, high-octane gameplay. Bakbakan kung bakbakan. It's the complete opposite. Walang namatay sa exchange na yon. But for some reason, Onic Philippines, nabugaw nila yung mga members ng Twisted Minds. Kanina pa nila tinatry itong poke playstyle nila. At ngayon, naging successful na finally. And all it took was a forced flicker mula kay Lanzu.
Wow. And this marks, I guess, the longest game so far ng Season 17. Ang Game 1 kanina ng ating first series ay 20 minutes. Ngayon ay pumapatak na tayo patungong 23. At hindi pa nga natatapos. Wala pang inhibitor turns na bumabagsak sa side ng Twisted Minds. And for Onic Philippines, tuloy lamang ang kanilang pagpupush. Available ang kanilang mga battle spells. At top lane nata ang kanilang unang punterya.
Yeah, abangan natin ito. It's all up to Super Prince kung paano niya kakapitalize yung mga pokes mula dito kay King Kong. Nakita natin yung Fury of the Phoenix. Kaya nabugaw din ang gusto ang Twisted. Pero tatanong, Fury of the Phoenix. Purify para dito kay Kaloy. Atras na rin muna dito ang Twisted. Tagumpay sila sa pagbasag ng Torres sa top lane. Ngayon, kasama pa nila itong Lord na ito. Pero tutuluyan na nga ng Twisted na i-burst ito with the help of MP, the King, and Owl. Pero round number 2 to
Black Dragon form na gamit na rin dito ni Atoy Army. Pero kailangan niyang bumalik. Tinawag kasi Bartel, MP the King. Golden Hour! Hindi ko konekta. Pero mukhang bot lane pala ang gusto nila. Isang banat na lang para sa dalawa. In Onic Philippines, hindi na nila itutuloy pa.
Walang nahuli pero si Kiko pumasok pa. Tinuluyan na nga yung Torre doon. Flying Clouds, hinahabol nila si Kiko. Alam nila kung saan manggagaling! Alam nila kung saan manggagaling si Kiko at I think si Brusco pa ngang mahuhuli nila dito.
Napicturean na yung isa.
Ryota.
Mamaya lamang ay titignan na rin natin kung ano ang kailangan nating mairesolba. Kamustahin muna natin ang laman ng MPL Arena live ngayon sa puso ng Quezon City. Victoria Sports Tower, kamusta ang ating mga super fans?
Hey!
Ayan.
Grabe ang sigaw. Ayan na, may tambulan na.
Kakaiba yun yung nahuli na nila si Ryota for sure. Pero malapit si Ryota dun sa Cyclone Eye. As in, konting hinga na lang.
Konting
kaso
kanan
nakapos.
Ayan o, konting kanan lang pala.
Kanan lang. Ang problema, well, meron siyang immortality. So, may chance talaga siya mabuhay dito. Wala siya nung dragon form. As of now, ang mahalaga para sa Onic, buhay si King Kong. Walang Fury of the Phoenix. May potential na Romespo dito si Brusco. Ang delikado dito is kapag nag-overcommit ang Twisted Minds, merong Yison Shin dun sa may gitna na pwede na rin tuluyan yung Torre na yon.
Oo. And so far, 5 seconds bago pumasok sa 24-minute mark. Safe to say, nakadepensa naman ang Twisted Minds mula sa Lord finish attempt ng side ng Onic Philippines. May chance pa ata na tumagal ito ng 28, I would say. Kasi may mag-iisang Lord pa pag sinayaw nila yun. Ito total, pause pa lang naman. May 13 seconds pa. Give me a game timer.
28.
28 ka. Ikaw, Wolf, ano sa tingin mong, anong oras
Parang
ba?
28 din naisip ko eh. Pero sige, 26.
26. Okay, you know what? I'll go straight all the way to 30.
30, okay.
Ite-30 ko na to, pare. 30. Total, 2 taon na lang. 30 na rin naman ako.
At
magkalabasan na tayo dito ng edad.
At kami dalawa ni Wolf ay 30 na.
Konti na lang, susunod na ako sa inyo.
Welcome to the club.
Welcome.
Enjoy mo na ang nalalabi mo.
Wait lang. Unang tanong, may gout ka ba?
Wala.
Wala pa.
Diba? Sabi nga sa basketball, diba? Last 2 minutes. Ako naman, last 2 years.
Last 2 years.
Uy, shoutout pala kila Odin. Hello. Ang ating mga host, of course, si Denise.
Ito na. Chachap-chapin na.
Ayan na. Bumibuelo na. Ano?
Joke lang. Mamaya-maya
Ano, sir?
Hihintayin pa natin. Of course, ang ating head referee na si Sed, nag-aantay lamang ng signal to start the game once again as we enter the land of dawn. Muli, game 1 po ito. Reset muna ang ating matutunghayan. 30 segundos bago lumabas ang susunod na Lord. Mukhang malapit-lapit nga sa 28 minutes yung posibleng mangyari dito.
Ngayon, 20 seconds naman para doon sa Lord.
Maganda yung item pickup na nakita dito ko mula kay Owl. Opted to go for the Winter Crown. In fact, dalawa yung mga heroes dito na nag-Winter Crown para sa side ng Twisted Minds. At tingin ko ito yung way nila para din mapunish itong si Ryota.
Oo nga, no?
And Ryota, as of now, no, still 1 and 2. Ito ba ulit yung bago na kailan yung huling beses na naglaro si Ryota sa Pilipinas? Omega pa ata siya nun eh.
Oo nga eh.
He played the game sa Onic actually last season. So,
hindi
pero
ko maalala
binabad si Kirk.
Hindi ko maalala kung Terisla ba o Uranus yung ginamit niya noong time na yon. Pero mga ganun kasi, parang yung playstyle kasi ni Ato R, ganun eh.
Speaking of Uranus, no, namimiss ko na rin yung Yura ni Boss Lanzu, the Admiral.
The Admiral,
Pumiflicker in sa 5 para mang-slow ng 4 o 3. Lanzu!
Ayun na, sinimulan na kagad. At si Sabero! Ang namatay sa mga main damage dealer dito ng Onic PH. Ngayon, atras si Ato R, may event din si Brusco. Meron pa naman siya immortality. Pero tatanong-tanong na si Lanzu, nakupo na zone yung dalawa. Si Kingkong ay nag-aabang pa rin! Dalawa na kagad tumupali na para sa Onic Philippines. Out na muna dito si Kingkong, buhay pa rin. Itong si Kaloy and Lanzu, nagamit lang yung Winter Crown at iniwasan. Naku, iniligtas! Iniligtas si Sean, mga kaibigan! At napapa rin yung immortality pero masyado nang malayo dito si King Kong. Atras muna dito. Super Prince in Atoy R. Kaya ba nilang isave ang Onic PH? Pero si MP nakikang nagwagi. Pwede ba ata mag-rundown? Si Aung ngayon ay mapapa BMI. And the Blazing Duet! Pero wait lang daw kasi si Super Prince ay kukuha din ng isa.
Walang libreng Lord. The Monster Mage finds one. Pero napakaganda ng pinakita ng Twisted Mind sa pag-secure ng Lord na yun.
At ang una nilang ginawa ay i-welcome si Sabero dito sa Pilipinas with that wonderful play, and that also started with Lanzu. Kaka-mention lang ni Wombi yung Flicker, Uranus siya. But this time, Flicker with the Dark Wave mula sa Phobius was enough to pinpoint kung nasa si Sabero na hindi rin naka-purify. Obviously, typically naman, Flicker talaga ang choice. Pero malingat ka lang saglit, mapipitas ka ng mga members ng Twisted Minds. At nung wala na si Sabero, nawala na rin ng Lord Control ang Onic. Magaling lang talaga sila mag-force ng teamfights at napatay pa nila dito si Owl. But we know for sure that Onic is a little bit in trouble ngayon.
Yeah. At saka aabot ito eh, may flying clouds if in case no? At pwedeng bagalan ng Twisted Minds sa itong pagsuong ng Lord. Remember, 18-minute Lord, itong sinasalubong ng Onic PH.
Kaloy looking for Brusco. Makikita niya, Golden Hour, hindi pa gagamitin. Pero mukhang ayaw atang gumawa ng play ni Brusco dito. Focus muna sa Lord. Ang sanghapdi naman nun.
Napakahapdi. Naku, na-force na rin yung river manipulation. Si Ryota ay tumitingin-tingin. Kaloy, naku, baka mapicturean sila dito Though wala namang flicker itong si Kaloy para abutin itong si Sabero and Brusco. Pero napababa na nila yung buhay ng Lord.
Oo. At importante yan para sa Onic Philippines dahil the more and earlier na ma-burst nila yung Lord na to, yung mas mataas ang chance na makadepensa sila dito. At mukhang papabutin lamang nila sa loob ng base pero agad din nilang mapaburst ang hapdi-hapdi na ng Twisted Minds.
Grabe, dalawang hampas lang ng Lord. Lampas kalahati kagad yung buhay ni Sabero. Ganun ka-update. At kailangan talaga nilang bantayan itong next na Lord na darating in 30 seconds,
30 seconds. Ganun katagal nila na take down yung Lord.
Diba?
May depensa naman ang Onic Philippines sa may gitna.
Kung sino yung gagamitin na. Si Kiko ngayon ay napatras na. Nagamit yung Golden Hour pero sa likod na bahagi ay nabuhat ng isang miyembro mula sa Twisted Minds. Napagamit na ng mga Winter Council pero ay nakakuha na ng kill. Ang posisyon ay nakabawi din naman. Mamamaalab din ata si Atoy. Ay nagamit pa yung Winter Council para makasurvive. Pero kukuha ng kill. Itong si Sabero at dalawa kanyang nakuha. Magiging tatlo pa.
2 for 3 ang naging exchange. Walang jungler ang side ng Twisted Minds pero ang daming dedepensahan ng Onic.
They have to defend 2 of their lanes. Pero dahil tatlo sila dito, pwede na nilang i-work in yung Lord. Nasa kanilang tigisa aggressive para dito sa Twisted Minds.
Ay!
Siya doon sa Fear of the Phoenix. Sabi niya, sige, pakain na natin tuluyan. Masyado na atang malabo para sa Twisted Minds na Flying Clouds. Pero sabi ng Onic PH, hindi. Bilisan na natin ang pag-arangkada nito.
Grabe. Mayroon silang Gison Shin bigla. Lord, kung hindi dalawang damage dealers yung natira doon, tatagal yung Lord na yun. At alam naman natin, makunat kasi yung mga Lord sa mga moment na yun. But this Golden Hour might have been bad actually para dito sa lang siya ng side ng Onic Philippines. Yung Fury of the Phoenix na pwedeng gamitin after that Golden Hour, nakikita pa rin natin yung value. Coming out from this Zetyan, na last pick coming out from Onic Philippines. Siyempre, doon rin sa last clash na yon, nahayaan na si Savero na magluto para sa Onic Philippines. Nakakuha ng triple kill at hindi nauna na napatumba ng kanilang nakatapat.
Oh, and I wouldn't say na parang nahirapan nata si Savero sa game na to. Again, the early game ay napakatahimik. Kumbaga lahat naman ng mga taong kailangan mag-farm ay nakapag-farm. And it all boils down to this. Late game scenarios na kapag nagkamali ka, ay pwede ka pang mag-altab at manood muna ng MPL.
Wait lang, hindi ko napansin kung ilang minuto na ba ang 29 minutes.
Oo.
29 minutes na ang umandar. At mukhang mananalo ka, Umi. 30 ata.
Sayang hindi ko nilagyan ng ng papremyo. Parusa man lang para sa mga nagkakamali. And of course, we'd like to acknowledge yung mga malupitang guests natin. Yung ating mga super fans. And kung di ako nagkakamali,
Sino? Yung si Janine?
Hindi, kanina si Janine Berdin.
Kanina.
Siyempre, sino yung artista natin para sa series na to? May isa pa
Si Midnight?
Si Midnight.
Nandiyan siya sa gilid.
Nandun din sa gilid.
Si Naisu?
Si Naisu nasa English desk. Yan, marami din namang mga artistahin na mukhang plakadong-plakado na sa pagpasok natin dito.
Daddy King Kong. Si Daddy King Kong, si Daddy King Kong.
Si Daddy King Kong. Na siyempre ay perfect ang
Follow
attendance.
nyo sa may social media at nagpo-post ng mga highlights na kanyang
basketball.
Meron yan 30 points. May 40 points pa na game yan. Si Daddy King Kong, malupit yan.
Saludo, malupit. At alam mo ang aking paborito talaga. Isa talaga sa mga metric para sa akin kapag successful na MLBB player ka, na yung magulang mo ay nagiging vlogger na rin.
Ayan, sila Carl, di ba?
Sila Carl, si Mami Carl Tizzy. Sino pa ba? May mga kamag-anak din si Flap Tizzy na si Mami Flap Tizzy. Flap na lang pala. Si Mami Flap.
Si Daddy King Kong.
Si Daddy King Kong.
Ay, yung artista. Hindi pinakita.
Ay, pinakita yung artista.
Neil de Guzman.
Talagang binanggit yung government name.
Binanggit yung government name. Ang kulit mo naman kay Samir Stapueto.
Oy, ba't mo naman kinumpleto? Theodore Ignacio.
Wala bang babanggit ng Aaron Paul Gali dito?
Sinabi mo na eh.
Sinabi mo na rin eh.
Next ka na sana eh.
Ito, initignan natin ngayon. Tinutour namin kayo sa Victoria Sports Tower na by the way, bagong venue po ng MPL Philippines. So kung napapadaan po kayo dito sa Quezon City, ay bumili na kayo ng inyong tickets. Available din po ang mga season passes. Na hindi ko alam kung, to be honest, ang alam ko, pag bumili ka ng season pass, madami ka nang makukuha.
Marami talaga. Ito, marami rin tayong aabangan. Dahil official na ata aabot ng 30 minuto itong larong ito kasi for sure hindi naman puwersa itong magkabilang kupunan na to. Mag-aantay pa ng Lord and Onic PH ang may hawak nito.
Oo, and malaki ang chance na makita na natin ang katapusan ng laro ng ito if Onic Philippines is able to push with this level of Lord. Tandaan natin, lumalakas ang Lord habang tumatagal ang laro.
At syempre, pati yung mga squishy heroes dito ng side of Twisted Minds ay mananakit katulad nung nangyari dito kay Savero.
Oo. Si Super Prince last time, inatkat din ang mga minions, no?
Ayun nga.
So, abangan natin to. King Kong ay papasok. May Lord na rin. Sila
Ayun,
na sa lubong. Eh, hindi mo naman! Yung mga hampas dito ng mga minions. And nandun si King Kong. Kailangan na rin umatras. Si Lanzo ay napagamit na rin ng Winter Count. Tumama ba yung bangka? Hindi tumama! Naku, kailangan na matras si Savero dito pero makakakuha pa siya ng kill! 4v5 ang magiging action at hindi pa nila natutunan yung Lord. Medyo hirap ata sila. Napicturean yung dalawa with the golden hour. Pero tuloy-tuloy pa rin dito ang pagsugod ang Super Family as they will take game on number 1.
Debut game para kay Savero at mananalo ang Onic Philippines in game number 1. 30 minutes of action para sa ating serye.
At dahil 30 minutes of action na nakita natin yung Lord of napakasakit ng damage. Nakita nyo naman, isang hampas doon si Owl, kailangan ng umuwi.
Kalahati eh.
And si Sean, tinry niyang dumepensa na pop yung immortality niya because of that. The members of Twisted Minds had to scramble. Medyo nagpanic sila doon. Tinry nilang i-go si Savero na out position dito si Lanzo. Nung nakita nilang namamatay na si Sean, kinailangang kumonekta ni MP the King at nawalan sila ng depensa. This game is such a good game.
At saka hindi rin makaalis kanina si Savero doon, ay si Owl doon dahil may Lord pa nga. Kalahati pa lampas yung buhay ng Lord na may namatay na kagad sa kanila na isa. Men, ano talaga to? Mas tumagal yung laro kaya humihir. Hindi ko na ma-explain.
Dinaplisan lang ng kamao ni Lord number 5. Si Owl ay naramdaman na agad niya yung kalahati na kanyang buhay na wala. And despite the very long game, konti din lang yung mga yung highlights natin dito, no? Yung hindi proportionate sa 30 minutes.
Kasi War of Attrition, nakita natin poke battle. I think this was the poke na akala natin papananda but Owl was able to pop the ult tapos nakapag-turn around pa sila MP the King with 2 kills. At ito na yung nagbigay ng advantage para sa Twisted Minds. At ito lalo yung nahanap si Savero.
You know?
The very well placed Dark Wave after the flicker. May force fight nga lang din talaga na factor para sa Onic Philippines na na-mention din natin sa Keys to Victory. At kung paano ginagamit din ng Onic Philippines yung Golden Hour against the members of Twisted Minds. Flicker coming out from Super Prince to eliminate etong si Owl. At ito na yung depensa and makikita natin na si Brusco nakakuha pa. At syempre damage si Super Prince after Golden Hour. At this time si Savero with the safety of his 2 teammates na may kasama pang Torre. Makakuha ng triple kill to eventually win it para dito sa Onic Philippines.
I feel like the scariest part about the Golden Hour ay it could go either way. Nakita natin sa larong ito na yes, napakalakas niyang ultimate pero may mga oras na tila ba hindi natin maintindihan kung nakabuti ba ito o nakasama. Pero most cases naman, para sa Twisted Minds ay maganda yung naging usage ito.
May mga punto lang talaga na kung maalala natin, projectile yung mga baraha, ayan na. Kinasahan na ng baraha ni King Kong.
Aray ko, sakit naman. Ang ating Game 1 MVP, walang iba kung hindi si King Kong on his Harley.
Yeah. Pag nakita natin yung anti na baraha na talaga, nakita mo yung kung paano niya ginagamit yung Deadly Magic for poke. Pero hindi yun yung lang yung poke niya. Kahit wala siya ng ultimate, gagamit lang niya yung first skill tapos second skill to get out. Enough na eh. Kasi yung cycle nga ng mga abilities and spells niya, sobrang bilis na because of the cooldown reduction. However, tingin ko, team effort and shot calling ang tunay na MVP sa match na to. Not only for Onic Philippines, pati na rin dito sa Twisted Minds, kung gaano kaganda yung coordination nila. However, Onic Philippines, basta nakakapag-free si Savero, na nakita natin dun sa last 2 clashes, dun na nanalo sila sa mga team fights.
Tsaka gusto ko lang sabihin dito, no, the very first time na nakita natin yung Harley sa Aurora Gaming Turkey, di ba? Nung M7, iba pa buuhan nun. medyo attack speed type pa yung buuhan nun. This time kasi, puro burst eh.
Burst and CD.
Burst tsaka CD.
CDR.
CD reduct. Kaya talagang pag may inabutan, may pinaglalagyan, even itong si Langsung, nararamdaman na rin niya yung mga baraha talaga eh.
Tsaka yung mga high cooldown ultimates kasi mula sa Twisted Minds, especially the Golden Hour, parang binibait ata ni King Kong na ilabas. And very deserving of the MVP, I would say, na kahit pa hindi nakakapatay yung Deadly Magic, 70% of the time, nakakailang kasi na umuwi ka pa ulit-ulit.
There was a time na nanalo ang Onic Philippines dahil lang na-force nila yung flicker kay Lansu. Walang namatay dun sa teamfight pero yung Lord na punta sa pabor ng Onic Philippines only because na-force niya yung flicker ng isang hero. And even a Purify, di ba? Yung mga ganong klaseng bagay na War of Attrition, dun nag-excel ang mga teams na magaling mag-poke. To be fair, Onic, it didn't look good dun sa una pero nung tinisad na talagang pinatuloy-tuloy lang nila yung plano nila sa laban na to na mag-poke at mag-force ult, mag-force battle spell, eventually sila yung na-reward. It wasn't the cleanest. And they tried their best at parang talagang 30 minutes yung kailangan nilang bunuin. Pero if you keep true to what you want to do at tapos nahanap mo na yung opening, doon na sila na-rewardan.
And alam mo yung mga ganitong classic series na kapag umabot ng 30 minutes tayong nanonood ng MLBB, usually yung game to na ito yung nagiging pambawi. So honestly speaking, hinihintay ko na kaagad kung ano yung ilalabas ng dalawang teams na ito.
Lalo na may sorpresa din na inilabas sa Twisted Mind ngayon. Hindi man super gumana ito sa kanilang poder at may paminsan-minsan pa ay nagiging epektibo para sa Onic Philippines o Golden Hour. Pero hindi dito titigil si Coach Bonchan. May ano yan eh, may mga something na recipe na ihinanda niyan. Ilang buwan nagpahinga ang Twisted Minds, di ba?
Yeah, alam naman natin na ang mga teams din, kaya naman siguro hindi natin nakita yung Marcel dun sa previous series kasi maganda at OP ang Marcel kapag malupit yung magamit. Pero pag pinagplanuhan din kayo ng kalaban at alam mo yung paano kontrahin, pwedeng gamitin yung Golden Hour against you.
At dyan ata natin nakuha yung sagot kung bakit hindi rin masyado nailabas doon sa pinakauna nating serye. And of course, sobrang lupit ng experience dito ngayon sa Victoria Sports Tower. Iba pa rin talaga ang feeling kapag nandito kayo mismo sa loob ng MPL Arena para sumigaw at sumuporta.
Aminin na natin, yun talaga yun eh. Bili na ng tickets for as low as 250 pesos sa pamamagitan ng pagbisita sa MPLPH website. Available din ang regular in season passes.
Kaya wag nang magpatumpik-tumpik pa, secure seats. And now, makita-kita tayo dito sa Victoria Sports Club. Palag na to.
Nakakatuwa makita na yung mga super fans natin na ngayon ay mas malapit na sa Quezon City. Na by the way, 90% sa inyo masaya. Ako medyo bitter ako kasi syempre malayo kami. 90%.
Hindi naman ata kasi...
Ang 10% ay kami ni Odin kasi si Odin taga-Indang tas ako taga-Imus.
Pasig tagig ako eh. Medyo malayo-layo.
Gusto ko yung nire-reveal nyo talaga kung saan kayo nakatira.
Okay lang, alam naman ng mga followers namin yan. And of course, para sa ating mga super fans, alam nyo ba na ang mga lalaki ay 5 times more prone sa dandruff? Don't let flakes ruin your focus.
Power up with Clear Men. Its triple cooling power gives you 100% dandruff-free hair for that ultimate fresh feeling. Supercharged with Clear.
Sino kaya ang maswerteng mabibigyan yan? Kanina may nakita tayo, kuya na nakakimpi. Hindi ko alam kung magbibigay pa tayo, pero kung manonood kayo dito.
Pag nanonood kayo mismo on-site, bukod sa advance na kayo sa mga kaganapan, meron pa kayong chance sa manalo ng mga freebies natin. At makikita nyo pa si Naisu.
Na nasa tabi lang namin.
Nasa tabi lang namin. Kanina pa namin pinagmamasdan. Ibang klase ang mga Rezabek effect natin dyan. Pero mukhang magtutuloy-tuloy lamang ang ating serye dito. And exciting makita ko ano nga ba ang susunod.
Welcome back, MPL Superfans. This is your host, Denise, and we're at a very new space here at the Victoria Sports Complex, the Wall of Fame, where we recognize the greatness of our Filipino athletes. It's a space dedicated to our athletes who put the Philippines on the map. From our courts to the arenas, we celebrate our icons who put and give their all to the flag. And joining us today is Mr. Michael Martinez. Hi,
Hello.
Michael. Welcome
Thank you for
here.
having me.
Welcome. Kamusta ka?
I'm doing good. Pretty happy.
Pretty happy. Kamusta? You're at the new venue of MPL Season 17.
I'm very excited, and I'm very excited to watch, and I can't wait.
Yes. So to those who do not know, Michael here is our first Southeast Asian figure skater to qualify in the Winter Olympics. He's also a two-time Triglab Trophy champion and a silver medalist in the men's individual free skating event during the 2017 SEA Games. How are you? How is it like being an ice skater?
It's very nice.
Yeah.
Like, it's very challenging at some times, but it's fun.
It's
yeah.
fun.
Yeah.
And you're an MLBB fan.
Yes.
Ano ka napunta no, sa MLBB?
Actually, a couple of my friends are like inviting me to play lang, and then all of a sudden I got addicted to it na.
You got addicted to it.
And then yeah, I started purchasing like the skinner. Yeah.
So mahilig kang mangolekta ng skins.
Yeah.
You really invest sa skins.
Yeah.
Okay, so Michael, alam naman natin no, na grabe yung pressure for MLBB players, and
100%.
also like your sport itself, it's a very, you're under pressure. How do you deal with that, the pressure?
I think the pressures will always gonna be there with you. So what I do is basically just do what I needed to do during practice and give it your all para pagdating ng competition, you get to relax and you get to enjoy your time there.
Yeah, I think pressure pa yung takot sa'yo.
Yeah, grabe.
No, but kidding aside, Michael, no, you've been a global icon. You've been on a global stage. Hindi biro ang makapunta sa Winter Olympics that we know of. So anong mapapayo mo sa other players natin who also want to be a global icon?
When you're doing something, you gotta give it your all because if not, like, para saan pa, diba? And you gotta, for you to be able to see the results, you gotta put in all the effort every single day, little by little, and it will show up.
It will show up.
Yeah.
And now I heard you're teaching. You're
Yes.
more in the teaching side na.
Right now, I'm very happy and that I get to coach the next generation of figure skaters. I'm very happy. I get to share my knowledge and everything else, and also to inspire them. I'm actually thinking of going back to competing.
Ooh.
Yeah, but nothing serious. It's just for me to inspire the kids, my students, and everybody. So just for fun.
We'd love to see that. I'm excited to see that, you back on the figure skating. But, okay, Michael, thank you so much. But before we let you go, okay lang ba? It's an honor that we get to have your signature here on the very first signature on our Wall of Fame. Thank you so much. Okay, let me get the mic for you. Okay. How are you feeling? You have your signature here.
Grabe. That's
Okay,
crazy.
Yeah. At syempre, Michael, iba yung energy dito. Iba yung energy sa stage.
100%,
I wanna
yeah.
invite you to say, of course, our tagline for this season. Michael, you got this? You ready?
MPL Philippines Season 17, palag na to.
Maraming salamat, Denise, at maraming salamat din kay Sir Michael Martinez, isa sa mga pinakamalupit na figure skater sa buong mundo, hindi lamang sa Southeast Asia.
Napakalupit nito, no? Kasi, again, nagkakaroon na ng meron naman talaga something in common ng mga sports and sports. Alam mo yun, yung mga traditional na sports, like basketball, volleyball, and this moment is the figure skating, di ba? And ang MLBB din kasi, nandun na rin di ba?
Sa competition, I guess yung din yung sa perfection. Nakakatuwa na makarinig ng mga magandang mga salita mula sa ating mga mga bayaning Pilipino na rin.
Atleta.
So, ayun, suportahan natin yung ating mga mga Olympians?
Mga Olympians natin, mga Filipino athletes natin. Papa e-sportsman o sports, saludo kami sa inyo. Maraming salamat in serving your country. Ibang klase ang pinakita ni Michael Martinez in his time na nagko-compete. Tinis pa nga niya na babalik sa pagko-compete. Pero syempre, focus daw siya sa kanyang mga estudyante ngayon. At ngayon naman ay focus tayo sa ating game number 2 para sa Onic Philippines na kukuha naman ng red side and expanding rivers ang kanilang map of choice.
Pakiramdam ko, no, hinasa na rin ng Onic yung red side. Kasi kanina, game number 1, red side sila. So, parang may indication ito na dahil nga may option ka sa kapag first pick ka or second pick ka, na mapunta sa red side, baka ito ata isa sa mga hinasa nila. And yung counter picking kasi isa rin sa mga specialty ni Coach Hazen eh.
That's right. Isa sa mga typical na mga plays. Pero tingin ko ang Twisted Minds mahilig din sa There was siguro iba-iba rin yung flavor.
Last season kasi ganun eh.
Red side yung mas gusto nila. There are times pag si Bonchan, di ba, nung kanilang World Championship run, ganun din. Second pick yung mas gusto dahil nakakita sila dito ng mga counter plays. But in this particular game, ang naisip kong pwedeng ibahin siguro yung choice dun sa Leomord versus Harley. Baka mag-Guinevere na lang. Kasi I feel like yung ito kay MP The King, naalala ko rin na malupit siya mag-Guinevere. Although, siya rin naman yung unang nag-Leomord nung hindi pa uso yung Leomord. But I feel like
siya din yung nagpauso ng Bane tsaka Nolan.
Well, actually, I guess, madami talaga siyang madami talaga siyang arsenal, kumbaga.
Oo. At ito, si Aul nagbabalik din sa Pilipinas. Kung maalala natin, naglaro din naman siya for other teams like Blacklist International sa Pilipinas. Pero sa kanyang time in abroad, napakadami na rin.
Yeah, Guangzhou Gaming, yung recent na pinuntahan niya. Unfortunately, hindi naging maganda yung kanyang performance. Naalala ko nung M7 wildcard pa lang ay nasilat sila, di ba? Nagkaroon sila ng pagkakataon na lumaro doon sa Grand Finals nung wildcard. Pero ang maganda dito, yung mga learnings na nakuha niya overseas.
Tsaka, grabe naman yung M5 third placer ka. M5 World Championship third placer. And of course, yung SEA Games gold medal na nakuha niya.
Ibang klase talaga. And mga traditional and esports athlete natin dyan, ang dami natin mga gold medalist. Shoutout sa lahat ng mga nakakuha na ng gold medal sa buhay nila. Sa lahat ng mga gold medalist sa chat, comment nyo na, oy, ako nung grade 3, gold medalist ako.
Oo, di ba?
Totoo yun, by the way.
Marami talaga. Ay, talaga ba? Anong sports ba or
academic?
Grabe ka naman.
Achiever pala to.
Achiever. Si Achiever pala to.
Tumigil na doon kasi na-discover ko na ang mundo ng video games. Joke lang, actually, napagsabay ko yun. Graduate ako on time and everything. Of course, naging malaking parte ng passion at pamumuhay ko. Naniniwala kasi ako, hindi malayo lang tayo saglit, na hindi lamang academic and part ng extracurricular yung video games ngayon. Na ang mga esports athletes natin ay talagang nabibigyan na ng tsansa na ilabas ang kanilang passion sa ganitong klaseng bagay.
Sobrang saya, no? Parang, ngayon kasi, na-embrace na fully ng Pilipinas. Hindi lang Pilipinas, pati yung karating bansa natin, no? Na ang esports ay isa na talagang karera.
Di ba nga yung mga players dun sa Team Falcons, this was from MENA.
Doktor yung isa.
May isang
engineer.
Tapos may isang engineering student. So, napapagsabay nila yon. Ganun sila kalupit.
Oy, shoutout din sa lahat ng mga collegiate MLBB teams natin dyan. Napakadami ng mga collegiate teams natin at napakapalo din nila. And of course, may mga iba nga ditong mga MDL players natin na nakikipag-scrim sa mga collegiate teams. And sa pagkakaalala ko, yung MSL o nga ating collegiate league for MCC pala. Sorry, MCC. Dito sa Pilipinas ay parte sila ng MDL kung sino man yung magkakampiyon doon. Kaya meron talagang collegiate team sa MDL. It's an actual path to pro.
Yeah.
Galing, no?
May mga opportunities na for our students to still continue dun sa kanilang studying, dun sa kanilang mga kailangan gawin. Pero at the same time, mapagsabay yung sa passion. So, yun naman yung kagandahan sa ating liga.
And right now, we are just waiting for Game 2 to start. Mahabang diskusyon, especially for Twisted Minds, considering na nagkaroon sila ng edge or advantage sa pagpili ng mapa at side kanina pero hindi naging kanais-nais ang resulta. Kailangan talagang bumawi dito sa game number 2.
Para sa game number 2, pwede nating i-focus din yung draft. But there's also that execution na pwede rin ayusin ng Twisted Minds. I am not saying na mali yung ginagawa nila, but they did not adjust fully dun sa poke na ginagawa ng Onic Philippines. And the way that you counter poke is to full commit. Pwede, katulad nung yan, isang time na nung si Lansu gumawa dun ng play. But I think they're still reactive dun sa ibang mga plays na nakita natin. No? Hinintay nila pumasok muna yung Onic tapos nila try nila i-counter. When they did try to go for the counter initiate, dun pa sila na napasama. So, I would feel like para dito sa Twisted Minds, kung sakaling maulit man yung nature ng dalawang hero compositions, be more nasa kanila initiative na mag-start ng mga teamfight.
Oo. Tsaka feeling ko, no, yung ganong approach na ginawa nila, kinakalkula na nila yung room for error. So ngayon, maaaring yun yung isa sa mga tingnan nila sa pagpasok ng ating draft.
And this is game number 2 between Onic Philippines and Twisted Minds. Katulad na lamang ng sinabi ni Wolf, kailangan maging mas maingat ang Twisted Minds sa paggawa ng kanilang mga plays, especially yung decisiveness, the moment na lumabas yung ganong klaseng laruan muli sa Onic Philippines. Pero mukhang bago ang ating makikita dito, no? With the side selection update as well. At saka yung expanding reverse na mukhang dadalas yung mga mahilig mag-double lane.
Oo. Like Harith, Granger, Claude even, pwedeng consider. And remember game number 1 na na-prioritize yung Kalea, parang binigay ng Onic Philippines yung first pick dahil alam nilang babalik sa kanila yung Kalea. This time, iba yung na-foresee ng Onic Philippines na magiging first pick sa kanila. So they opted to ban this Kalea na magiging importante din para kay Kaloy. So this is a very interesting approach, and now they ban the carry. There's also that potential na sila naman na mag-prioritize ng Claude. But Sora is open.
Sora is open, and game 1, Eve ang naging first pick. Ang dami atang bigayan ngayon.
Wow, Eve ang kanilang kukunin. Kapag hindi kinuha ng Twisted Minds yung Sora na to, maaaring mapunta sa Onic PH. So kailangan nilang partneran yung Sora. Ano ba maganda?
Tingin ko dito Hilda para dun sa pang-go nila dun sa may Eve. And Khalid din as well para dito kay Kaloy.
How about the set yan? O kahit mamaya na, no?
Kahit mamaya, kahit third pick. And Guinevere as well. At syempre yung Claude naman na inang sasagot din sa Eve potential.
Yun.
Ay, Claude.
Oo. May kasabay na nga rin nata yung hinihintay nating room pick. It's going to be the Khalid. Yung Claude at Khalid ay para bang ang ganda ng early, ng halo, timpla ng early game at late game.
At sakto na dahil hindi na kailangan problemahin yung carry dahil Onic mismo yung nag-ban. So, right now, I wonder what Onic is gonna be thinking about. Harley ba ulit ito? And if so, kukunin ba nila yung Hilda? But then again, meron ng Khalid dun sa kalaban. So, parang alam nilang pwedeng magulo yung isang Harley. But there might be a change now. Leomord is open para sa Onic and so is Guinevere.
Oo. Namiss ko na rin yung suyo ni King Kong, ha?
Oo nga, no?
Oo.
Ang hula ko dito, uy,
Oy!
nasa Amon.
Ayan na.
Nasa Amon. At yun nga, yung Hilda.
Wow.
Huli na nila.
Parang ano to, M6 feels para sa Fnatic Onic during that time.
Naalala ko yung M6 feels eh. Iba talaga gumalaw si King Kong dito sa suyo na to. Doon na uso yung
Sigma
pattern.
Sigma pattern.
8 minutes, 15, level 15, mga ganon.
Parang pabilisan eh, laging may racing.
Wow! Okay, so this is where I don't agree anymore with Twisted Minds. Meron ng Eve, meron ng Suyo sa kabila. But they still opted to go for the Limmer. Granted, you have the Khalid para dun sa may Eve. Pero nga lang, Hilda pa siya na problema as well as the Suyo. Na typically ay baliktad. Leomord yung mauuna tapos ka-counterin ng mga heroes nitong Onic Philippines. So, I wonder kung ano yung ideology dito ng Twisted Minds.
Okay, tinanggal itong YSS na masasabi ko naman naging epektibo ng first game, no? Huhuli lang talaga siya ng gusto ng Twisted Minds. Maraming beses, no, na parang after mamatay ni Severo, okay na ang Twisted eh. So, pero ayaw na nilang pumunta dun sa punto na yon, no?
Yeah. Ayaw nilang paabutin. Okay, with the battle ni Yi Sun-shin, that will limit some of the gold options para dito sa Onic Philippines. And what they can ban now is Zetian as well as Kimi na potentially mga heroes mula from the mid lane. And syempre si Sean, matindi rin talagang gumamit ng Kimi yan. So,
yun ang bukod tanging nagsa-Sky Piercer first item. Kimi sa...
Siya lang ang pwede.
Siya lang ang pwede sa MPL Philippines.
Kids, don't try this at home.
Don't try this at home. Sora ban.
Parang nalimitahan sobrang gold lane options. Hindi lamang para kay Owl, kundi para kay Savero na rin.
Yeah.
Ay, kasi kay Owl na may clone na eh.
Oo. So, may mga Granger kung pagbabasihin natin doon sa mga comfort heroes dito ni Savero.
Yeah.
Iritel din, meron pa. Nilalaro niya yun sa MPL ID.
Paano kung Suyu Gold?
Ay, oo nga. Ay, nako.
Napanood ko na yan.
May mga gumagawa. Kasi huling napanood ko yan si Midnight. So talo kami.
ay bibigyan kita ng 5 pitik with soft moves.
Yun.
Aabangan ko yan. And the gaming indeed will be banned out by Onic Philippines. And Twisted Minds, they still have the option to zip yan. Kaso parang hindi ko nakikita yung zip yan kay kay Sean eh. Parang gusto natin yung palaban eh. So Valentina might be
the choice
para sa Twisted Minds.
Hindi kaya parang hindi kaya ito na ang time para bumalik ang kagura ni Sean?
Ay, oo nga. Saktong-sakto na buff din eh.
Medyo mahirap nga lang against the Eve, no? Pero alam mo yun, comfort eh. May mga ganun eh.
Valentina, kasi pwede mo kopyahin yung Eve ult. Yeah, actually, yun pa lang. So far, yun nare-reveal na pwede kopyahin.
Ayan na,
Pero parang worth it na rin kasi kung may sarili kang kopya ng RWM, kahit sino pang kunin ng dalawang to, one is enough. Sabi nga nila, one wife, one life, good life.
What is the option for Ryota? Phobius and Lapu-Lapu is good. O kaya naman, kailangan nila natangkay like Alice ang nakikita ko dito. Alice or Phobius ang potential.
Tsaka hindi naman nanakawin yung Throne of Ruin. Ang kapal ng cooldown nun eh.
Oo. Tsaka at least may control sila pagdating sa sa objective takings. Kasama ng real world manipulation. Ganda ng Alice dito.
Gold lane options though. Ano kayang pwedeng kunin dito ni Sabero? Kanina ko pa inisip eh.
Moskov, and Suyo. Joke lang. Tingin ko Ranger or Moskov yung natitira. And I'm only saying that because wala nang options. And it's the Moskov.
And the Phobius locked in as well on the side of Onic Philippines. And nakakatuwa no na mukhang palitan ng ating XP laners. Natitira na lamang na pick dito would be for Twisted Minds. Ang dami pang open. May Lapu-Lapu pa.
Lapu-Lapu pa para dito sa Eve. But that will be the glue. Interesting kasi parang ito yung typical na panghawak doon sa Phobius. Pwede rin, mayroon silang option na mag-CC but they felt like naka-Leomort at Claude na sila. So napaka-greedy na nun. Kailangan nila ng isang frontline hero or a contact hero which in this case will be the glue.
Yung low econ na hindi kailangan ng pera para maging effective. Kaya usually, no, yung nade-default sa ganyang klaseng pick would be the Terizla or the Uranus. Pero this time around, the glue was open to take para sa side ng Onic Philippines. And this is already, that was on the side of Twisted Minds rather. And this is already the second game kung saan nakalamang na ang Onic Philippines sa kanilang game number 1 performance. Aantayin na lamang natin kung kaya nga bang bumawi ng Twisted Minds para patagalin ang sering ito o matatapos na ba ang ating match number 2 with a clean sweep with the debut of Sabero.
Exciting to, no? Kasi makikita muli natin ang Even Valentina na simula't sa pool ng lumabas itong Valentina, laging nagkakaroon ng palitan against the Eve, minsan Farsa. So doon lang sa tatlong umiikot na yon. And so far, siguro ang magandang matahan dito yung mga roamers eh. No? I mean, yung duo pala, dun sa yung mid-duo, no? Kasi alam natin, nagkaroon ng adjustment, lumipis yung buhay ng mga range minions. Kaya din makikita natin, mapapansin natin, napakaraming ikot na nangyayari, no?
Alam mo, when we look at the changes sa mid lane, parang hindi, actually, imposible na hindi banggitin din yung mga roamers. Kasi when we look at competitive MLBB in general, pagkasama kasi yan ng level 1 eh. And level 1 wave dictates so much of the early game rotations.
And to actually support that, Womi, pag kinakausap ko yung mga XP tsaka mga gold laners, alam nila yung mga 1v1 matchups kung sino lamang o hindi. Pero when it comes to the mid, imposible talaga na titignan mo na mid versus mid lane or roam versus roam, hindi eh. Mid plus roam talaga siya. So, minsan nagiging even dahil kung lugi yung mid mo, babawiin naman ng roam. Or kapag lugi yung roam, babawiin ng mid. Something like that. So, may yin and yang, may equilibrium, kumbaga dun sa may gitna, that will be decided by the mid lane duo. However, with this one, Eve Hilda versus Valentina and Khalid, even pa rin eh. Pero parang mas papapura kahit pa paano dun sa Eve. Parang in a way na masaya siya dahil hindi siya mapupuntahan agad basta-basta ng Khalid.
Hindi niya kailangan lumapit eh. No? Makaka-focus siya ng mahusay.
Pero mukhang babalik na nga tayo sa Land of Dawn mula sa ating Head Marshal na Bang. Tineleport na tayo. Welcome to game number 2. Brusco versus Kaloy ang roamer matchup natin. It's a Hilda versus a Khalid. Parehas mabilis tumakbo all around the map.
Oo. Kita natin si Lanzo, no? Binantay niya talaga eh. Baka mamaya ka sumisubi doon sa Orange. Uy! Oh my goodness! Napaka-hapdi! Damage mula kay Sean! At nabigyan kaagad si Super Friends. Medyo na hindi ata nila nakakalpula. Si Kaloy kumuha din. Pinag-uusapan pa lang natin ang tapatan sa gitna at nakauna na ang Twisted.
What happened? Literal na hindi natin nakita pero there was a lot of explosions. Ang importante doon, actually 4 nga ata yung hindi nakita doon ni Friends. Kaunti pa lang UXP niya dito, sobrang lugi na siya.
1K kagad yung lamang dito ng Twisted Minds.
Explosive na entrada mula sa Twisted Minds. Pero mukhang may bawi naman ang bahagya ang Onic Philippines. Nag-cover na ng mga flicker para sa dalawang mid-lane roam trio duo. At papasok pa kasi King
May bawi din na ginawa at lumalim na si Brusco. Pero makakakuha din sila ng dalawa.
May bawi naman pala para sa Onic Philippines. Pero 1,000 pa rin halos ang kalamangan ng Twisted Minds. And looking at what happened in the first 2 minutes of the game, Wolf, ano pa yung kailangan o yung ma-expect natin upcoming sa first turtle?
May chance na hindi umapat sa level 4. Ito Super Friends, so they will try to take this real slow. And siguro ang pwedeng gawin dito ng Onic is the leverage yun kay King Kong na maganda yung simula.
Oo, ang hirap nito. Lalo na di ba pag tumatama din yung skill ng Valentina, so mas makakakuha siya ng XP. So mas mabilis talaga ang pagbulusok nito. Lanzo sasama na rin sa gitna para makapag-clear. And si Super Prince Brig, kailangan niya kumapit dito sa mga wave na to. Hindi nga aabot, Brig.
Hindi umabot. And yung pagong ay mukhang ibibigay na lamang ng Onic Philippines. That's the first turtle na mapupunta sa kamay ng Twisted Minds. Dahil sa magandang simula na yun ay mukhang nag-snowball na agad sa first objective.
That's gonna be incredibly good para dito sa side of Twisted Minds kasi alam natin na naka-Leomord sila na pwedeng mag-dire-diretso kapag nakahanap ng abante talaga. Dire-diretso na pwede silang mag-invade. At ito na yata yung sisimulan nila papunta dito sa may orange buff.
Okay. Brusco ngayon ang kanilang pupuruhan. Nagamit yung flicker. At makakakuha si MP the King ng kill. Sabay diretso pa ata dito sa orange buff. Ngayon si Sabero ay pagtutulungan ng Twisted Minds. Kumakapit na lang dun sa kanyang tore. Pero makakaligtas siya. May sipat din na hindi tumama mula kay Sean. Makakahinga si Sabero.
Makakahinga. Inaantay ko baka biglang tawagin si Barbiel. Pero mukhang hindi pa naman pala available para sa Twisted Minds. Pero so far, maganda ang unang ikot ng Twisted Minds. Nakahanap ng dalawa!
Aray ko po, nakuha din ata. Oh my goodness! Dalawa tinamaan! At Sabero ay nakakuha din. Dalawa! Para kay Sabero.
Kapag hindi umabot sa top 5 plays of the day, dinaya!
Dinaya! Grabe! Sabero showing us that the replacements today sa parehas sa TL, PH at Onic Philippines ay nagpapakita kung bakit sila ang napili. That double kill coming from Sabero really just equalized the Russian King Kong.
Naku, si Aula, nagamit niya yung kanyang Blazing Duet para mabilis lamang maklear. Itong wave niya, meron pa siyang BMI. Pero papasok din itong si Kaloy. Dash out para kay Sabero, pero si Kaloy ata ay maiipin din. Ako pinaghahampas na rin dito ni Brusco at nakakuha na naman ang kill si Sabero.
Wow, 4 minutes in, nakakuha agad ng Corrosion Sight plus an upgraded boot. Silipin natin ang ating Infinix in-game equipment. Pero mamaya na yan dahil mukhang may laban na naman sa mid.
Ayun na, pinagtatalunan dito si Lanzo. Makakasanib din ang Brusco ang magiging sakripisyo. May pagong pa naman na patubo. At ang Onic PH ay kulang ng isa. Pwede samantalayin ng Twisted to, ha?
Oo, at mukhang sasamantalayin nga ito ng Twisted Minds. Sisimulan na nila ang pagong. Last turtle ay sila ang nakakuha. Pero si Sabero ay nasa gilid lamang. Naghahanap ng tsansa. Pero hawak pa rin ito ni MP.
Okay, si Lanzo, ha? Siya ata ang bibigyan. Hindi sumabot yung si Bat. Pero si Lanzo ay may ibit del flicker from Lanzo. Papasok si Kaloy. Nagamit yung kanyang ultimate. Tinawag si Barbiel.
Wow!
Isa-isa hinaatay ito ng Twisted Mind. Nakakuha na naman ng isa dito si Sean. Make it double. Pero si Super Prince ay bumawi din naman. Grabe!
Tama ba ang nakita ko doon, Wolf? Kinopya ni Sean yung Phobius.
Demonic Force,
Demonic, oo.
Tama ka doon. At sakto kasi, close niya yung distance. Tapos pagbalik niya doon sa pagiging Valentina, napakataas na damage siya. Yun nga lang, nagbigay sila ng shutdown and Super Prince nakapag-recover doon. Ang isang bagay na gusto ko rin take note dito sa Twisted Minds ay sa lahat ng kaguluhan na nangyari, hindi nila napansin na nakaungos na si MP the King over King Kong. He is level 9 as of this moment. kumpara sa 7 ni King Kong.
Okay, tatawagin na rin. Oy, di nasakyan ni MP the King. Naiwan yung kalesa dito ni MP. Pero sa iba pang bahagi naman, may 1v1 na nagaganap. Brusco ata, inaabangan doon sa BMI. Itong si Aul. Si Kaloy ay tatapak din. Pero kakalmahan na muna dito ng Twisted ng Onic. Pero bigla-bigla lang pre ha, yung mga gold leads natin, papalit-palit na lang oh.
Eh, ikaw ba naman, sa taas ba naman ng mga bilihin o maglalakad na lang siguro yung Leo Mort natin sa ngayon?
Sa bagay, mahal ang gasolina ngayon.
35 seconds bago lumabas ang susunod nating turtle. This will be the last turtle of the game. Sino ba ang lamang doon?
This is definitely MP the King over King Kong. Dahil nga doon sa sinabi natin na unti-unting nakakakuha ng extra green camps, itong si MP the King.
Uy, napakahapdi. Hawak naman ni Sean yung river manipulation, pero mapuforce siya dito na umuwi. Hindi pa pwedeng ganun kaliit yung buhay niya, lalo't magsisimula na rin ang pagpwesa ng Onic dito sa Lord. Turtle rather. MP the King, kalahati kagad. Brusco ngayon ay tatakbo, kakapit sa grass para magkaroon ng konting buhay, pero walang tinamaan si Lanzu. Kasi dito talaga si Kaloy, napuruhan itong si Brusco. Nahawakan nila yung pagong.
Oo, medyo malayo si King Kong at hindi ata alam ng Twisted Minds yun. Si Aul ang unang bibigyan. Pero mukhang ibibigay na nga ito ng Onic Philippines. This will be the third turtle. All three turtles ay mapupunta sa kamay ng Twisted Minds for this game number 2.
Sa taas naman pala tumatrabaho si King Kong. Kaya pala nagdesisyon na rin sila na ibigay. So kahit papano ay nakatrade ang Onic. Kaya lang sabi nila parang hindi pa ata sapat yun. Napilitan na rin gamitin yung Raging Sandstorm. Mula dito kay Kaloy. Si King Kong nag-aabang na naman. Tinamaan si Lanzu pero alam niya na masyadong makunat yan. Hindi itutuloy ng Onic PH ang kanilang plano. At ligtas pa rin ang Twisted.
Bago magsimula yung turtle natin, sinabi natin na si MP the King yung nakalamang. And that's also true with XP and Gold. Pero in just a span of 2 minutes, nakapag-catch up na si King Kong when it comes to the Gold and XP din.
Okay, ang ganda ng pwesto ni Super Prince doon pero nakapag-river manipulation din si Sean sa likod. Brusco ngayon ang nagpapakita para dito sa Onic. Wala na namang mamamatay. May mga na-expend lang ng ultimates. Pero talagang tansyahan to, men, ha?
Oo. Tsaka parang sa pagkakaalala ko, si Savero talaga ay comfort pick niya tong Moscow. Babalik ako sa MSC 2025. Last year lang. Ito yung most played niya during the Swiss stage sa pagkakaalala ko.
And he will mirror itong ginagawa.
Infinity race mo ka mauuna ng bahagya dito yung Moscow. But for the side of Twisted Minds, hindi naman ganun kalayo yung gap ni Aul kahit pa napakataas ng pressure na binibigay ng Onic sa gold lane.
Speaking of pressure, yung taas ata ang planong i-pressure dito ng Twisted. Nakita lagi si Kaloy. Ito yung maganda kay Kaloy, no? Hindi siya nagpapabata dito kay Brusco. Pero si Kiko, napa-vertical na. 1v1 ang naganapan. And si MP the King ang nagwagi. Na-force pa yung river manipulation dito ni Super Friends. 24 seconds para kay Kiko. And yung Lord ay open na.
At si MP, ang tagal na nating pinapanood na nagle-Leo Mort to.
Sobrang on point. Kanina pa din kasi naghahanap ng mga plays at ni-min-max itong si Kiko na mag-catch up ng farm. At dahil doon, napano siya ni MP the King.
Wala Super Prince, naku, napapflicker na, nahuli din. At dito na dito ang Onic Philippines na kumuha, pero gitna ang napitas at Twisted. And ang Lord na ito ay kukunin. Buti nilang naharangan.
Takot yun, ha?
Grabe yung timing, min.
Muntika na yung timing at yung angulo.
Perfect na sana, but MP the King had the retribution at napaaga lang ng konting-konti. Yung sibat doon ni Savero, that will be disastrous para sa Twisted Minds. But of course, ngayon, nakakalamang na sila in a significant amount over Onic Philippines.
Itong 2,000 ay pwedeng gamitin ng Twisted Minds para mag-secure pa ng mas madaming tore. At ginagawa na nga nila ito sa mid lane. At mukhang mag-flicker in pa.
Sakto din yung Dark Wave. Naku, pinagtulong-tulungan na yung mga naipit na miyembro dito ng Onic Philippines. Habang play si Duan pala kay Aul. Napakakandalawa itong si Sean. Pero dito na ang pagbawi ng Super Fam. And si Kaloy ang kanilang napitas. Buhay pa rin ang tatlo para sa Onic. May Lord sa itaas na bahagi. Masasamantala pa ata ng Twisted Minds yung wave na kasama nila.
Ang daming tore na nakuha ng Twisted Minds. At may Lord pa nga doon sa may bandang itaas. BMI nagamit na dito ni Aul. Saktong poke lamang at makakaalis siya ng safe. Makakadepensa dito ang Onic Philippines. But Twisted Minds able to secure a big chunk ng ating mapa.
4,000 gold lead na rin para dito sa Twisted Minds. Ang ganda nung pinagplanuhan nila si Super Prince under the second turret with a flicker plays. At dahil 5 sila na nakapag-juggle dun sa Torre, kahit parang pwedeng i-turn around yun ng Onic Philippines, ang nakuha lang nila was the roamer. And syempre, sulit yan para sa Twisted Minds na ngayon ay natanggal na lahat ng outer turrets ng Onic Philippines.
Sikip ng mapa ng Onic PH dito. And ang mahirap dyan, pre, pag pasikip yung mapa, nawawalan ng halaga yung Hilda kasi hindi niya magamit yung advantage nila dun sa mga butch eh.
Tsaka yung safety ng mga split pushers nila katulad dito ni Savero at King Kong. Real World nagamit na rin si Sean ang target.
Pipit ata sila ha, and this time ay mabibigyan na rin si Atoy R pero si Bruce sa likuran! Napitas dito ng Twisted Minds. Tuloy-tuloy ang paglobo ng kanilang kalamangan. Savero ata ang target lock nila. Nakaabang ang Twisted. Agawin river manipulation at binigay kay Super Friends.
Sean on a mission right now. Outplaying si Super Friends. Not an easy feat. And all of a sudden, 3 bigla na patumbaan ng Twisted Minds versus Onic.
3 segundo para kay Ryota. Si King Kong ay inaabangan nila. Tinawag na si Barbiel. Isang inhibitor na wala. At mukhang itutuloy nila ang pag-push sa taas.
Okay, may retribution naman si King Kong if in case na may makalusot na wave. Pero si MP the King na buong kukunan ng Twisted Minds. Ay atras na ata. Nakuha pa. May damage dealer dito ng Twisted. Si Dido, si Onic Philippines. Ay! Dito mama! Yung SOD. Pero si Atoy R, tuloy-tuloy pa rin naman. Tinawag na si Marbiel. At magkakaipitan ata. Naku, Atoy R ay nahuli din. 7 seconds magkakalord, pre.
This was also the reason kung bakit napitas din ng mga members ng Onic yung mga overheat. Camilan from Ryota, tapos hindi konektado din si Brusco. Ang idea is Brusco onto Owl at si Ryota naman para kay Sean. But unfortunately, 4 versus 4 mangyayari dito na magiging 5v4 na dahil si Owl ay buhay na.
Okay, pinuforce nila yung mga dashes dito ni King
Oh
Kong!
my goodness.
Siya ay mabibigyan dito ng Twisted Minds. Wala ang jungler for the next 35 seconds. Pero nakakabawi si Savero! Tamang sibat! Lanso kailangan ng umatras. Pero nandun din si Brusco at sasalubungin niya itong si Lansu. Pero this time, alam nila na wala ang jungler. So babagalan muna ng Twisted. 4 na miyembro ha. Pagdating sa numero ay lamang ang Onic.
Parehas walang jungler. At katulad na lang sinabi mo, 3 lamang ang hawak ng Twisted Minds. Onic Philippines. Savero ang hawak ng Lord na ito. Nakapunto Ryota, hindi kakabit ang kanyang Dark Wave. At mukhang itutuloy na nga ata nila yung Lord. Hindi! Oy!
Uy, walang retrihan na magaganap. Pero doon yung Blazing Duet at si Savero ang pinupuruan nila.
Wow!
Kaya si Atoy iniligtas itong si Savero ay Bruce kami na kill. Kailangan na lumildi all dahil 10% na lang kanyang HP. Ngayon si Lanzo, hinahanap niya ang rightest target. Sino nga ba ang rightest target? Nandun na rin si King Kong para kunin ang Lord na ito. Pero may river manipulation pa na isasagot si Super Friends. Wala na silang makukuha. Pero yung Lord na sobrang importante para sa Super Farm ay kanilang nabulsa.
The first Indonesian import to play in MPL Philippines. Nagpapakitang gilas. At panoorin natin ang replay na ito.
Makita namin, napakandang replay. Ang ganda ng ginawa ni Kaloy with the follow-up coming up from Owl. But the outplays from Savero, the lifesteal is enough for them to turn it around. Siyempre, may tulong din ni Brusco kung paano pinoprotektahan ng Onic Philippines. Etong si Savero, once si Savero, he's trying his best and he's actually doing it para sa team.
Ikaw umatras nagamit yung 2 dash. Pero Super Prince, kumakati na rin yung mga folks mula doon sa kanyang lantern. And this time, yung Lord sa itaas na bahagi ay aalalayan na rin ni King Kong. Kailangan magmatchan ng Twisted.
Yeah, Twisted Minds mukhang kailangan na nga nila dumepensa sa Lord na ito. Brusco giving some vision mula dito sa Onic Philippines pero bumabawi na sa Torre. Ang side ng Onic, hawak na naman nila maliit na kalamangan. Pero big immortality pickup para kay Kaloy. Pwede siyang bumili ng mataming oras para sa Twisted Minds.
Ay, yung gold din hawak na rin ng Onic PH dito. Sumahapdi-hapdi. Oh, wait lang. River manipulation. Inunahan na ni Super Prince. Ang baba ng buhay ni Sean. May hawak din na sariling river manipulation ng Twisted Minds. So, kailangan lang ilinya ito mula doon sa raging stance ni Kaloy. Ngayon, makakahinga ng bahagya ang Onic PH. Hindi natin matatanggi. Wala pa rin naman silang gitna. Pero mabilis na rin kasi yan eh. So, mabilis na din para sa Onic na i-clear ng i-clear yan.
The thing sa late game, ang tinitignan is yung mga long lane. And yung mid lane, hindi na masyado nagmamatter. Ito yung least priority sa pag-push mo na paggawa ng inhibitor turret sa mga Lord Dance. Still, that's an advantage though para sa Twisted Minds. Hindi pa rin natin pwedeng deny na kailangan niyang sagutin ng Onic Philippines. There was even a threat mula kay Owl na mag-split push nangyayari yung Lord. Not enough lang talaga na leeway for himself. But we can now feel etong damage output coming out from Savero that also picked up the wind of nature. Kaya na. Now it's just gonna be up to Kinko, who also picked up his last item, full pack with that BOD.
Napakasakit na ng parehas na kupunan at this point, and 40 seconds in, hinihintay na lamang natin ang pangalawang Lord or no third Lord of this game. Pinag-usapan natin kanina nung game number 1 na napakatahimik na kapag pumasok ang game 2 ay high octane na ang ating ine-expect. In minute number 1 ay nakakita tayo ng 4 na players na nagsusuntukan sa mid lane, and now 16 minutes in, napakataas naman ang ating kill score.
Yeah, umabot na ng 27 ang ating kill score dito. King Kong, ito yung pahirap ng pahirap eh. Sumasakit-sakit na yung Evil Queller. And kapag si MP or even si Sean ang tinamaan ito, talagang mararamdaman. Ngayon, flow na lang ng wave ang sobrang prayo dito ng Onic and ng Twisted Minds doon sa long lane. At si Savero ang unang kukontrol.
At ngayon na nandito na ang Lord para sa Onic. Pwede nilang hanapin ang karagdagan bang kalamangan dito, pero ang ganda ng pwesto dito ni Lansu para magbigay naman ng impormasyon para sa Twisted.
There will be a little bit of a slow push dun sa may top lane na papapor sa Onic Philippines. Madali lang din sagutin dahil naman si Sean sa may taas. Savero onto the bottom. Alam naman natin meron siya nung SOD, pero yung isang threat din nito na may Moskov sa baba. Pag sakaling malugi ang Onic Philippines, may split push option.
Oo, itutuloy, no? Ilang beses na natin nakita yan, yung hindi pa uuwiin na strat. No? Actually, maraming teams din, and even Onic ay ginagawa yon. So tingnan natin, hawakan lang to
Oo, Rose Gold Major na, kuha na rin, papasukin nata ni Lansu, at tinawag na nga si Barbiel.
Okay, mauuna ata, Atoy R, kailangan na umatras, pero din River Manipulation. May sagot din ng River Manipulation, Sean, nakakuha na ng kill! Playing sinduan mula kay Ao, naku, unti-unti na ubus buhay din din Super Friends! And this time, tatlong miyembro ang tumumba! And ang Twisted Minds ngayon ay ang merong upper hand dito. At si Brusco ang pinaghahampas si MP the King. 4-man down at nakadalawa pa si MP.
20 segundos ang kailangan nila abangan. Si Sean ang naghahanap ng paraan para tapusin agad ito. At mukhang ihahatid na nga nila ang kanilang mga minions para tapusin ang laro.
12 seconds pa para kay Ator. Ay, kaya niya bang i-clean yung wave? Hindi! Kasi siya yung naunang na-clear doon. And Twisted Minds ang makakakuha na game 2.
An explosion dun sa may gitna. Ryota overextending Twisted Minds with the punish. Nagsimula din dun sa real world manipulation na si Sean ang nag-trigger. Napasama ang pwestuhan ng Onic, napalo doon si King Kong, kaya naman nagulo yung box nila. And when Savero came, handa na yung side ng Twisted Minds, and they were able to punish the import. Welcome to the Philippines, Savero.
Hindi pwedeng malinis ang kanyang debut dito sa laban nila against Twisted Minds, and this was an amazing performance mula kay Savero, pero Twisted Minds pa rin ang nakahanap ng paraan na manalo bilang isang unit in team fights.
Grabe yung mga suntukan. No? Kung babalikan natin, early game, first minute, first wave, nagkakapatayan kagad. And ang ganda ng ginagawa kasi ng Twisted Minds and ng Onic PG. Looking at the highlights mula dito kay Savero na nagbigay din ng advantage sa kanya against sa kay Aule, no?
Yeah. Kasi yung palitan nila ay parang hindi sila magkakapatayo dun sa may bottom lane. So kailangan mo umanap sa iba. Na at yun ang ginawa dito ng Onic Philippines. Well, particularly Savero, yung sarili niya din na play na nagagawa. But MP the King on this Leomord, matahimik lang pero mataas talaga yung impact ni MP the King sa game na to.
Oo. And I would say very perfect early game as well. Minimal deaths, nakakapag-farm, walang pinipilit. And Twisted Minds with this victory in game number 2, proving to everyone na yung super rookie era nila ay tapos na, and they are contenders entering this season 17. Hindi biro ang kanilang nakalaban ni Onic Philippines. Isa pa rin sa mga teams na alam nating nasa top ng food chain.
So many times makikita natin dun sa highlights na nakahiwalay si Ryota at si Brusco. Understandable kung bakit ganun yung gusto nilang gawin natin, but it's clear na kapag hindi sila nakapag-set up ng sarili nilang box, luging-lugi sila dito sa ginagawa ng Twisted Minds. All throughout, Sean was phenomenal in this game. Madami siyang outplays na ginawa, kahit yung si Super Friends na dati lang yung mga senior nila dun sa Onic franchise. Ngayon pinapakita na niya na pinapalis siya. Savero, this is one of the plays. Ito lang yata yung tatalo dun sa play of the day na ginawa niya kanina. And to think na same game siya nangyari, but this was the last clash. You can see lugi na agad sa HP yung mga members ng Onic, and when Savero went in for that, nandun na after the Wind of Nature, wala na siyang way para makaligtas, at Owl with the perfect entrance in that clash.
Ganda ng pasok ni Aldo, no? Na-pop na rin niya, pinap din niya yung kanyang Wind of Nature para nga naman hindi mabigyan. And nag-attempt pa rin naman si King Kong, no, na makli ng mabilis. Alam natin kung gaano kataas ang gear wave ng isang Suyo, pero sa overwhelming damage na nanggaling dito sa Twisted Minds, talaga natunaw siya.
At ating game MVP para sa number 2 ay walang ibang desisyon. Honest Eve performance. Sumasayaw na pala si Eve pagkatapos mag-real world manipulation. Ay, nakakayaw na pala si Sorry, ilang beses niya kasi inagaw eh.
Marami kasi siyang pwedeng maging skill kasi marami siyang pwedeng gayahin.
Totoo.
So kaya yan na nakita natin na MVP of the game is Sean. It started with that mid lane. Nakakatawa kasi, di ba, bago mag-start yung game, nagkaroon ng posa. Sinabi ko pala na baka mas lumamang yung Eve. Mas masaya siya, pero hindi yung magandang plays coming out from both Kaloy as well as Sean, na nakakuha pa sila ng first blood, na dinayan pa nila si Super Prince. That forced Onic na mag-slow down ng game nila. At ang naging resulta nun, parang lagi silang naghahabol doon kay MP the King at sa Twisted Minds.
At balikan natin ang highlights ng game number 2. Naging mas mataas naman ang kill score sa laro na ito kung ikukumpara sa ating game number 1. So para sa mga Action Jackson fans natin dyan sa stream ngayon at of course live dito sa Victoria Sports Tower in the MPL Arena, ay mas madalas ang naging hiyawan natin dito.
Oo, ang dami mga team fights na naganap, no? Siguro, magaling kasi yung magkabilang kupunan na mag-punish ng mga overextensions, no?
Right.
Notably dito kay Atoy Arno, ilang beses nasipat dito ng Twisted Minds. Ayan, no, isa pa to sa mga naging reason bakit nahirapan din sila. No? Yung mga baits ng mga ulti ng Twisted Minds, no?
Yeah, ang ganda rin itong pag in and out, I guess, ng Twisted Minds dito. And I guess kasi yung diskarte nila ganun din eh. Parang natutunan nila na yung Onic gusto mag-in out from game number 1, mag-poke battle.
Gawin
so,
natin.
Parang ganun na rin ginawa nila. Pero this time, mas meron din sila nung connection with Sean na pang-dive naman. So, I think ang isa sa mga reason kung bakit successful yung Twisted Minds sa previous season is yung paano sila mag-commit or yung pumatol sa isa't isa. Kaya sila nananalo, and sometimes yun din dahilan ba't sila natatalo. But in this game, laban sa Onic, they felt like kailangan talaga nilang mag-fully commit at mag-convert dun sa mga kills at mag-punish nung mga ginagawa ng Onic. Especially dun sa positioning na nakahiwalay si Ryota, nakahiwalay si Brusco.
Alam mo, napakahaba ng mga laro natin, no? Ngayong gabi na ito. Majority of our games nagpas 16 minutes talaga. Umabot pa nga ng 30 yung pinakauna nating laro para sa series ito. And with this 18-minute game na ngayon naman ay Twisted Minds ang nakakanawangan. Parang wala naman natatahing nakitang kakaiba ng mga build. This is very much classic MLBB. Nagkatalo na lang talaga sa kung paano nga nila nilaro ang kanilang mga komposisyon. At katulad ng sinabi ni Wolf, naging maganda yung pinakita ng Twisted Minds in terms of yung pagdadive nga dito ni Sean, nakasabay na rin nila Kaloy at MP.
Oo, ilang beses natin nakita. And then siguro si Sean din, isa talaga sa mga naging highlight dito eh. Napakarami niyang mga saktong river manipulation. Dumating nga sa point na mas nakakapitalize pa niya yung river manipulation. No? Bukod doon sa final team fight natin, meron pa si Sean ginawa eh. After kunin yung river manipulation, kinulong si Super Prince kahit nandun sa nasa ilalim ng Torres sa may top lane. Doon natin masasabi kung gaano kataas talaga yung expertise ni Sean pagdating sa hero na to. And ganito ka-OP ang isang Valentina sa ating meta.
Talaga yung
diba?
Valentina. With the Kimi being banned, at sinabi din natin na may potential na piliin yung Valentina, it was the choice para sa Twisted Minds. Kahit wala pang clear na ibang kokopyahin, parang Eve Ultimate pa lang, parang okay na yun. And it was already enough. In fact, naging bonus pa dito yung Phobius. Diba na kinokopya ni Sean when he needs it. But of course, having the Demonic Force, it also means na mabilis mo din magagamit yung ulti mo agad afterwards kasi low cooldown din naman yung zero cooldown in fact.
Oo,
Demonic Force, yeah.
And nakakatuwa no, nakita natin yung ganitong klaseng creative and competitive usage ng Valentina mula kay Sean. I always believe no, nung simula nung napanood natin ang kanyang performance sa Twisted Minds nung rookie sila, na si Sean talaga yung isa sa mga quote-unquote star players ng actually, tama ba yung pagkakaalala ko? Rookie of the year or Rookie of the Season?
Yeah,
si Sean. During that time. But alam mo, kung may mga ganong klase tayong storya, pwede rin magsimula ang inyong storya dito. If you think you have what it takes to show it, nandito ang E-Project Esports for everyone. We're giving you the power na palakasin ang inyong local community.
Tama ka dyan, no? Participants get exclusive access to tournament modes, free in-game items, even diamonds. Just head over to ph-mpl.com/e-project to start your application.
Oras na para i-turn yung passion na yan into action. At syempre, punta kayo dun sa website para mas maintindihan nyo pa yung mga pwede nyo makuha.
At pwede nyo i-scan yung QR kung tinatamad kayo mag-type. Replay nyo na lang ng konti para mas mabilis. And ito na yung mga tinatanong ng mga tao kung paano pag gusto ko magpa-tour na. Paano ako hihingi ng suporta?
Yan na yun.
Yan ang sagot.
Paano ba magka-10 bands?
Oo, tour na mode.
Tour na mode. Paano ba magka-gano'n yun? Punta na kayo dun sa website.
Oo, and ang dami na rin ng mga amateur tournaments ngayon, no? All across the countries. Actually, may mga maliliit nga tayo, mga cafe, mga events, places na mga nagpapa-ML talaga. And alam mo yung pinaka naging favorite kong culture ngayon sa Pilipinas? Yung mga companies natin. Mga shoutout sa mga corporate companies natin dyan na nagpapa-tournament ng MLBB sa kanilang mga employees.
Grabe, no? Parang, syempre, sa pagod sa trabaho, gusto mo rin na makapag-relax ka, di ba? And isa naman siguro sa mga panglibang at pag-relax ng mga corpo guys and girls natin ang MLBB. Minsan nakakasakit ng ulo, pero madalas pag magkakasama naman kayo, nakaka-relax dahil alam mo yung bonding nyo rin yun eh.
Parang ayun nga yung naging sikat nung pandemic era.
Yeah.
Pero you would be surprised, even pre-pandemic, meron ng mga corporations or mga companies nga na instead na magpapaliga sila ng sports, basketball, nagbibigyan rin sila ng opportunity dun sa mga mahilig naman sa video games.
And the best part about this is hindi mo kailangan maging sobrang tangkad para maging magaling dito. Despite na nag-exist si Master the Basics na by the way 6'2".
Oo nga, no?
Napakarami ko nakuhang butata dyan.
Oo eh.
O hindi lang ikaw, halos natata tayo na butata ni ano.
Well, ako hindi kasi hindi ko in-attempt.
Ako rin, hindi rin ako tumira.
Yan ang maganda, yan ang magandang gawin. Shoutout sa MTV, babawi kami sa'yo.
Oo. Kung papabawiin pa. Sana naman makalaro tayo dun sa court ng Aurora bago mapinturahan ng iba.
Balita ko nandun sila sa may watch party na gaganapin dun sa mismo sa court na yun. So, yan, sana makapunta tayo dun sometime.
Sometime soon. And hindi lang yan, no, parang bukod sa mga esports and traditional sports na nakikita natin, ang mga Filipino esports and sports athletes natin ay mukhang nagiging magkaibigan na rin. In fact, kanina lamang ay nagkaroon tayo ng bisita na isang world-class na figure skater.
Diba? Nakakatawa isipin, no, na talagang malawak na ng sport. Esports at sobrang suportado ng ng lahat. Kasi dati kapag nag-ML, alam mo nung araw kasi nung kabataan ko hindi naman ganoon sinusuportahan talaga ng gusto, di ba? Halos magkasing edad lang tayo.
Mas matanda
para
pa nga si Will.
Hindi.
Months lang. Yeah. Kuya ko siya.
Hindi counted yun.
Counted ko yun? Hindi. Sige.
Sige nga, paunahan kayo. Tumakbo. Well, jokes aside, narito na nga tayo sa ating pangatlong laro para sa araw na ito. Full 6-game series tayo na makikita sa actually match 1, 3, tapos itong match 2 natin 3 din. At napakahaba pa ng mga games natin.
Oo, tsaka dami nating nakitang bago ngayon, no? Siyempre, lumabas ang Marcel. No, nakita natin ang debut ng Marcel. And of course, Savero na nagpamalas din ng galing kanina. And ito yung mga statistics na meron siya.
Nakita natin na si Savero ay naglaro ng 19 games ng Granger. Yun yung kanyang most played. Well, unfortunately, nag-iba rin kasi yung meta with 74% win rate. honestly, pag binabalik ko si Xavero, hindi sa stats yung naalala ko dito. Yung mga outplays niya dun sa lane mismo eh. And of course, yung Harith at yung Granger, yung mga heroes niya doon. Nung recent tournaments nga na pwede natin masabi na Moskov, ginagamit din niya. But ang nagiging bentahe ni Xavero is how he outplays his opponent in the lane mismo.
Oo. And wala naman tayo masyado nakitang lane outplays ng game number 2.
Yeah.
In fact, Owl really played very safely with that Claude. One death lang ata the entire early to the mid game. At yun naman talaga, no, kapag Claude ang nilalaro mo, basta hindi ka mamatay at makapag-farm ka, balang araw makakaraos ka din.
Oo, yan. Ng mortal sin ng isang Claude, no? Yung mga mamatay sa early. And, well, masasabi ko na hindi mo super-duper maiiwasan yun. Lalo na kung design yung lineup ng kalaban mo na dumive ng dumive. Pero, with the abilities na meron din si Owl, nasubukan niya na yan eh, di ba? Ang haba na rin ng run niya sa MLBB scene, nakapag-international na rin siya, napakarami niya ng experience, di ba? So, for this one, makikita natin yung experience talaga na pinaghalo-halo.
Yeah. Tingin ko rin kasi yung mga tipo mga marksman na Claude and the Moskov. Siyempre, pag napapatay sa early game, ang daling sabihin na, ay, siguro hindi maganda itong performance ng player na to or nga, pangit yung performance. But, tignan mo naman dito si Owl, hindi siya as explosive as yung na-achieve ni Xavero, pero dun sa last team fight, siya yung naging dahilan kung bakit eventually na-overcome ng Twisted Minds yung Onic Philippines. So, sabi nga nila, it's not how you lose, it's how you bawi.
Ano, mga marksman, na jungle, and ito YSS.
YSS and Khalid is the option. Hindi ko man na mag-i-eve if you are Twisted Minds. So, sa pag-first pick ng Onic dito sa Claude, binigyan nila ng chance sa sarili nilang bumalik pa yung Eve sa kanila. However, may Khalid na sa kabila. So, pwede rin i-reconsider yan ni Super Friends. They might just go for Zetyan as well. Na pangsagot din naman dito sa mga heroes na to. And
pang-deny na rin.
Pang-deny na rin. With the Yi Sun-Shin, you can also go back to the Leomord. At yun, Leomord nga talaga ang pipiliin nila with the Eve as well.
Maganda na rin ang kanilang box control with that Eve and the Claude. Ang tanong ngayon, nung kukunin ni Sean dito, siya ba ang magsisit yan?
Kimi ka na kagad. Mababandin kasi yun eh. And also, pwedeng flexible.
Yung YSS.
Yung YSS.
Oo nga pala, pwede pa sila mag, if ever, i-flex nila yan, Universe sila, di ba? Farsa. Ano kukunin?
Wow. Grabe ka na, 2026 flex pick na si YSS.
Tama. Ganun na. Nandun na tayo sa mga moments na yun. However, with this Farsa, I have to admit, ito yung pwede rin na de-prioritize ng mga teams. Pero in specific scenarios, katulad ito, if yung katapat, tas may Khalid siyang kasama, pwede nilang ipanalo dun sa mid lane ulit. So, just like in the previous game, baka ito yung pangbarag nila ulit dun sa may mid lane duo ng Onic Philippines. At sa ngayon, ang ginagawa ng Twisted Minds, tinatanggalan nila ng mga hero si Brusco na pwedeng pampalakas dun sa Eve, dun sa may mid lane. In this case, it's going to be the Hilda.
Parang open pa rin naman yung Grok. I'm not quite sure na medyo tagal ko nang hindi nakikitang nag-Grok si Brusco. Pero kung ipapares mo ang Eve at Grok, isa rin yan sa mga pinaka nakakairita na pwede mong makasalubong sa RG.
Oo, ang bilis mag-clear wave, ang taas ng damage innately ng isang Grok. Ang daming displacement na nakakapagpasakit ng ulo, di ba?
Minsan makakaalis ka na sa RWM, bigla kang papadiran.
There's na parang the Sora nakaligtas ang Onic Philippines. There's also the Cho na isa rin sa mga heroes na madalas na ginagamit ni Brusco. So, that could also be an option para sa ban ng Twisted Minds. And with that Sora being banned, I would not be surprised if Lapu-Lapu din ay ibaban ng Onic Philippines.
Parang ang tagal na natin hindi nakakita ng lapu-lapu sa series na to. No? Hindi katulad nung first match natin na tila ba'y si Lapu-Lapu ang paborito ng parehas na XP laner. Pero ngayon, no, yung gold lane ng side ng Twisted Minds, hindi pa rin natin alam kung YSS Gold nga ba ito o mapupunta ba sa kamay ni MP the King on the jungle. So, hindi pa rin talaga pwedeng mag-target ban if you're the side of Coach Hayes and Onic. At ayun na nga yung Grok.
There's the Grok ban. Lapu-Lapu could be the ban here para sa Onic. O kaya naman yung Uranus kasi feeling ko nanakawin siya ng Twisted Minds.
Nako, ilalabas na Admiral.
Ang Admiral.
Dito.
Yun nga lang, ang daming substitute sa Yure. Meron kang Alice na pwedeng first pick din ng Twisted Minds. The Glue. Also,
Terisla default pick.
Yung pag walang-wala na, Terisla na lang yan.
Tama.
Pwede yung Teresa talaga sa Leo Mord I feel like.
And it's also nakakairita kasi yun.
And it's also knock-up din na pwede rin panggulo dito sa Claude. At syempre yung Body of Smith. Diba? Parang masusulit din.
Oo. Okay, Claude. Ano pala Claude tuloy? Harit. Ang aalisin dito ng Onic PH.
Uranus.
Uranus, no? At saka para safe pa rin itong Yishun Chain at pwede pa nilang i-flex, no?
Parang pinipilit nga ata ng side ng Onic Philippines na i-gold lane na itong YSS at dahil dyan.
Double flex yan. Pwedeng gold din yan.
Oo nga, no? Hala, oo nga.
Tumatawa-tawa lang ako, Wolf, pero excited daw makita kung ano nga ba talaga lalabas.
Tingin ko gold lane is, ang higher chance is gold lane Yishun Chain.
True.
And then Suyo pangtapat dun sa kay King Kong. But now, if you are Onic, baka maisip nilang mag-Kufra. Isa sa mga heroes ni Brusco pero hindi siya commonly picked up. There's also the Cho. And then sa XP, sila yung pwede mag-Uranus para kay Ryota.
Feeling ko, ano mo na full nice one baby experience, Angela Yora.
Gatot din pala pwede kay Brusco, no? Kung di na lang Kufra.
Yuzong. Oo, matagal nating hindi nakita itong Yuzong na to at hindi na pag-uusapan. Pero oo nga, no? Pwede nga naman talaga siya and ang hirap nito kung iisipin mo, kung Yishun siya ng jungle mo, may hihirapan din sa Turtles, di ba?
It's the Phobius last picks.
Well, sa lahat ng mga pinag-usapan natin, parang ang pinaka not so standard lamang na nakita natin dito would be the YSS Gold sa kamay ng Twisted Minds. But now that we've seen all of the heroes, Wolf, ano bang pwede nating ma-expect sa game na ito? Tahimik na naman ba o pupunta pa tayo sa punto na every kill ay minu-minuto may nagsusuntukan?
Yeah, so this will be a quiet game para sa Twisted Minds at bubulusok na lang sila sa kanilang mga timings. Yishun Chain could be the gold. It is Owl. No, I don't think that's the proper assignments. Kaloy, tingin ko Khalid, hindi yun. Okay, so
ayun.
So Yishun Chain gold nga tayo. Mas parang pinapaboran ko dito yung Twisted Minds composition, pero syempre, depende na rin yan sa execution. I'm raising a lot of questions dito sa may Yuzong pick. Tingin ko lalo na nilast pickan siya ng Phobius. I feel like dito extremely nanalo yung side ng Twisted Minds.
And for Twisted Minds na nanalo ng game number 2, malaking momentum ang meron sila papasok dito sa ating last game of our opening day ng Season 17. Kung umabot kayo dito, i-comment nyo yung team na gusto nyong manalo. And of course, humiyaw kayo kung nandito sa loob ng MPL Arena tuwing nakakakill objective ang inyong mga favorite teams. We are in the last game. Men, biruin mo kanina pa tayo dito.
Alam mo, na-miss natin kasi ang isa't isa. Maganda na masulit natin itong unang araw ng regular season. Marami naman talaga nakamiss ng MLBB action dito sa Pilipinas. And ito, mas tahimik na early game ang nakikita natin.
At saka feeling ko, katulad ng sinabi, teka lang, Kaloy. Buti na lang nag-level 2.
Yun nga buti na lang nakaligtas pa siya doon. Sabi ng Onic, anong sinasabi mong tahimik burrito? Hindi namin tatantanan yan si Kal. Ay! Buti na lang nakatakas.
So lang, nako po, that could be the starter para dun sa mga trade-offs na makikita natin. But it is indeed going to be very quiet in favor of the Give this time. Every time naman na makapag-farm shot, makakuha sa level 4, that will strengthen yung kanilang first turtle fight. Habang si King Kong, yung kanyang pattern is to get the lizard of the opponents. At ganun lang din kay MP the King. No invasion whatsoever.
Uy, hello. Lugi ba si Sabero dito?
MP?
Okay. Andyan si MP the King! At nakakuha na kagad ng first blood ang Twisted.
Napakagandang rotation mula sa Twisted Minds, pero ang first turtle, 5 segundo na lamang bago lumabas. Ano bang pwede natin ma-expect dito, Wolf?
Ang pwede natin expect, syempre, makakalamang kahit pa paano dito yung Onic because of their positioning dun sa turtle. Kaso nga lang, ang laking bagay na namatay si Savero bukod sa nabigyan niya ng gold dito si Owl, nawalan pa siya ng isang gold card. So, napakalaking bagay niyan for a Claude.
Oh, pero mukhang si King Kong ay uncontested niyang makukuha ang pagong na ito. That's the first turtle na mapupunta sa kamay ng Onic Philippines. As Twisted Minds, sila pa rin naman ang may hawak ng gold lead.
Nakaka-level 4 lang dito ni Savero. At para bang minamama dito ni Owl itong si Savero dito sa itaas. Dito natin pumasok si MP the King at mabilis ang burst. Ang magiging call! Pero yung Evil Queller pre tumama pa sa ulo ni Super Prince.
Wow. Nagkapalitan ng Suyo pick, but this time MP the King with a better start, 2-0 pagpasok natin sa larong ito.
And most importantly kasi ginamit din dun yung server na basta meron ka na doon sa threshold para ka may mini-execute. And even if Super Prince pops his ultimate and may extra shields, meron pang nakaabang na feathered airstrike mula dun kay Sean na wala talagang chance para mabuhay dito Super Prince. One of the rare series na masasabi natin na bibigyan ng mataas na attention si Super Prince at hindi nagagawa yung typical na nagagawa niya.
Oh, yun na.
Wow.
Ayun na.
Na-solo kill na. Kanina pa nangangamba eh. Kanina pa natin tinitingnan yung hirap dito ni Savero. Para ba tinanggap ng Onic Philippines na losing din yung top?
Dalawang ano pa yun, dalawang cards. So tatlong cards in total.
Oh my gosh.
Tatlong gold cards in total ang na-miss ni Savero. 1.6k kumpara sa 2.7k na meron ngayon si Owl. At 3 minutes 35 seconds pa lang.
Malalayo no if you're up against a Claude, pero si Sean naman ata next target. Oh no! Nahulong na lamang sa loob ng real world manipulation. At yan ang magiging unang kill ng Onic Philippines. Isusunod na ata si Ryota, may trade pa rin sa baba.
Grabe ang Twisted Minds, pre. Hindi papayag na walang kapalit. Diba? Isipin mo yun. And ang Onic Philippines, hindi ko alam kung ano magiging atake nila dito. Kasi yung top lane talaga yung kailangan nilang matyagan. Kaya lang iisipin din ni Brusco paano si Super Prince?
Lumalakas yung gitna para dito sa Onic. I mean, nabe-depensa nila pero yung dalawang gilid nila, nata-taper fade na sila dito ng Twisted Minds. At mas malala dito yung timing coming out from MP the King ay sobrang ganda dahil dalawang cards yung nawala doon kay Ryota doon sa may bottom lane. At kung papansinin natin, ang laki na ng lamang ng Twisted Minds.
Oo, almost 3,000 as we enter the 5-minute mark at si Savero na naman ata. Napilitan mag-ulti.
Okay, VMI ay nagamit. Petrify ay sobrang sakto din. Parin sa Onic PH. Nakuha nila si Sean. Kaya naman si Bruce napakababa ng buhay. Lipad-lipad lamang yung Dragon. Super Prince sasama na with the river manipulation. Pero pinuntahan siya ni Lansu with the Dark Wave. Buhay pa rin naman itong si Kaloy. Yung turtle ay nandun na rin at sisimulan na nga ng Twisted.
1-for-1 na naging trade pero itutuloy ng Twisted Minds ang turtle na ito. Hawak na ni MP the King. Ryota ay mapupok pero si King Kong nasa vicinity.
Sinalubog dito si King Kong pero si MP the King pa rin ang magwawagi. Kalahati si Lansu. Diretso muna doon sa farm ito si King Kong pero hindi pa pala tapos sa pananalasa ng Twisted. At yung flickering na force para kay Super Prince.
Oo, medyo napipilayan na talaga ang Onic Philippines. At si Owl ngayon ay poprotektahan naman ni Kaloy. Para bang naging sa pabor ng Twisted Minds ang huling 2 minuto ng larong ito. Wolf, ano ba yung ginawa ng Twisted Minds dito na nagbigay sa kanila ng ganong klaseng kalamangan?
I would say yung rhythm na paglalaro dito ng MP the King, sakto yung rotation dun sa may top lane na nakuha siya ng kill kay Savero. Tapos nung pangalawang cycle ng mga farm niya, ay balik siya dun sa may top lane, tapos na-denayan ng dalawa ulit na cards. Then pagdating niya sa bottom lane, nakuha siya ng kill, whereas MP the King, whereas si King Kong, nung nagpa-farm siya dun sa may kanan, ang nangyayari gulo ay dun sa may top lane. Si MP the King, nadadala niya yung teamfight sa kanya, whereas ito si King Kong, sobrang layo niya dun sa pinagpa-farman niya, dun sa nangyayaring gulo.
Yeah, humihirap lalo ang sitwasyon. Maagang pag-clear wave para dito sa Twisted Minds. Pero yung taunt ay tumama mula kay Brusco. 4 na miyembro pa naman. Sean, nag-reposition. Alam niya ata na may tao dyan. Gagamitin yung pulse. AOG, wat tinamaan. Si Kaloy ay maiipit din. Makakatakas ba? Yes, sir na. Gamit ng flicker. Pero si Owl sa may itaas. Nakuha din ni Atoy. Pero di pa pala natapos ito, Super Brent! Napagsakan ng tatlong River Feathered Earthstrike. Habang si Atoy Are kailangan ng umatras. Lansoy nag-dive din. Pero si Savero yan,
2v1 to,
2v1 na magiging aksyonan. Papalit siya ng target, pero yung Flicker and Dark Wave will secure that kill. Pakakabawi din naman si Savero ng isa.
What a microplay mula dito sa Admiral. Pero para bang nalugi pa sila sa nangyari doon dahil nabigyan ng konting paghinga si Savero.
Yun ang advantage sa Onic. However, hindi natin napansin dun sa magkaroon ng kaguluhan na nakawan sa muka ni MP the King ng farm etong si King Kong, that orange buff. Na advantage ngayon ni MP the King, tinanggal niya kay King Kong. Ngayon, lamang na rin siya ng levels.
Okay, walang Feathered Earthstrike ha. And yung pagong ay hawak-hawak din dito ng Onic. Nag-aabang na si MP the King para nakawin ng objektiba. And this time ay mamamatay din si MP. River Manipulation na gamit ni Super Prince. Nakapatay din sila dito at si Kaloy ang kanilang napili. Pero habang nangyayari mga bagay na yun sa itaas na bahagi, bro, tumatrabaho lang si Owl.
Saktong trabaho lang, tahimik lang sa simula. At si Owl ngayon ay nakakapag-farm pero lumiit ang kalamangan ng Twisted Minds mula almost 3,000 down to 2,000 at nakakapag-push at farm na rin si Savero.
Yes, because of that shutdown, although ang ganda at ang cool nung ginawa doon ni MP the King, wala siyang tropa para depensa niya siya para sa pag-out niya. And Super Prince was ready with the ultimate. King Kong was there as well. And then si Savero, yun yung best na scenario doon para sa side ng Onic Philippines na bigyan ng isang kill. At actually, napaliit yung lamang ng kanyang katapat with just 800 gold now in favor of Owl. Malayo pa rin na kailangang akyatin ni Savero at ni King Kong, but that's a step in the right direction para sa Onic Philippines.
At mukhang makakadepensa naman ata ang Twisted Minds doon sa may bandang itaas. Pero mukhang hindi na nila yung risk. Savero taking down another turret. And that almost equalizes the game para sa Twisted Minds and Onic. Balik na naman tayo sa wala pang 1,000 ang kalamangan ng Twisted Minds.
Ito naman yung maganda para sa Onic, no? Stable pa rin yung kanilang kalagayan. Mahaba-haba pa naman para doon sa Lord, kaya may kakayahan pa mag-set up itong magkabilang koponan doon sa long lane. Pero si MP the King ay humahap din na rin. Level 13 na rin ito. Pagdating sa retrihan, masasabi natin lamang siya, uy, wait lang, natot. Tumama doon at yung Petrify! Oh my goodness, yung skill management ng Onic PH and the spells. Talagang nakitilang buhay ni MP.
Vertical doon si MP the King at doon siya na-punish. Don't come out from Brusco.
Okay, atrasan muna sila dito. Yung River Manipulation ay na-i-box na nga para hindi makalapit at Twisted at hindi mapigilan ang kanilang plano. Pero doon sa may balbas pre, si Sean, nakabang din. Nakita na siya. Poke ay ginawa na niya. Tignan natin kung ano mangyayari.
Hahawakan na ng Onic Philippines ang Lord na ito. Twisted Minds may apat na pinadala. Papasok na ang Admiral.
Okay, pagkakataon na ata ng Dragon na ito na pumunta sa likuran. Ang baba na buhay ni Lansu, same with Kaloy. At decidido na nga ang Onic PH na kunin na ito. At na-secure na nga nila ang Lord.
King Kong with another retribution. So far, perfect game para sa Sigma Jungler. 2-0-2 para sa Jungler ng Onic Philippines.
Kinailangan sakripisyo ng Onic Philippines yung kanilang tore dun sa may top lane and a lot of minions out there. Instead of farming that fat minion wave, tinake advantage nila yung wala si MP the King. And then, Ryota this time, man on a mission, alam niyang walang magpapanish sa kanya to go for Owl on the backlines. That gave Onic Philippines enough of real estate around the Lord area para makuha ng libre yung retribution na yun. Tinry ni Sean, but of course, it's difficult to win over our retribution with the Leomord.
Oh, that's true. At mukhang si King Kong ay papasok na now!
Wow! Sakto nung AOG men and yung River Manipulation. Pero yung Lord ay nandun pa! King Kong with a kill! Kailangan na lumipad dito si Sean. Pero hinahanap siya ni King Kong. Si Kaloy na lang ang magiging next sa target nila. Nakadalawa na kagad ang Sigma Jungler and si King Kong ay tuloy-tuloy pa rin. 5 miyembro mula sa Super Fam ang buhay at masasalubog na ng Twisted itong Lord na to.
Beautiful AOG mula dito kay Bruce Goat. Nakahanap ng magandang angulo at mukhang itutuloy pa nila ang pag-push dito sa may bandang mid lane. Meron pa namang shields na manggagaling pero hindi ata sapat para ma-clear out yun. Hindi pa naman mapawasan. Wolf, paano ang depensa if you are Twisted Minds?
Well, they do have the far side, the Yisun Shin. In fact, meron din silang Suyu. Ang dami na ng ways para dumepensa. Kailangan talaga hindi sila mahuhuli. MP the King went out of the base para depensaan yung Lord na yun. At dahil nagamit na niya yung kanyang dash, Brusco, kinailangan lang niyang itutok yung AOG at bago pa makagalaw pa yung mga members ng Twisted Minds, nag-pop na agad ng RWM. Etong si Super Prince.
Ayun na, tinawag na yung Dragon na ipinata dito si Lanzo. Makakaalpas naman siya. Pero si Atoy ay ata ang hahabulin dito ng Twisted. Call pa nila dito ay rundown. Pero ang ganda ng mga nilalapag na skills ng Onic para hindi na nga humabol ng pilit dito ang Twisted.
Honestly,
Sean, ang ganda ng pwesto. Ang ganda ng pwesto ni Sean.
Wow.
Pero wala siyang gagawin para i-burst ng tuluyan itong si Savero. AOG na gamit din.
Nakakagulat na walang nakuwang inhibitor turret ang Onic Philippines doon.
Yeah, well, if you're facing up against Farsa, Yisun-Shin, and Suyo, napakahirap nga naman talaga. But we cannot deny the fact na nasa kanila ng advantage ngayon, na nasa kanila na din ang momentum. Every time na makakahanap ng launchpad, ito si Brusco na mag-pop ng kanyang ultimate, ang kailangan niyo gawin is extra stun. At kahit microsecond stun lang yun, mula kay Super Friends, na with the ultimate na merong ensnare, enough na para ma-lock in place sa mga members sa Twisted Minds to follow up with the AOG. At alam naman natin, pag tinamaan ka na ng AOG, napakadali na lang ilan ng taunt of the Unbreakable afterwards. And syempre, si Ryota tumutulog din with the Petrify. Minsan, hindi na nga niya ginagamit Dragon plus Petrify. Petrify lang muna para lang ma-secure yung real world manipulation na masusulit.
Minsan nga hindi niya ginagamit yung Petrify hanggang hindi siya nakakakita ng target na gusto niya talagang pa-Petrify. And for Onic Philippines right now, naging maganda ang laro ni King Kong pati na rin ni Brusco. O near perfect KDAs and games para sa dalawang miyembro ng Onic dito. That for Twisted Minds, may chance pa naman silang lumaban sa Lord na ito. Dangerous grass ang ating mapa. Maraming kailangan i-check. Pero mukhang ang Vision Game ay nilalaro ngayon ng Twisted Minds.
Okay, hawak ni Ator yung balbas ha. Pero si Kaloy ata ang kanilang buburuan. Kalahati kagad. Even Queller. Pero magme-meditate lang dito si Kaloy. Andun yung BMI. Napatalo na si Brusco. Naku, delikado ata. Nagamit niya rin yung kanyang Revitalize. Hahawakan muli ni Savero. Masyadong mapangit ata yung kanyang position doon. So magre-reposition dito si Savero. Bibitawan uli nila yung Lord.
That's a flicker burnt para dito kay Super Friends at pati na rin ang revitalize ni Brusco. Meanwhile, para sa Twisted Minds, si Sean ay gumamit na rin ng flicker. Halos kompleto pa ang battle spells sa Twisted Minds.
And to add to that, yung Petrify na gamit na ni Ryota. Fortunately, hindi niya ginamit ang kanyang ultimate. So, ultimates are still available for most of the members of Onic. Pero napakalaking bagay na walang Petrify for 30 seconds and revitalize as well. It's gonna be smarter for Onic to delay and reset lang dito, maghanap ng mistakes mula sa Twisted Minds.
Great poke, Savero masasaktan na, pero wala pang all-in na magaganap. Oy, teka lang!
Si Aula, si Savero at ang target niya. Naku, ang baba ng buhay ni Savero. Kailangan niya atang umuwi dito para mag-replenish ng kanyang buhay. And maaaring go signal ito. Kalahati kagad si Brusco. So yung mga vital heroes from Onic ay ang bababa na ng buhay.
Pero teka lang, nagla-lifesteal na rin si Savero on this Lord. 2,000 lamang ang kalamangan ng Onic. Pero mukhang nararamdaman na rin natin yung kasakitan ni Sean AOG on to 3.
Kaya lang siya, pagtutulong-tulungan, nandun na yung Dragon. Brusco nakakuha pa ng kill! Flicker mula dito kay Lansu at nabugaw na nga ng tuloy ng Twisted Minds. Round number 2 ba? Ang kanilang magiging call. Madali ang Lord para kay King Kong. Pero si Brusco ay tuloy-tuloy pa rin. Siya ata magiging sakripisyo. Si Ator ay nakamatsyag. Ihiligtas pa ba nila dito si Brusco? Parang hindi na nga ata. Pero andun yung Dark Wave. Real manipulation as well. Kaya lang si Aulay mapapaatras na. Naku, si Lansu mapapatay pa rin ata dito. Si King Kong pumunta na sa likuran. Pero ang dami pa ng tao! Ang dami pa ng members from Twisted Minds. Pero si King Kong ay nakakuha muli. Super Prince as well. 3 miyembro pa ang inaantay na mabuhay. Doon mababa naman ng... ayun na, buhay na din naman si Sean dito.
Extended team fight ang naging reply ng Onic Philippines. At tuloy-tuloy lang ang pagpasok ng Super Family. With that ultimate as well coming in from Kaloy. Mahaharap nila si Super Friends. Feather their strike from Sean to secure the kill. At makakadepensa naman ata ang Twisted Minds.
Dangerous grass going in favor of Kaloy dun sa moment na yun. Pero nakita natin sa Onic ang ganda ng heads up play coming up from Brusco.
Okay, nagamit na rin yung Dragon ha. Ginagamit lang talaga ni Atoy Arito para mag-push. Tagumpay ang Onic. Base at turret. Ang kanilang natunaw. Mapipigilan din naman yung pagbasag dun sa may bottom. So masasabi ko na tabla pa rin yung laro to kung titingnan mo, no?
Sobrang tablado pa rin talaga.
I wanna say though, may mga standout plays yung mga Onic Philippines dun sa Lord fight na nangyari kanina. Nakita nga natin mula kay Brusco to start with the AOG. Ang siguro nagulat dun yung Twisted Minds. Kasi hindi nila in-expect na unang tatalon pa si Brusco. At parang 2 seconds na lang bago magkaroon siya ng revitalize. Eventually napap niya pero hindi niya nasulit. Kaso nakakuha sila ng kill dahil nahanto na si Sean. Tapos that allowed Ryota to wait for his Petrify and his ultimate para masulit nila. Ang pinaka-notable sa akin yung ginawa ni Savero nung malapit na maubos yung Lord. At ginamit niya yung Purify actively by diving sa 4 members ng Twisted Minds. Alam niya na meron siyang Purify at Wind of Nature. Mabubuhay siya doon no matter what. At hindi na nakakuha ng kahit anong steal yung Twisted Minds doon sa Lord. In fact, na-invite pa nga niya si Lanzo doon sa Real World Manipulation at naka-minus 2 pa ang Onic Philippines dahil doon sa active usage ng Purify mula kay Savero.
And not to mention yung AOG na napaka-tulis pa rin ng pag-aim dito ni Brusco. Onic Philippines right now mukhang nagising sila matapos ang Game 2 victory na Twisted Minds. 40 seconds bago lumabas ang ating pangatlong Lord ng larong ito. Looking at our objective score, lamang ang objectives in terms of turtles para sa Twisted Minds. Pero para sa Onic Philippines, the last 2 Lords of this game ay nasecure naman nila. Kaya may 4,000 kalamangan at mukhang gusto pa nilang palakihin ito. 20 segundos na lang ang ating aantayin. Pero katulad ng sinabi ni Wolf, yung mid lane ay hindi na gaano ka-importante pagdating sa mga Lord dances natin.
Yeah, ito yung kailangan tuunan ng pansin, no? Yung itaas na bahagi. And yun na nga ang ginagawa dito ni Savero. Nakaalalay din naman palagi si Bruso sa kanya kung saan siya tutungo. And ngayon, Twisted Minds, kailangan nila makipagsayawan dito sa Lord. Obligado silang sayawan itong Lord na ito kasi if in case na hindi nila makuha or hindi man lang sila makapitas dito sa Onic, maaaring ito na ang simula ng katapusan para sa kanila.
Oo. Ang tanong ay bibilisan ba ng Onic?
Binilisan,
o sasayawin nila? At mukhang bibilisan nata ng Onic Philippines ang pag-take ng Lord na ito.
14K ang buhay ng Lord. Ngayon nagamit na rin yung Mountain Shocker. Revitalize para kay Brusco. Yung Dragon ay nagamit na! At si King Kong ay nakasecure na. Ngayon Flicker ay na-force na rin para kay Owl. Wala mang mamamatay doon sa tagpong iyon. Pero secured ng Onic ang kanilang gusto.
Napaka-scattered ng mga members ng Twisted Minds. Si Sean nandun sa far right. Kung sakaling gugustuhin dito ng Twisted Minds, mahihirapan sila lalo kasi parang bawat damage dealers nila between Suyu, between Yison Chin, and etong si Farsa, parang masyadong marami kailangan protektahan para sa Twisted Minds.
Papasok na dito ang Onic Philippines sa baba muna. That's one inhibitor turret. Ako si Au lang nahuli. Pero makakatakas naman agad with the BMI. Nakakot pa rin si MP the King. Pero yung Lord, nakatangkihin nata nila ito.
Uy, humahapdi na rin si Savero dito. Lalapitan ni MP the King pero hindi sapat yung kanyang burst. River manipulation mula Super Friends. Sa baba ng buhay ni Lanzo, kailangan niya mag-replenish. Mabilis naman na pag-clear ang gagawin dito ng Twisted Minds. Round number 2 ba dito ang Onic? Medyo kakalmahan lang muna nila. Owl, tamang pana-pana. Pero si Kaloy ay tumatapak doon sa new bagong push. Andun yung Dragon, andun na rin yung Dark Wave at tagumpay ang pagbasag. Natoli sa may bandang itaas, Lanzo yung mamamatay din! Blazing duet mula kay Savero, napuntahan yung likuran at MP the King ay tutumba. Ngayon wala ng base turret dito ang Onic ang Twisted Minds at ang Onic Philippines ay tatapusin na ang laban na ito. Wait lang, wala pa silang minutes, inaantay lang talaga ng Super Fam para tapusin ang lamang ito.
At Super Family ang mananaig sa ating last series of our opening day of the Season 17. Welcome to the Philippines para kay Savero.
It took so much time, a lot of patience mula sa Onic Philippines. Hindi ganun kaganda yung early game. Nakita natin si MP the King playing the perfect jungle pattern for Suyu. Yung rhythm ng Twisted Minds ay napakaganda. Dinadala yung teamfight para dito kay MP the King. And it started as a 3-0. But when Onic found the opening for the punish, yun lang yung kinailangan nila. Savero just had to make several shutdowns. At nung tinry ni MP the King na magnakaw ng turtle sa 4 na members ng Onic, yun na yung naging mitya para sa comeback, para sa Super Fam. In the end, it was a tough battle, but Onic Philippines will reign.
And for Twisted Minds, palakpakan pa rin natin ang kanilang magandang performance. Owl is back in the Philippines. And as you said, ang nanaig pa rin naman dito ay Onic Philippines with Savero, our first playing Indonesian import sa loob ng MPL Philippines, paired up with teammates na mukha namang masaya siya kasama.
Alam mo, kahit ano sigurong angas ni Savero, masasabi ko na super cute na itong bata. Alam mo yung kahit maggaganon-ganon, di ba? Mag-flex-flex. Pero pinakita naman niya talaga na papalag siya dito. Palag na to. Kumbaga, isa rin to sa mga mindset niya dito sa larong to.
Yeah. And this time, nung nakakuha nga tayo ng outplay, magandang place camera from Lansu, but we cannot deny the fact that they gave a kill to Savero. Yun yung una. And then MP the King goes for the steal, successfully doing so. Kaso, kita natin yung real world manipulation, napaganda at nagbigay pa ng kill doon kay Savero at kay King Kong. And this one, eto talaga, yung masakit at makate. May entry, itong bush talaga na to eh.
Tsaka yung mga...
bush na talaga na yan eh.
Tsaka bukod pa dyan, yung mga entrada talaga dito ni King Kong ay napakalinis. If I'm being honest, yung laro niya dito ay sobrang, I would say, well-timed yung mga ultimate niya.
Yeah, sobra talaga, no? And dito mo masasabi na sobrang kabisado niya and yung expertise niya sa mga heroes na nilalaro niya ay sobrang taas talaga. And
MPL Arena Onic Philippines is showing us how it's done. What time is it? Oh my God, that was intense. Odin, what a start for Team Onic Philippines. Syempre, we have one of the stars of the match beside me, Savero. Hello.
Hello.
Savero, welcome to the Philippines.
Thank you.
How's your first match? What can you say about your first match?
Super hard.
Super hard.
So excited.
But you were excited. Why was it exciting for you?
Because my first game in Philippines.
Your first game in the Philippines. Of course. ODT felt excited. Savero, look at your fans. Your fan base is huge here in the Philippines. I know before the match started, Kelra gave you a message. Kelra just said that you should embrace the pressure. What can you say about it?
Be the pressure.
What can you say about what Kelra said? What's your message to Kelra instead? Okay, we're having a bit of transition.
I'm the pressure.
I'm the pressure. You are the pressure. I mean, we love your performance. Although you didn't win game 2, that Moscow was incredible. Imagine surviving that clash. I mean, that was a great performance for you guys. And what is his message to you as a brother in your organization? Did Kelra give you any tips?
Huddle muna, huddle.
Si Brusco ang ating translator. You can speak your language and Brusco is here to help us out.
Let's go, Brusco! Yeah.
Pasti dapat banyak ilmu dari Kerala dari Scream.
Sobrang dami niyang natutunan kay Kerala lalo na sa Scream kapag kalaban namin sila.
Oh, that's great to hear. Thank you, Savero. Thank you, Brusco, as well. Now, I would like to ask King Kong. King Kong, grabe naman yung match na yun, ha? Pinakitaan nyo talaga kami ng napakagandang performance. Game 1, 30 minutes. Grabe, sobrang haba nun. Ano yung tumatakbo sa isip nyo during those moments na na-comeback nyo yun? Ano yung comms nyo sa mga ganong klaseng laro?
Yung usual lang na comms namin mula early game hanggang late game, which is yung kalmado lang na pagpaplano. Then, ayun, pag may hindi kami naririnig, ipapaulit namin hanggang sa may mag-respond. Kaya, ayun, pampalinaw ng mga plano namin.
Talagang yung chemistry pa rin ang nananaig in those kinds of moments.
King Kong, ako naman, tanungin ko, katabi mo na si Savero. Kamusta naman yung adjustments ng team having Savero? Kamusta yung adjustments having Savero?
Yung adjustments naman namin so far, minsan may struggle na may halong fun. Kasi parang at some point nakikita namin na na challenge na kailangan namin i-face. Kaya ayun, super fun para sa amin and ano naman, lately, sobrang smooth and sobrang daming Tagalog word na natutunan ni Savero.
Ano yun? Anong Tagalog word? Tagalog word from Savero.
Mahal ko kayong lahat.
Oy! Mahal daw kayong lahat ni Savero. And with that, it's time to take a look who our MVP is. Sino sa tingin nyo? Our match MVP is... King Kong!
Yes! Yes, King Kong.
King Kong, ano bang masasabi mo sa super fans nyo ngayon?
Sa lahat ng pumunta, maraming salamat sa pagpunta, sa time, sa effort, and mas gagalingan pa lalo na namin sa mga next matches. So, pumunta kayong lahat! Thank you so much!
Thank you once again. Congratulations. Let's give it up for Onic Philippines. You may now take your bow. And take your walk of victory.
Congratulations, Onic Philippines!
You know what, Denise? Our teams are just showing us that we are indeed the strongest region. Imagine reaching 3 games per match. Day 1 pa lang yan, ha?
And for the day 1, match 2, Onic Philippines ang pumalag. Grabe, it's been a long day. What an ending for our opening of Season 17, Odin.
That's right. And excited akong malaman kung ano ba nangyari sa match na yon. I think marami pang sasabihin ng ating mga casters. Kaya naman,
Maraming salamat, Odin and Denise, at pati na rin sa Onic Philippines na, by the way, sobrang na-appreciate ko na kaya ni Sir BJ Brusco Paro na mag-translate ng Indonesia.
Isipin mo yun, di ba? Nagkaroon sila ng instant na translator, di ba? Kaya siya na talaga ang MVP, pre. MVP ka ngayon.
MVP, hindi lamang sa post-game interview, kung hindi sa loob na rin ng game number 3 natin, Bruce Goat 2-3-10 on his Gatot Kacha.
At madaming mga memorable na mga talon. Katulad nito, di ba? On point. Usually, maghihintay ka muna ng isang stun para ma-secure man. But also, maganda rin naman yung synergy niya with Super Friends. Minsan, pwede ka nang pumalag kapag or lumayo dun sa AOG kasi makikita mo na yun eh. Kaso pag may biglang RWF, di ba, bawal ka mag-dash doon ka sa dulo. At enough yung mini-stun na yun para hindi ka talaga makawala at makapiglas doon sa ulti. At by the way, baka gamitin ko na tong skin na to sa sa Gatot Kacha kasi hindi mo kita pa. Ang hirap makita nung ng
AOG?
Nung AOG.
Anong skin yun?
Nutcracker yan eh. Diba? Sa Gatot main.
Grabe.
Ang ganda yun, no? Kita natin eh, parang ang labo nga naman siya talaga tingnan. And gusto ko i-comment, ayan no, grabe yung mga ano. Tsaka meron sila, ito yung time na si Super Friends, ayan si King Kong pala ay dumive. Nagulat siya eh. Ang dami palang tao mula doon sa Twisted Minds. Pero nakasecure sila ng 2 kill doon.
Oy, semi-kinabahan ako para kay King Kong doon. Honestly, nakita, parang na-imagine ko kung namatay siya doon, siguro nakabaliktad ng Twisted Minds yung laro. But you miss 100% of the shots that you don't take.
That's right.
Pinasok niya yun, nagulat siyang madami, nag-out din lang agad. I guess that's how you play winning MLBB. Yeah.
Well, if you're playing the Leo Mord, alam mo naman na kapag first, di ba pag nakasakay ka na kay Barbiel, yung first skill mo, ang bilis mo makapag-dash out because of the second. There's something about dun sa mismong pag kay Barbiel ka na ang bilis ng animation. Parang walang masyadong force swing ba yung tawag doon? Yung parang animation pa, parang sobrang instant niya. So, yun din siguro yung leverage ni King Kong. But I think that si Brusco ang masasabi natin na talaga namang deserve mag-MVP dun sa game na yun.
Oo, nagit natin kasi ang dami niya napapwersa with the Avatar of the Guardian. And for the longest time, no, I think last season nauso na yung AOG ay panakas lamang. I'm honestly very happy. Sobrang saya ko na ginagamit na talaga yung AOG for its intended purpose na pang-initiate talaga. Dati kasi nakareserba na lang yung panakas eh.
Di ba parang magmumukha ka with the Unbreakable tapos Revitalize tapos pag mamamatay ka na out with the AOG para mag-force ng rotations. Yun yung actually JP approach yun eh. Yung maglaro ng daming beses na yun. At pwede rin, may mga sitwasyon naman talaga na perfect yung ganong klaseng playstyle. But in this case, Brusco, maganda yung kanyang pagkagamit. And syempre, gusto ko rin i-take note yung ginagawa ng kanyang mga tropa. Ryota with the Petrify tapos kay Super Prince. Nakakombo kasi nila eh. So, this shows us the chemistry and the mastery of Onic Philippines with this get at catch a gameplay.
Yeah, and kita natin na tsaka nag-jive din kagad dito si Sabero sa composition ng Onic eh. Kilala naman natin masyadong mainit din ang ulo ng Onic PH eh, no? And this nakita natin sa game na to, no, na talagang kinalmahan nila. Sobrang bagal ng laro nila, may facing sila na sinusundan, and hindi sila fully nag-revolve around Sabero eh. Parang kasama nila si Sabero dito, and sigurado si Sabero na alam niya yung timing niya. Binibigyan na lang nila ng go signal si Sabero kung kailan siya papasok at lalabas.
And I think for the longest time as well, ang tinanong natin nung nauso ang K&K connection ng Onic Philippines na si Kelra at King Kong ay kung paano magkakasabay yung dalawang superstar. Yeah. I feel like at this point, alam na ni King Kong yung sagot kaya napadali para kay Sabero.
Ganda nung tempo nila ngayon, nagbago yung approach ng Onic Philippines eh.
At ngayon naman ay titignan natin kung ano nga ba yung mga kaganapan sa loob ng laro sa INFINIX Mic Check.
No flicker kalit. Super Napigir pa. Basta ito magbubot. Second skill. Wala naman tamis, papaskilling ka dapat. Wala naman tamis, papaskilling ka. May third skill pa. Wala skill. Nice one, boy. Tonto pa. Saan ka sa akin. Nice ko. Kada na. Vision Rico. Kita yung Rises. Kabaya ka. Ready ako na. Nagpigir na. Wala pigir Rises. Alalay. Basta two. Wala pigir Rises, boy. Wala tikaliba. Pinya na saan, pre. Pisan backline, pre. Dalawa. Petrico. Napag-dash. Patay.
Kanina sa interview ay nireveal ni King Kong na paulit-ulit lang daw nilang sinasabi hanggat magkaroon ng clarity between the team. At mukhang hindi nga sila nagkakamali dahil walang tigil ang pagsasalita ng mga shot caller nila.
Bro is not lying. At actually, hindi ko in-expect na hindi Taglish yung magiging shot calling nila. Hindi, Bahasa plus English yung mini-mixture nila doon. So parang they're really playing around sa Vero. At yun yung nakakatawa na pinapakita dito ng Onic Philippines.
And now para sa ating Week 1 Day 1 standing. Matapos ang dalawang serye natin kanina, ay makikita na natin ang ating updated standing sa TID ng INFINIX. Tied sa number 1 ngayon ang Team Liquid Philippines and Onic.
Yep. 6 games ang napanood natin outro today, but this is just day number 1. Bukas madami pa naman tayo mga mapapanood at after the first week doon natin talaga mas makikita yung shaping ng ating mga standings.
At least ngayon, hindi lang yung standing na nakikita natin, kung paano din gagalaw yung meta sa loob noon, no? And nakaka-excite na Onic Philippines and Team Liquid ay nandito. And siyempre, ang paborito ni Umi na Fancy Laban.
Nagbabalik din ang Fancy Laban para sa week 1, Day 1, kung saan lamang ang Aurora at Onic. Number 1 ang Sonics natin ngayon para sa Fancy Laban. Oy, palo mga player dyan. Nakalaro na natin yung mga iba eh.
Oo, lagi namang si Midnight ang nagja-champion kapag may mga ganyan eh. Pero nakakatuwa, no, kasi yung community natin sa talagang sobrang game pagdating sa ganito. Actually, may mga playoffs pa yan, pre.
May trophies pa kamo.
May trophy yan.
I think last time yung The Minds yung nag-dominate.
Yung malakas.
Yung parang group stage nga nila kasi nga may playoffs din sila eh. So,
sa playoffs medyo nadapa sa pagkakaalala ko. And anything could happen. Of course na i-experience din kasi nila ang ating tournament phones, of course, sa paggamit nila at paglaro nila dyan sa Fancy Laban. What a day 1 para dito sa ating Season 17. Boys, naging malaking honor na naman na i-open ang show at mahabang season na ito kasama kayo. Favorite moment so far? Mabilisan na lang.
Marcel.
Yung mga replacements natin nagpakitang gilas, yung mga golden replacements.
Uwi pa rin kasama si Burrito at si Wolf. Huwag kayong mag-aalala, pupunta pa tayo sa main stage to our host.
You know what I would say? Welcome to the Philippines. That's literally how you kick off a season. day one is officially Kaya grabe din naman talaga ang energy ng ating mga super fans dito sa Victoria Sports Tower.
Odin, literal, na-goosebumps kung ganito pa lang yung salubong ng day one. Paano pa kaya sa buong season?
Sa True Denise, ramdam na ramdam yung gigil ng bawat player, but wag muna kayong mag-relax dahil marami pa kayong aabangan.
That's right, dahil paalala ko lamang, day one pa lang ng ating season. Makikita-kita tayo muli bukas para sa Super Fast Saturday. Again, this is your very own Odin.
I'm Denise Valdesancho.
And I'm Thea Franco.
And this is MPL Philippines Season 17. Palam na to!
17th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. INFINIX, the official gaming phone partner. The power behind every Madlang gamer. Smart, the simply reliable connectivity partner of the MPL. Our partner in esports, Clear Men. And our strategic partners, TT Racing, Ferry, and SIP. Don't miss any MPL action by following our official Facebook and subscribing to our YouTube channel. Follow MPLPH on TikTok for more content. Experience the lakas ng Pinas of MPLPH Season 17 live at Victoria Sports Tower. Grab your tickets now via the official MPLPH website. MPL Philippines is monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusement Board.